Okay, so I'm gaveling us in at this time and call to order this Commissioners Court meeting. And if all would rise, please, for the invocation. And Commissioner Chesney, would you give invocation for us this morning, followed by Commissioner Gonzalez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we are so grateful for all that you've given us. We are grateful for the rain that will help our area, but we ask also that you protect those who have to drive in it and watch over them. Lord, we appreciate all the sacrifices that everyone up here makes, and we ask you to continue to bless all of those who serve in any elected official or any elected office, any level of public service. Thank you for the blessings you've bestowed upon us. We ask you to watch over all of us today at this meeting, and we ask those things in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor to Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, great. And I will note for the record that it's May 19th, 2021, and the time is 8:46 a.m. We are here at the third floor in Nueces County Courthouse on a very rainy morning, and we are also on the third floor of Nueces County's Commissioner's Courtroom. And I will go ahead and call roll. I do see one missing, but I bet he'll join shortly. Commissioner Chesney?
Here?
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Sorry.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Present.
Commissioner Mattis? And myself. So we do have a quorum present for the clerk, and we'll note for the record when Commissioner Mattis joins. Timothy, would you let us in on a good safety briefing this morning on a very potentially unsafe day out there?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Our safety brief for this morning is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participants for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. Participants CPR certified in attendance will be, as of right now, myself. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPon Street side of the courthouse. If it's a torrential downpour, we will assemble under the canopy in the front and the back side of the LaPon side of the courthouse. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending on the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our safety topics for the month of May is community safety. In 2018, 167,127 people died from preventable injuries. Most of these deaths are not happening in the workplace, they are happening in the homes and communities. Poisons in the home are 90% of all poisonings, poisonings in the home of 90% of all poisons happen at home. Familiarize yourself with the dangers that lurk there. Be sure to keep the National Poison Control Center number, which is 1-800-222-1222. It was almost the twos. In your cell phone. People die from choking. Choking is the 4th leading cause of unintentional deaths. If you see someone clutching your throat, coughing, gagging, wheezing, or passed out, what would you know what to do? All ages are vulnerable to the traffic deaths. Pedestrians 10 to 14 years of old and 50 to 69 years old have 20% higher pedestrian deaths. So when you are at home or in our community, be aware of your surroundings and look out for your neighbors. That concludes the safety brief.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim, and just keep us posted throughout the morning. I do want to make the announcement, if we are, in a situation where we lose electricity due to the storm, we will automatically recess. So I want the folks that are watching this virtually to understand that if they see us go off the air, we will do our best to come back on the minute we can restore power and/or internet. So just wanted to, as they say, pre-warn on a day like today where there is a very heavy thunderstorm. Thank you, Timothy.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'd ask, Deputy, do we have anybody waiting in the hall for public comment? I don't see anybody online, but we're going to ask if you would raise your hand on the, using the designation button. And Deputy?
No, Your Honor, just Mr. Bates that was sworn in.
Just Mr. Bates, and we already took care of him.
I'd like to sign up with.
Okay, we have Commissioner Gonzalez signing up.
This is gonna be
Okay, he can, I'll just sign him in here. Or he can sign in, it's fine.
You know, just, like for the record, when my statements made today, I like to make sure they go on the record, for this Commissioners Court meeting. Today, as I feel that this court proceeding is really invalid at this time, I think we're proceeding very on an invalid hearing. This is a Commissioners Court, not a judge's court. I should feel anger, but I am more disappointed with Judge Canales' poor judgment by disregarding my God-given right to freedom of speech. She had removed my agenda item without my approval and without authorization. Her actions were not only illegal, but violated the Commissioners Court policy and procedures. They were updated on 9/25 of 19. On Section C, County Attorney's opinion, as per the Commissioners Court policy and procedures, it states that agenda items requested by members of the Commissioners Court shall be placed on the agenda. Also, the Attorney General's opinion, also on Article 2351, Section D, states that we do not believe that the county judge authority and duties to preside over meetings of the county commissioners court grants him or her authority to prepare or limit in his sole discretion the items to be considered on the commissioners court. And in summary, states neither the county judge nor the county clerk controls the preparation of the agenda for the commissioners court. The Commissioners Court as a whole has the authority to determine and amend its own agenda. And this time, I'd just like to say that I'm really, really concerned about what is happening here. And the agenda, the item that I illegally was removed by Judge Canales to avoid discussion was reference to an illegal lawsuit filed by Judge Canales against Coastal Park Chairman Jim Needham. Without, again, authorization of the Commissioners Court. My concern for discussion was to clarify people's perception that I was in no way associated with this lawsuit, this illegal lawsuit. Judge Canales filed these on behalf of Nueces County in the Commissioners Court. Again, I do not wish to have my name in any way to show that I was part of this illegal lawsuit. As for the county attorney's opinion that was given to us approximately about a week or 2 weeks ago, also indicated that the actions were not right. Show that no one, not even the judge, not even us, can actually take our own initiative to go out and file a lawsuit without the approval of the Commissioners Court. And it's some actions that were taken by the judge, and I think, I want to take note of that, I don't know what, I feel like it's a one-person court here, and I think we need to really come back to earth and start looking at and running this court like it's supposed to be. Judge Canales, I feel that we have lost the true meaning of the People's Commissioners Court. We have lost the true meaning of respect for members of this court. in the community as well. I feel that this court is more of a dictatorship, like it's my way or no way, my way or the highway. I am the CEO. We do not have a CEO. We have a county judge. Using language that is unethical. We can take no more, if we can take a no for an answer, I think the judge can take no for an answer too at times. You are the presiding judge and chair of the meeting. You're one vote as we are one vote. If you want to run a precinct, then you need to run for Commissioner's Court. I think we all can run our own precinct with your help if you want to help us. And that's the way it's supposed to be. You're the county judge and you have a wide area to oversee. But I think you should help in the commissioners to make sure that their jobs are done and done right. And same thing with us. We bring everything to Commissioner's Court for approval. But at the end of the day, you know, the major projects, all appointments, and the approval needs to have the approval of the Commissioner's Court at the end. This is my statement. I just want to say again for the record that I had nothing to do with the lawsuit, and I'm really disappointed at the fact that my items on the agenda are taken out. And I wanted to let you know, Judge, that I really don't appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments, Tyner? We have none that have signed up and none that I see online.
Earlier, Judge, I just want to make sure there was somebody named concerned citizen. Are they no longer there?
Okay, we will ask, is there anybody online that would like to make public comment at this time? Okay. All right. In that case, we will move on to resolutions, proclamations, and orders. And I will tell you, we did start early this morning because we have quite a few of them. Some have not been able to make it in this morning to receive their proclamation or recognition. Let us start with making certain that we table a few of them that have already alerted us. And that would be item number 10. Commissioner Chesney's been in contact with his group from London, and we understand, Commissioner, that they'd like to come back at a different time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. They got started on their way and
Yeah.
they called and said, we can't get out of London, so it's
Yeah.
pretty bad over there. So I would move to table to our next meeting.
Okay, so I'll have a motion to table on item number 10, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign, okay. And then also on item number 13, we don't have anybody, but we're going to proceed forward on that one. Just note that they will come back later for a presentation. We don't need to table it, just kind of a situational awareness here. Okay, so we'll start with, is there anybody here so we can get them on their way? Nobody's in the audience outside, okay? So let's start,
Yes, we have the
yes.
Flower Bluff.
Yes, the Flower Bluff. Okay, so that would be item number, let's respect that he came in, so let's get him on his way first.
Which
Item
one?
number 11? Is that correct?
On the regular agenda?
No, your Flower Bluff High School coach?
Oh, yeah, he's on his way. So if we could,
Yeah, I think he might be here.
oh, is he here?
Your Honor, they're coming.
He's present.
I think has everybody signed that resolution? I think that's what. I need to-
Okay,
where that might be.
sorry about that, taking you out
You
of
can
order.
just pause
here.
on that one.
Sure, we'll pause.
don't
We'll just
mind.
get him in the courtroom. We're going to welcome Flower Bluff inside the courtroom, but we're going to get your paperwork in order. So if you can just have a seat anywhere is comfortable for you, we'll proceed to the item number 16 because they are here, and that would be in recognition of the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery Memorial Service Detachment Honor Guard Team. They are pretty amazing and terrific, and they are here with us. So we'll ask them, Deputy Vasquez, to bring them in. Okay, thank you so much.
And Judge, we can just pass those, if you're looking to move things along, those Port Aransas ones, those are just all ratifications and don't really need to be read unless you just want to, because I've already gone out and presented them, just so you know.
Okay, okay, when we get there, help me.
Yes, ma'am.
Just, it'd be nice, we'll just, on the record, say what you want to say about it, and then we can move
Absolutely.
on. Okay. Tyner, would you bring the honor guard? Okay. Mr. De La Cerda, I see, would you bring the team in for us, please, sir?
Did you want to go ahead and do the honor guard?
Yes, I do.
Judge?
We do, they're on their way in.
Wait, what is that? What is that? Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Honored to have you here this morning. Mr. Little has a resolution that we would like to read at this time for you.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr. Little?
Thank you, Judge. Whereas the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery Memorial Service Detachment will celebrate the unveiling of a monument in their honor this coming Saturday, May 22nd, 2021, at 10 a.m. at the cemetery, 9974 IH 37 Access Road, Corpus Christi, Texas. Whereas the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery Memorial Service Detachment will also be celebrating their 10-year anniversary this fall of providing honor guard services for our fallen veterans. Whereas this detachment has provided much-needed representation of the community that cares about its veterans, and further provides military honors by being veterans honoring veterans. Whereas the Nueces County Commissioners Court wants to participate in this unveiling of the monument by approving this resolution, whereas the detachment honor guard includes Tony Acevedo, Bob Allen, Sergio Benitez, Thomas Caldera, Dan Aranza, Kenneth Castro, Ram Chavez, Jerry Deason, Frank De Los Santos, Russell Fetchner, Dennis Galloway, Reynaldo Guillen, Ricardo Hankerson, Felix Landon, Gilbert Luna, David Matson, Tony Martinez, Bill McClintock, Alex Murrow, Ron Pacha, Beto Palacios, Kenneth Pancoast, Domingo Pulido, Albert Rios, Al Rivera, Henry Rodella, Priscilla Rocal, Johnny Sanchez, Fred Trejo, and George Torres. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby congratulates the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery Memorial Service Detachment Honor Guard on the unveiling of the monument in their honor at the cemetery, and further urges the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in recognizing these veterans honoring veterans for their selfless representation of the community by providing military honors for our fallen veterans.
Do I have a motion
So moved.
and a second?
Second.
And an opportunity for you gentlemen to make comments if you'd like at the podium, or let us at least be able to share with you our pride in knowing that you're there representing veterans, our community, this county so very well. We have watched you, admired you, and now is our day to honor you.
First of all, Judge, I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody. Today was a rainy day, lightning, and we've had one for 11 o'clock. And we are there cold, rain, hot, windy, and we said, no, we can go. Well, there's lightning. Well, one of our guys in past years, he says, the director comes to us and he says, there's lightning. Do you all want to fire? One of them steps up and says, if the good Lord wants to take me today, so be it. We fired. So we're veterans and we're there, you know, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It comes from my heart. You know, we do what we have to do. There's a lot of them didn't come back, and we're here for them. I've got a son that's out there right now, and every time I hold the flag, I remember him. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No.
It's okay. Good job.
The disabled veterans, which these gentlemen are members of, wish to thank you, and I'd like to thank them also for 3,744 ceremonies so far.
Incredible.
Wow.
I just want to note for the record, too, what we do here is special. There are 4 veteran cemeteries in the state of Texas, and our detachment honor guard is extraordinary. It has been recognized at the state level. It's been recognized at our local level, but no greater tribute could be given to your brothers and sisters than you standing guard over them. During COVID-19, you were willing and ready to do anything that we asked of you. It was painful, I know, not to be a part of certain ceremonies. And because of your dedication and our senator, who is also a veteran, Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa, we were able to give very special honors to our greatest generation that morning. I think it was also a rainy morning that we were able to provide a very special tribute despite some really big challenges. And so I know what you say is true. Rain or shine, thunder or lightning, cold or hot, you are there. And again, you are the pride, and I know that I wanted to offer JJ de la Cerda, who's our Veteran Services Department Chief Head, is here. He has been able to bear witness to all of your great works. Thank you for participating in every single veterans event that we have through the Mayor's Committee, through our Veteran Services, and we look forward to many, many good days to come with you also standing guard. Commissioners, would you all like to offer your praise?
Yes, as being a member of a Memory Gardens Funeral Home, I've seen you all out there, like you said, rain or shine, lightning. You've been out there. You've done a wonderful job in honor to your comrades. So for that, I want to thank you all for your services. Appreciate you.
Yesterday, I was in Houston, at the Houston National Cemetery. My uncle was laid to rest, Navy veteran, and just to be able to witness firsthand as a family member, so touching, and to see the passion and love that you continue to have for your brothers and sisters, whether they have fallen in battle or whether they have just lived a long, fruitful life after their service. And so that was really just touching for me and my family, and it always is to see you as you represent the community. So thank you for your work. We appreciate it. And God bless you. Thank you.
Have you,
Go
you already
ahead.
talked, Commissioner? Did you want to?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, guys, you know, my brothers, Semper Fi. You guys have always been there, not only when we ask you, but when the families ask you, you're always there. And no one left behind, right? Whether we bury him here or somewhere else, no one is left behind. There's always somebody there, another veteran, to make sure that he doesn't go by himself. So and I want to thank you for that. Thank you for everything from the bottom of my heart as a veteran, for all you do. God bless you.
I've, as we all have, witnessed your performances, and performance is not the right word, witnessed your service for many years, and what you do is phenomenal, and why you do it is phenomenal. And Judge and Commissioners, I don't know, but but David Matson was my bailiff at commission when I was a judge, and so it's always especially awesome to see you, and it's very appreciated what y'all do. It really is. So thank you for everyone in Nueces County, for veterans and their family members. I mean, what you do is not only important for the veterans that you serve and the lost ones that have been lost, but so important to the members of their family that you also serve. So thank you very much for everything that you've done. Please pass on our thanks to all those who could not make it. We just appreciate and hope that you will do this forever and ever. So thank you, and thank you for the loss, sir, that you have suffered. I apologize for condolences to that. That's a difficult situation. Very, very sincerely, our condolences for that. So again, thank you for everything you do. It's just amazing, and for those who haven't gotten a chance to ever see the service and the ceremony that they put on, it's amazing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, may I recommend that we, excuse me. Judge, may I recommend everybody stay where they're at, because I'm looking right in front of me, Chapter 150 of the Disabled Veterans Chapter. I recommend that we go to the resolution before that while everybody's right here.
Yes, sir.
This is for Disabled American Veterans Memorial Day 2021. Whereas on this Memorial Day, we remember those who gave life and limb in the World Wars, Korea, Vietnam, the Persian Gulf, and the many military conflicts that engaged our troops and naval forces during these past decades. Whereas we remember those who defended this great land of ours, those who lived through the horror of war, those who came home sick or injured, and those who took their last breath in battle. Whereas our disabled American veterans surely gave up the ease and security of civilian life, leaving farm and factory, home and classroom to defend the United States freedoms we enjoy every day. Whereas on this Memorial Day, we remember and honor all veterans, and we especially recognize those giving limb and injury as a sacrifice for our freedom. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that on this Memorial Day, May 31, 2021, the court honors our disabled American veterans and urges all citizens of Nueces County to offer gratitude for the many sacrifices of our veterans for the freedom provided to every citizen of Nueces County.
Thank you, Tyner. Is there a resolution, motion to approve those?
So moved.
Make a motion.
Okay, motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We're going to get you a copy of that to take back with you. And again, we look forward to seeing you on Memorial Day and every day that we cross paths with you. Mr. De La Cerda, I didn't know if you, I know you came to accompany them, and I know you're here for other items, but would you also like to say, I know that you have a special experience having been the director at the cemetery.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to recognize these gentlemen. As a former director of the Veterans Cemetery, I know firsthand what they went through. I mean, and what they do on a daily basis. So it's extremely commendable. We can't do it without you. We wouldn't want to do it without you. And so my greatest respect always. I'm always here for the MSD and the DAV. So if there's anything we can do for you, please let us know. But thank you from the bottom of my heart. As a veteran, I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you. Very lovely. Thank you.
Judge,
Thank
we
you
need
so
to-
much.
I had something little to add.
Yes, sir.
This is
We're
what-
just going to give you this only because we record. Connie, would you pass that?
On the 22nd, which is this coming Saturday,
Yes.
we're gonna do an unveiling of a monument.
That's right.
Yeah, I put a little motion there to start a project. Well, guess who got stuck with a project? Anyway, I put all the names of the past and present honor guard members on this monument. And there's 2 benches on the side, and right now, one of the benches is a secret because our great man is gonna be there. And the other benches, of course, is for the honor guard team. So that, to balance the monument, 2 benches on the side. So on the 22nd at 10 o'clock, I know if you can make it, please come. We'd be honored. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Judge, I don't think we voted on 16, and we need to vote on this.
Yes. Oh, let me double check here. 16.
That was the one we just did, too. That's what
Oh,
the-
we did,
That was for 15. We need to vote for 16.
Okay.
They took the motions, but yeah.
So we voted for the disabled vets one?
I thought we originally did because then we asked for discussion. I got a motion, a second, and then I did discussion and I asked all. It's okay, we can
Yeah,
redo it again.
I'm not sure. They were just
Yeah,
signaling me, so I was just,
okay.
yeah.
Well, we'll go ahead and do a motion for 16.
So moved.
Go ahead. And then a motion and a second in recognition of Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery Memorial Service Detachment Honor Guard Team. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
And the other one's good? Yeah.
and the other one is good from the clerk? We're all good?
And Judge, I'm ready on
On-
Flower Bluff
On
now.
11.
Yep.
All right, we'll proceed to item number 11 in recognition of Flower Bluff High School baseball coach Ron Wakeham, retiring after 39 years of service.
Wherever you want.
You
You can just stay back there,
If you'll
Coach. He's
stay
gonna-
right there, let us say all these great things about you first, and then we're gonna
Then we'll let
let
you
you have the podium. And will you forgive me, is it pronounced Weekum or Wycombe? Wycombe, so that's, okay. First time was the charm there.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
This is recognizing the retirement of Coach Ron Wycombe after almost 39 years with Flower Bluff, whereas Ron Wycombe, a graduate of Flower Bluff High School in 1976, is retiring after coaching 36 years at his alma mater. He was a head baseball coach at Flower Bluff from 1990 to 2000 and 2008 to 2021. Whereas during his tenure there, he won over 400 games as head coach at Flower Bluff. His team reached the playoffs in 1990, 1997, 1998, 2000, and 2010 through 2016. His team went to regional quarterfinals in 2011, 2012, and 2013, reached the semifinalists in 2016. Whereas Coach Wycombe has twice named Big Brothers and Big Sisters Coach of the Year, 1998 and 2000, and was also named Corpus Christi Hooks Coach of the Year in 2016. Whereas Coach Wycombe had a significant impact on his players, 7 of his student athletes have returned to serve as assistant coaches on the baseball staff. 4 have become All-Stars, including Travis Adams in 1998, 2000 graduate John Paul Barta, who died in 2006 while serving in Iraq, Austin Winter in 2014, and 2016 South Texas MVP Anthony Montoya. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, we hereby congratulate and recognize Coach Wycombe as a leader in the Coastal Bend. And we thank him for his many years of hard work and dedication to the young men he has coached and mentored.
Judge, I would move passage.
And I'd like to second. And we'll have discussion right now. And Coach, welcome and congratulations on an amazing career and wishing you the very best on your next life, because there's always something after. But I will just tell you, and please approach the microphone. We were just having this great discussion this weekend. I have a nephew. He's still in play right now over at Ray in playoffs. And, we are just an amazing baseball community, aren't we? I mean, look at our success across South Texas. And it has, of course, to do with our love of the game. It has to do with the natural talent that we have certainly, brought to bear here in our community. But mostly, I think it has to do with the great coaching and the mentorship that we have had, and it's just been pervasive. It's just been everywhere. It's not just in one pocket. And so I think you're a part of that legacy, and I think that it gives us a lot of pride to watch America's game all the time in South Texas. And I just wanted to say, you'll have to forgive that I've been a Ray Texan my whole life, and everybody's in my life, including my little brother, played there. But this is a game that really does inspire a lifelong passion. And I just sadly gave a eulogy for another famous baseball icon, Coach Salinas, and I said then, and I'll say it to you, that it's mathematically possible, it's been said, to have a single game last forever. So I wish for you that the game never ends and that you continue to enjoy the game you've dedicated your entire career to, but this time, maybe from the stands.
Judge, if I might, before Coach talks.
Of course.
You know, and I told the judge this morning when we were sitting here privately that I communicated with Coach this morning and said, hey, listen, I know it's bad out, it's really tough. You know, we've had some other people that can't get here. If you want to reschedule, we'll do it. His response was, hey, they don't cancel baseball games for rain. I'm coming. So if that's, I think that's kind of a testament to the kind of person that Coach Wycombe is. I've gotten to know him over the years, and it's been such a pleasure. You know, it's always such an honor to represent Flower Bluff, and the athletic program and the academic program out there is second to none. And you've been a huge, huge part of that, because it's just amazing. And Judge is right. I mean, you obviously are in the toughest district maybe in Texas because
I
of
think so.
the Coastal Bend representation still alive is unbelievable. And you have done extremely well and done so well at Flower Bluff. But not just as a great baseball coach, but you're just such a good guy. You know, I know how much you love those kids that you coach, and they're going to miss you a lot at Flower Bluff. I know a lot more people wanted to be here today, but I'm sure they're stranded too. But I do want you to, you know, take the opportunity to say some words and introduce, you know, some of the support that's here, both good friends of mine as well. And in fact, you know, James McMinn and I played basketball together in high school. He played, I sat the bench, but, you know, that's the way life goes, right? So it's always great to see him and Coach Steinbrook. So, Coach, thank you so much for everything you've done, and what a testament to great coaching and great leadership and just great character. I, too, join the judge in wishing you a great future. I hope you'll stay in touch with me, and just I've really enjoyed getting to know you over the years. And like I said, I'm sure that, you know, they'll want you to come back and help, and, you know, but now it'll just be as a volunteer, sorry. But congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for everything you've done for Flower Bluff and this community. And please, I'd like you to say a few words, and then we want to take a picture and just memorialize the day. And I really wanted to take the chance. I wanted to, you know, we want to honor good things, and we have a long agenda today. It's lengthy, but, you know, these are important things, and to recognize great people like you is a fun thing for this court to do, and I so much appreciate you. So thank you very much, Coach.
Well, first of all, I'd like to, you know, obviously thank, you know, these guys that have led me and really provided everything that I've needed over the years that I've been at Flower Bluff. And, you know, Coach Steinbrook and Coach McMahon as leaders, they've never said no. Whenever I've asked for something, they're like, we'll find a way to get it. And so, you know, I really appreciate them, and I appreciate them being here today. And we can't go anywhere without our Tyler Bills. So, you know, he's a wonderful asset to our program. I also want to recognize the lady that allows me to get up every day and to go do this stuff, and that's my wife, Sue. And you know, she too is a graduate of Flower Bluff, same year and everything. You know, she's been by my side all these years going through this. And you know, I never dreamed in 1982 when I started coaching at Flower Bluff that it was going to turn into something like this. But I'm so thankful to the community, to the school district, to the many players that I've coached. You know, my goal is that all these guys have and understand that they have a home at Flower Bluff. And despite who the head coach is, that they know that they can come back and enjoy the successes of the many programs there at Flower Bluff. But this is very humbling, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done for us as a community and as a school district. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Coach.
Again,
Would y'all like to say anything? I mean, you're more than welcome to. McMinn doesn't say a lot, but I know Steinbrook likes to talk, so.
Commissioners, County Judge, thank you for having us. We appreciate it. On behalf of Flower Bluff, I've been there 19 years, and I guess there's really just something really short to be said about that. And in my 19 years at Flower Bluff, nobody has done it better. than Coach Ron Wycombe in every way, in every capacity. And just like you said, Brent, one of the best people in the world. And it's nice to see that you guys have recognized that as well. And Coach McMinn, I know he would attest to it too. How many years at Flower Bluff, Coach? 28 years. And I know Coach would agree with me in saying this. I've learned so much from this man. And I hope that I can continue to carry on that tradition of at Flower Bluff ISD, we take care of all of our kids and all of our programs are supported. It's not just about one program. We want to be the very best in every program across the board. And Coach Wycombe has just been a tremendous leader for our community, for our athletic program, and he's going to be dearly missed. But we will not let him change his phone number, and we will be able to contact him and hope to have him back as often as possible. So thank you guys for all you do, and thanks for honoring Coach Wycombe because he definitely deserves it.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
And Judge, if
We have a resolution that's framed for you, and I know that Commissioner would love the honor, as I would, to take a picture with you. I think we can come down there.
yeah, whatever you
Yeah,
want to do.
let's
Or
do
you
it.
can come up here, whatever you want to do, Judge.
You know, Brent, this makes it hard.
True.
Let's come down there. Commissioners, would you like to join us?
Sure, sure.
Are we wearing masks, Judge, or not? By the order?
By the order, we're not. You're fully vaccinated, right, Kim? Okay.
Yeah, sure do.
30 minutes just to. I had to go get it. Got a trash bag, put it right there, so that way, because it has still a little crack.
Let's get your wife up here. Come on, I know, absolutely. Come on. Hold on one second.
Because she wants all the money to go to the next one. Okay, already 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Thanks for having us. We appreciate it. Good morning. How are you?
Congratulations again to you. I'm so excited for what's happening in our region right now. I can understand it.
Yes, sir. Keep working hard.
Crazy.
We were hoping to be one of those.
But you were right. Well, you know, I think it's just. Yeah, I already have it over here too.
Okay.
Well, I'm just, like I said, I'm just a fan in the stands, but I've had just a lot of fun. But my sister, her little boy is there, and it's like, the other daughter, she says, "Rock my Auntie Parker, because Jack has to play baseball." I said, "Honey, you have to understand, your mother has to be there for Jack." So they are really into it. We're excited for you.
Man, what's with you and Jack today? No wonder you said red, nice red.
I'm not that bad, no.
Yeah, I want to see you wear it, Commissioner Chess.
How you doing, man? Thank you, brother. Congratulations.
Take a break.
Yeah,
Very nice.
of course. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Tyner, we do have a lot of, resolutions, but Tyner, has alerted me that so many of them, could not be here in attendance due to weather. And Commissioner Chesney, what I'm gonna do is on the Port Aransas ones, it's my understanding, but I'd like for you to announce to the court, you've had the opportunity to go and
Yes, ma'am.
present. So will you take us through items number 4, 5, and 6, and 7?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us more about it.
Judge, thank you. And also, I wanted to just, if we could, after this, go back to public comment because I wanted to introduce to the court
Yes.
our constable.
Yes.
And I don't know that everybody's met him, and he's here today, and I wanted to make
Yes.
sure he got a chance. So, Judge, I guess it would be nice to, if it's okay to read them quickly into the record, but I will let the court know that because they had their last school board meeting on May 12th, and y'all were all kind enough to sign those, and I appreciate that, that we went out and did them and presented them out there to everyone, and they're very appreciative of the recognition. We recognized, we did certificates of recognition that you all also kindly signed for all the UIL regional qualifiers. They're kind of like us. They when you get to regionals, that's a huge deal. So that's when they make their awards, and we did the same thing. And I have to say, I feel kind of bad for Paul because I jammed these in at the last minute because the 4A superintendent called and said, "Hey, I know you're coming out for basketball, but we're going to have track and golf, and I don't want you to be embarrassed and not." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you for calling." And so Paul jumped through hoops to get these done. I appreciate that.
Would
so-
you like us to read just the therefores?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Whatever we
Because
want to
that
do.
way we could at least have it in the record.
Right, yes, ma'am. But
Okay.
all of them have been recognized, and it was really a nice time, and they were very appreciative. So, yeah, if you want to just do the therefores, that's
Okay.
great.
And then we can approve them one at a time if y'all like to do it like that?
Make a motion to approve all 4 at the same
Okay.
time.
Okay. First, let's recognize the 2021 Port Aransas Marlins varsity boys basketball team. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that hereby congratulates and recognizes the 2020-2021 Port Aransas Marlins varsity boys basketball team for their outstanding season, which was undefeated, by the way.
It wasn't, and Judge, and I wanted to
Yes.
just say one thing about the basketball team. They
Okay.
were in Nueces County, they went the farthest. They went to the 5th round, had a great season, had an all-state player in Connor Krutzinger and an all-region player in Chris Jones. And so they were the longest, they went the farthest for
Furthest.
Nueces County.
Great,
So just want to mention that.
great. Okay. Would you like to make a motion on
I moved to do all 4.
4
so I
together,
just-
and I'll do a second?
And I'm sorry, I just jumped in on that.
That's
order.
okay. And so Tyner, you want to continue?
Yes, next, we would recognize the Port Aransas Marlins varsity boys and girls track team for their outstanding accomplishments. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Port Aransas Marlins boys and girls track athletes for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
Wonderful. And again, we've made the motion for all 4, so you can go ahead and move to item number 6, the golf team.
This would be the Port Aransas Marlins varsity golf team for their outstanding athletic accomplishments. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Port Aransas Marlins boys and girls golf players for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
Thank you. And then the tennis team. Item number 7.
Again, this is the varsity boys and girls tennis team. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Port Aransas Marlins boys and girls tennis players for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
Wonderful. And those represent items 4 through 7, Commissioners, all really lauding the Port Aransas athletics department in so many arenas. And again, thanks for allowing us the opportunity to
Yes, ma'am.
recognize them collectively here. And hopefully the next time we're in Port A or the next time you're in Port A, be sure and congratulate all our Marlins out there for an unbelievable year of being student athletes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, so now it's going to put me back into regular order, into item number 2, which is in recognition of Commander Eric Haas of the United States Navy. It's that time of year where we're having some change of commands, and although he could not be with us here today, I wanted to make certain that this court took the time to recognize Commander Haas. Tyner?
Shall I read the whole thing, Judge?
I think you can do the therefores if you'd like.
I'll go ahead and read it.
Okay.
It's fairly short.
Okay.
Whereas the United States Navy and Naval Air Station Corpus Christi are integral parts of the fabric of Nueces County, whereas partnership between Nueces County and Naval Air Station Corpus Christi supports the culture, economy, and society of the entire coastal bend, whereas fostering new partnerships that support the mission capability and resilience of Naval Air Station Corpus Christi is a key goal for Nueces County. Whereas those partnerships contribute to the financial well-being of Nueces County and its citizens. Whereas Commander Haas' contributions to developing those partnerships have gone far beyond the call of duty, making him not just an important partner, but an honored citizen of Nueces County. Now, therefore, the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, herein recognizes Commander Eric W. Haas for his dedication to duty. Thanks to him for his valued service to Nueces County and the nation, expressing our deepest appreciation for his leadership and wisdom, and hereby wishing him fair winds and the following seas in all his future endeavors.
Thank you for that. Do I have a motion for this recognition?
Make a motion.
Second?
And a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I'll make sure that we present this appropriately to Commander Haas, and again, with our deep appreciation for his love of country and his service to our nation. Thank you, Tyner. We'll move on to the proclamation of Robert Patterson Day, and that was May 8th, 2021. Although this has already occurred, like Commissioner Chesney, I couldn't work it in before. I had to go over to celebrate, and I wanted to make certain that we had something special for Mr. Patterson, and it was the occasion of his 100th birthday. Sheriff, you and I got to celebrate that great day together. What an amazing patriot, what an unbelievable American that lives amongst us, and what a humble soul he is. And it was a great day, and so I just wanted all of Nueces County to know that not only do we have a member of our greatest generation, but that member is also a Pearl Harbor survivor and a volunteer, a dedicated and faithful volunteer to the Pearl Harbor exhibit inside our USS Lady Lex Living Museum. And it was my honor to make this proclamation. If you would just go ahead and read it.
I'll read it, Judge. Whereas Robert Patterson was born on May 8th, 1921 in Mason City, West Virginia. Following graduation from high school in 1938, he joined the United States Navy and completed boot camp in Norfolk, Virginia. Whereas Patterson was assigned to the USS Philadelphia, which was anchored at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. Patterson is one of the last remaining survivors of the Pearl Harbor attack. In 1942, Patterson was selected to enter the V-5 Naval Aviation Program, being commissioned at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi on September 6, 1944. Patterson flew F-6F Hellcats in 1945 with VF-1 off the USS Bennington. After the surrender of Japan, Patterson stayed on the Navy, in the Navy as a supply corps officer. In 1974, Patterson retired as a captain after serving for 35 years. Batterson served as one of the first volunteers on the USS Lexington in 1992, prior to its official opening. Whereas Batterson continues to volunteer on the USS Lexington, where you can normally find him sharing his experiences with visitors in the Pearl Harbor exhibit. Whereas May 8th is Captain Robert Batterson's 100th birthday. Join us in honoring and celebrating Captain Batterson. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the 8th day of May, 2021, is Captain Robert Batterson Day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Don't believe we have a motion.
Did we did, okay, I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay. Well, look at that. That's what happens, right, when you ask.
We did the resolution in advance. We
That's
just did
right.
the vote in advance.
Right, just do the vote in advance. Lorenzo, you can choose whoever you
Judge, I just
want
wanted to say, I mean, I know he's not here, but I certainly want to be on the record. He is an
Yes.
amazing
Yes, he
guy.
is.
I know you know that, and I appreciate that you were over there to celebrate, because I was out of town for that. And what an amazing guy.
Young.
I
He's so
just-
young.
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I hate to say that 14 times, but he is so active and so involved, and I hate to say so old, but holy cow, you wouldn't know it. I mean,
didn't know it.
so, and what an outstanding life he's lived, and all the service that he did for our country. So glad that you were there to represent the county, because he's a really, I'll say it one more time, amazing guy. So congratulations to him.
And if you haven't had a chance to meet him, please take the time to go to the Pearl Harbor exhibit inside the USS Lexington. I just believe that, we should all understand our history, but to have somebody teach it to you that was actually there is a gift to be treasured by our community.
I hope someone has recorded his gift, but because.
They
man, you are
have.
Not kidding, good.
We
That's-
need to see that.
Video.
They did do an oral biography. I asked Captain Banta the same question, and he told me that they had, but I haven't seen it yet.
That's
So
cool.
maybe that's something we
They
could,
have a video.
we
I
could
would-
allow.
I would love to, Tyner, or whoever can follow up, I would love to see that video and play it here.
I agree.
So that all the citizens
Tyner.
that watch this can see it. He's an amazing guy. I know that's 12 times, but anyway.
So, well, thank you. All right, so in backwards form, Lorenzo, we have completed our mission on number 3. And because yes, number 14. Yes, and because we have members here of our Sheriff's Deputy's Office, we would like to jump to item number 14. And then I also, court recognizes Judge Enna Klein. Judge Klein, if you would give us the opportunity to finish this item, we'll move right into, okay, thank you so much. Tyner, it's an important week for law enforcement. We also recognize that we have our sheriff with us, also our constable. And I think that while the weather does not allow us a proper ceremony, no pun intended, I'm going to ask for a rain check. We need to make certain that, I believe, is it October or November when we also have a very special? October. Let us rejoin this effort in marking not only your service, but how well you do that service in the month of October with a very grand celebration that's fitting for your line of work and for your commitment to your duty. Tyner, would you please read for us?
I'll begin, Judge. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week was first proclaimed on May 5th, 1984, by President Ronald Reagan when he signed Proclamation 5187, creating National Correctional Officers Week to recognize the men and women who work in jails, prisons, and community corrections across the country. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week became the official name the first week in May when, in 1986, the U.S. Senate officially changed the name from National Correctional Officers Week. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week has been designated as the week of May 2nd through May 8th by the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Whereas The National Correctional Officers and Employees Week honors the work of correctional officers and correctional personnel for their service with honor, respect, and integrity, and raises the awareness of the duties, hazards, and sacrifices made by the correctional employees. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Nueces County recognizes correctional officers and employees for their role in safeguarding the citizens of Nueces County by providing safe, secure, and humane incarceration of offenders within their custody. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County the week of May 2nd through May 8th, 2021, as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. All citizens are encouraged to pay tribute to the many correctional employees working in Nueces County for the vital public service they provide.
Thank you so much, Tyner. Is there a motion at this time?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you, and we'll have discussion, and with us here, Sheriff, would you like to make introductions? But I know the Sheriff's Officers Association, represented by Joe Gonzalez, is also here. He might want to say a few words after you,
Yeah, I'll do
Sheriff.
that. I'll invite Sergeant Gonzalez up here
Thank you.
to introduce his staff. But
Thank you.
Judge and Commissioners, and y'all know this, the criminal justice system has a lot of moving parts. And in my opinion, one of the most under-recognized elements of our criminal justice system are the men and women who work in the county jail. Across the state of Texas, but more so here in Nueces County, especially during the last 14 months. The demographics in that jail have changed significantly in the last 14 months because of the court's slowdown. And we're no longer a county jail environment. We are a penitentiary environment. We have close to 80 inmates in that jail that have been there more than 500 days. We have over 80 inmates in our Nueces County Jail that are there for murder and homicide. It's a tough environment to work in, but the men and women who come to work every single day, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's a hurricane, whether it is struggles and issues in their personal life with their family, whether it's intense rain and flooding, they show up to work every single day. And I can't thank them enough, and I appreciate your resolution and you thanking them in a public manner like this. I read those daily contact reports, and there's not a day that goes by that they don't save a life, whether it's stopping a suicide or more often a medical emergency that happens in their presence or when they walk up on it. There would not be enough life-saving medals to go around if we recognized every life-saving event in that jail. And because of privacy issues of the inmates, I can't celebrate those events on social media or with a newspaper, but it's a everyday way of life for them when it comes to saving lives, keeping the inmates safe and secure in a very compassionate manner, and taking care of each other. And that being said, Sergeant Gonzalez.
Commissioners, thank you so much for the resolution. It really means a lot to us. I'm going to echo what the sheriff said. The environment in our jail has definitely changed. We have 80 murderers sitting in our jail. So it's not a county jail, it's a penitentiary environment. So the job has definitely gotten harder. And here today we have Lieutenant Cooper, we have Officer Cáceres, and we have Officer Julian Barardo. Sorry that we couldn't have more people here, but we have a job that has to be done 24/7. So I just want to thank you guys for the appreciation and recognition of corrections officers. Thank you.
I just also want to take this time to let the court know that Sergeant Gonzalez does a great job for, his own job description, but in representing the interest of his fellow officers and correctional officers, he really has done a great job of keeping me informed and making certain that the issues that are important to them also get in front of you for your consideration. And that's actually going to happen later today, and we owe you that thanks. And I hope that we can have a positive result for you as a result of your action. So it's not just their daily jobs. They're looking out for one another, even if it doesn't affect them. So anyway, we are most grateful. Commissioners?
Judge, I just wanted to add, thank you. I mean, I think that's, I don't even know how to put in words the appreciation that I have for law enforcement. I know this court does, that I have for what y'all do. Every day, you know, you're putting your life on the line in a different way, whether it's as a jailer or on the street patrol. It's all dangerous. It's all tough. I know it's hard to find people to work in the jail. I know it's hard to do what you do. I appreciate the fact that every day you get up, you put a uniform on, and you put your lives on the line. That's the bottom line. I have always, as an elected official, been supportive, not only in word, but in deed, of law enforcement, and I'm proud of that. And I put law enforcement, and people can criticize this, I don't care. I put law enforcement as a completely different category than other county, city employees, and that doesn't mean I dislike or think that they don't do their jobs, but you are in a different category. You are special, you are unique, you put your lives on the line, and I feel very strongly about that, and I always will. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You know, while the men in blue are the first responders out in the streets, you guys are the first responders in that jail. And we thank you for that. You know, and when I see some of your correctional officers early in the morning, after getting off at graveyard shift, they're Garibaldi's, sometimes I treat them breakfast. You know, some know who I am, some don't know who I am. But I always say thank you for what you do. And thank you for, you know, always putting that uniform on and knowing what's going to happen today. I've worn the uniform, the police officer uniform. I worked in the jail and inside the walls. So I know what it is to go in that door and then hopefully to come out that day, later on the day. So, you know, and I know we don't thank you enough, and I know that you guys think that we don't, but believe me, I do appreciate everything you do. The safety of the inmates, the safety of the staff, and the safety of this community. It's what the motto is for for corrections, you know, because that's what you're there for. The safety of this community, the safety of the inmates, and the safety of yourself, you know, and we're hoping we can do more, and hopefully we can, you know, work with whatever we can. And believe me, not talk to Mr. Gonzalez once in a while too, and we talk about what the needs are, and not so much the wants, but the needs. And continue to tell me what your needs are, and maybe we'll work things out. So, again, thank you for all your services. Sheriff, thank you for making sure that people got what they need, you know. And if they don't, then let us know. Thank you.
I had the opportunity towards the latter part of last year to sit in the meeting with the sheriff and the jail standards group that came in. And, you know, we get updated and we hear many times issues that we have, infrastructure, staffing, but my eyes really literally got so huge that couldn't get over the fact that all these problems tie into how the sheriff's able to manage the jail, infrastructure, lack of staff, that puts you all at risk, right? And puts the inmates at risk, right? That's a liability for us as well. But, you know, the rest of the court has already said thank you. But, you know, I agree with what Commissioner Chesney said is, you know, let's not just be about word, right? Let's be about action. And so we know that we're in the middle of a contract, and it's not about that. But we know that in order to attract and retain good qualified staff as correctional officers, that we need to really excel in supporting that. And so, you know, I think we've all been in touch with Joe, and so he's really advocating for a lot of ideas, and I think that we should explore that even now, right? That we don't have to wait until our contract comes up, but let's work on things that we can solve now to help, because every time we hear the sheriff talking about almost a full staff, or a full shift, I'm sorry, of officers who are not hired, that's scary. Scary for you to have backup. It's scary that once again, the liability issue is there. And we want to do all that we can. So I want to thank Joe and all his officers, all his members of his staff, and of course the sheriff for working with us and keeping us updated. And I think that's the only way we can help work to try to solve the issues that are there and the needs that are there. So, thank you all.
I also want to thank you all for the job that you all do. I know it's not easy. I know firsthand. My youngest son worked there as a jailer as soon as he graduated. He was working at the refineries, and they sent him home because it was raining. So he went home, and he said, I want a job where I can work rain or shine. I said, really? He said, yes. So I called my friend Wally Rodriguez, that was a jailer there, an old-timer, and I got them both together. And Wally talked to him, and my son came and applied and became a jailer. And he was with the Sheriff's Department for 10 years, and then he moved on. He's with DPS now. He's a sergeant in Highway Patrol. So people do get a lot of experience in starting with the Sheriff's Department. And if you're young enough to where you want to move on, you can. If not, you guys still do a great job that's beneficial to everybody. So for that, I appreciate you all, and thank you very much.
Judge, I got one thing that I want to, Judge, I got one more thing I want to say to the officers. If, just to let you know how passionate we all are, and I am, because I have a daughter that's a correctional officer for 22 years with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So my mind is always in my mind on her too, when she walks in those doors and out those doors. So I know how your family feels. So thank you.
Sheriff, you can see that your team is not only valued, but I think that there is a real desire, from what I'm hearing, to give you the continued resources that you need. Whether that's, a future training academy that you and I have talked about in the future, or just the resources that we need. We're in a different, all things change, and your jail has changed dramatically, and we need to recognize that and adjust appropriately. And I do believe that if you honor the people that have come here, you should honor their leader too. So take credit as well, because the character of these fine men and women are a reflection of leadership. Thank you, and we have a resolution that we're going to get for you, I believe that's signed, that Tyner will give to the sheriff and that you can proudly share with your colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Absolutely. We're going to take time for a picture. If you all would come forward, we'll come off the bench here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the vote before we go. And all those, who did you have? You have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Thank you. Motion carries.
Hang on just a second. How about you face the camera?
It's a good start.
Yeah, it's this morning.
Yeah, that's nice with the seal.
Everybody see me? Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good work.
Where's the 4? Okay. Yeah.
We'll get the resolution to y'all after the process. Send it to the sheriff. Okay. Sir, we'll see you later. Thank you.
Jason, you'll be up next, as they say, on deck. Do you want to introduce Constable McCain? Would you like to introduce Constable McCain?
Yes.
Okay.
We need to go back.
We're going to reopen public comment just for a few moments here for our audience watching here virtually. And we welcome, you can't really say you're new anymore, because I feel like you're everywhere, and you're everywhere we are. So, but it's so nice to have you actually in the courtroom. You're always on duty. You're always present. You have really been an asset for us in the in the war, really, on COVID-19, at least from my office perspective and emergency management. So here is your official welcome that we really owe to you some time back. Commissioner Chesney.
Constable, if you want to take that back mic, I'd like you to say a few words, introduce yourself, and, he's been great. I've had the opportunity to get to know him over the last few months, and, man, he is really busting his tail. I don't know how else to say it in Flower Bluff. His
And the island.
Yeah, and the island, well, not the island, he doesn't have the island, he is Flower Bluff and some of the south side.
But he
And,
helps everywhere.
boy, I've had some of his deputy constables just, like, come up to me. Gosh, he's doing a great job, just unsolicited.
Yeah.
He's not around, they're not kissing up to him, they're just, they've just stopped me and said, hey, we just want you to know he's doing a great job out here. And so, wanted to make sure, introduce you and let you tell the court what you're doing, whatever you want to say. And then I need you to sign the public comment board before you leave, so we're official. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. It's an honor to be here this morning. For those of you who don't know my name is Jason McCacken, and I am the Constable of Precinct 2. So I was elected January 1st, or November actually, took office and hit the ground running, and we've made some strides. The judge has requested us to do some things. Commissioner Chesney has also, we are at your disposal. It was, a rough start, but I think we're rolling along pretty good now, and I'm, excited for the future to work with the Commissioners Court to see how we can improve not only our precinct, but Nueces County as a whole. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate you, and I just can't say enough good things about what we've seen out there. He's super involved in the community, Judge, and just gets out, and I know in other parts of the precinct also, but I know they love him in Flower Bluff. So great to have you here, and we appreciate all you do. And like I said, I just need you to sign this so that we're official.
Yeah.
All right.
And Brent, will you sign me up too there? I just want to echo that it's not only been a pleasure, but one thing I saw just like a couple of days ago when I was in Houston, and I don't know if you like this idea, but I thought it was just terrific. In the neighborhoods, they actually have signs, and they say, this area patrolled by constable, and then it would be Jason McCacken, right?
We're in the works, Judge.
Oh, that's so great, because I feel like the people should really know their constables, and sometimes they do, unfortunately, for the wrong reasons, right? But let's do it in a proactive way. I support this 100%. If you need funding, I hope you'll come to our office and we'll help you work a funding source. It's a wonderful thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner and I, we have talked briefly about a program that we want to start. It started in Houston PD, and it went to Travis County.
Yeah.
And then we wanted them down here, but it's for the
Oh, my
seniors.
gosh.
So it's a group. It's a work in progress. We're just
Awesome.
we got the space now in the building, so we're going.
Great, we're on the same wavelength. That's
He's got a
great.
lot of ideas, Judge.
Awesome.
It's
Can't
pretty
wait.
cool, and he doesn't have to look too far for a funding source. I'm always happy to help, and
Yeah.
have made that clear to him. So, again,
Done.
thank you so much for being here. Right, yeah.
That's great. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll close public comment this time, and I'm going to advance item G1. Judge Ina Klein is here, and Kathy is helping us right now with the COVID-19 response update and report. But Kathy, let's jump straight to our new governor's orders. And the reason is I'm going to ask Judge Klein to make a few comments because last night we received, and thank you for getting that to me, both you and Judge Maderi were just spot on. The Office of Court Administration has given us some new guidance, and our governor has given us new guidance with his new order. And so, Kathy, if you want to lead, you can, or I can take it, whatever is, just as regard to the mask mandate, because the court wants to address that this morning. All right, so what I want to share with you, and let me just try to read here. Well, I'm going to pull it up, but to paraphrase, our governor has issued a new mandate that governmental entities shall not enforce mask mandates. We will not have a mask mandate in the county courthouse. As you guys know, the new CDC guidance allows for all of us who are fully vaccinated, that's why we're all here, isn't it great, with no masks, that we no longer have to social distance and we no longer have to wear masks if we're fully vaccinated. However, if you're not fully vaccinated, the CDC does encourage strongly, and I encourage strongly as the Emergency Management Director, as does our entire team, to please continue to use those safe practices if you have not been able to get vaccinated. And the reason why is there are still some serious variants. These are variants that would not necessarily protect you if you had COVID-19, but if there was a new strain out there, you could still catch that new strain. So this morning at my directive, we have removed, starting probably about 8:30 when we started court, all of the signage that talks about the mandates, okay? All of those are currently being removed. It might take us a little bit this morning because there's quite a few of them. We're going to talk about replacing those signage with some language that mimics the Office of Court Administration's language that we received from Judge Klein that she will shortly share with us. If you have any questions regarding this order or mandate, we can certainly discuss momentarily. By coincidence, the order that we had put in place, I would say it's what we call perfect timing, was going to expire today at noon. So our order, as you recall from this court, did not overextend itself, but rather had a time period where we were going to stop, pause, and reevaluate. Well, we're doing all three, but now that we know the governor's orders has been issued, we will not conflict with those. And so we're just going to continue to please encourage everybody to, do all the great things we've been doing, which is washing your hands. And again, if you are somebody working in the courthouse or coming to our courthouse for jury duty, for paying of fees or fines, whatever your reason is for entering here, if you're not vaccinated, we're going to strongly encourage you to protect yourself. If you are, you have the comfort of knowing that that vaccine is strong enough and good enough to not only protect you against COVID-19, but also protect others, because you will not be shedding that virus in any amounts where others could receive the contamination or the contagiousness of the virus through you. So with that, Judge Klein, share with us some of the important information we learned last night from the Office of Court Administration.
Thank you, Judge Canales
Yes.
and Commissioners. So first of all, I think Office of Court Administration is requesting a clarification both from the Governor's Office and from the Supreme Court as to whether the courts fall under the government entities, under the definition of the government in the governor's executive order. So we're waiting for that clarification. Also, the 36th emergency order of the Texas Supreme Court expires on June 1st. So hopefully we'll get a new order clarifying whatever has not been clarified just in a few days. Until then, the Office of Court Administration gives a little bit of guidance regarding that the courts can require compliance with social distancing protocols and face coverings worn over the nose and mouth. Also, they're stating that fully vaccinated persons should not be required but encouraged to wear a face covering, and fully vaccinated individuals should not be required to socially distance. And the one very important guidance they're giving us, which hopefully everybody will follow, is that courts should not inquire about the vaccination status, as this information is definitely private information. So all of this will be critically important, especially as we restart jury trials and we get many people coming in to serve on the jury and perform their civic duties. Hopefully we'll receive more clarification in the next few days, and I'll be happy to follow up on what we know.
We would really appreciate that, any guidance. So just for clarification, the governor's order focuses on the words governmental entities, and the clarification that Judge Klein and the presiding judges and the Office of Court Administration are looking for is, does that include, the courts? And so I spoke with Manager Zanoni by text early this morning. They had already issued orders from the city. They're going to have a retraction, it's my understanding. And so again, we
Can have a
will,
retraction of what?
they had already issued
Oh, right.
orders that said basically, please wear masks if you're not vaccinated.
I see, and they're gonna retract that
Okay.
based on the new order?
That's correct.
I got you.
That's correct. So again, we just want to tell everybody that we feel like this courthouse has a lot of good safety protocols, and we can continue to encourage great safety practices.
Personally, I'm going to change our signs to the requirement of a face covering to encouraging the
Exactly.
face covering. So,
And we are going to do the same too. So we've got a lot of, as they say, the sign companies are going to do well today throughout Nueces County. We're thrilled for them and the small businesses throughout. But it will take me, a couple of days. We've already, like I said, our emergency management team, as you know, that's here with us, they're going to be working on it, and everybody's going to coalesce around getting new signage. We'll also do our best to give everybody the right information as they approach, sometimes whether it's sec ops downstairs or any of us, so.
and as soon as I have any information, I will update y'all.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the jury trials, so we just finished last week on Thursday, first large jury trial, actually the second one, but this one lasted significantly longer. And I think in all the years that I have been a judge or a lawyer, this was the first time that a jury thanked us for doing our job. I've never experienced that before, but several jurors said they were so frustrated watching the news and hearing that the judges were not restarting jury trials, and our jail is so high, and that the consistency of the people in the jail is different. And the jurors felt very frustrated with hearing that update. And so they were actually happy to come and serve and be a part of the solution. So I wanted to share that with y'all. And they said they felt very safe. They felt safe at the courthouse. I know we couldn't have done it without the sheriff's office and without the sheriff actually, even though they're so shorthanded, designating several deputies to make sure that everything was safe. The jurors noted that. They noted that at all times they felt safe, and they felt the presence of the uniformed officers in the courtroom. And so I wanted to make sure to follow up on that with the sheriff and with the commissioner's court.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, and we also received similar response from Judge Watts, who also had that secondary jury trial. And she used the same words you just did. She said, I stand in awe of the tremendous effort of so many individuals who contributed and worked tirelessly for that first jury trial to become a reality. Timothy Everest is one of those villagers. She said it took a village. You're one of the chieftains in the village to help make those safety protocols, just make everybody comfortable.
It was definitely a team project to the
was.
point of where I was driving him and you crazy
It's all
about,
right.
stopping the noise, or whether we needed IT help, or whether with the sheriff for additional help. The cleaning crew I don't think the courthouse has ever been cleaner.
You're right.
Than it is now. So just phenomenal.
Well, and it's just great to have the feedback that we can do it. We can do it, but, we took a lot of, we just worked really hard in emergency management, risk management, and the judges, and it makes us feel really good. But we do need to be prepared and wait for this guidance, and we'll be working with Judge Maderi as the presiding judge at the Fifth Administrative Region, with Judge Klein, our local presiding for the district courts, and the county courts as well. Everybody, guys, we're really gonna make certain that we're very communicative, but this came down late last night. And so at 10 o'clock, I think when you text me.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm thrilled. I mean, I want people to know, we are constantly working. We're gonna get you the information as soon as we know it. But this is our status now, and we hope to inform you very soon through court administration.
Awesome.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you,
so
everybody.
much. So Kathy, with that is kind of our intro. I'm not sure that, that we need any amended orders from the county attorney. It just is going to expire on its own at noon, and we will be good, okay? All of these ideas of changing signs is part of our emergency management daily task orders. So when you see the new signs, now you're fully informed. Kathy, take us through anything else you need. You've got 3 items on the agenda. They're all disaster-related, and we sure do appreciate you being here.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to first update everyone on the weather as it is occurring at this period of time. We have been in close contact with Robstown, EMC, and EMS, as well as TxDOT and DPS, and our district coordinator, Gary Barney. Robstown Schools, ISD, has shut down for today. We have requested DPS to help with traffic control in that area. We have closed down the feeder roads for 77 and 44. I've requested that of DPS. We are, Juan Pimentel has surveyed the unincorporated Nueces County and is reporting flooding on most of the roads and in a lot of water in the ditches. Chief Zapata and Chief Clack out of Annaville are working together to try to remove any flooding from the roads where possible, and are prepared to evacuate anyone that needs evacuation from any of these regions. And with that said, we are also working with PIO to make public announcements and releases so that your constituents are updated on the weather and any risks that they may incur. With that, we're going to go forward. COVID-19, American Bank is closed today due to the weather. We have a couple of
And when you say American Bank, you mean American Bank Center for Testing?
Yes, American
Right.
Bank Center for COVID
Because we might have
vaccinations
some-
is
American Bank
closed
appreciates that,
today.
Judge.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Nueces County has opened a couple of new locations. The Antonio E. Garcia Arts and Education Center, Goodwill Clearance Store, the Texas State Aquarium, La Palmera Mall continues to be open 7 days a week, and Flower Bluff High School is scheduled for the 21st. And we are noting Greenwood Senior Center is open. The Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health System is working diligently to, and I know this sounds odd because it is May, they're working diligently to do back-to-school vaccinations due to the fact they're going to be working with the military for approximately a week. So while they're trying to vaccinate the 12 and above individuals, we are also trying to do the back-to-school vaccinations at the same time. Anyone interested in back-to-school vaccinations needs to call the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District to make an appointment so that they can quickly get them addressed when they come in the door at any of the locations. With that said, we're going to move on. We have made our second report to FEMA, the Equitable Vaccination Administration Report, and that is required to be reported on monthly as far as our completed vaccinations for Nueces County and our proposed vaccinations. We also provided them with the Advancing Health Equity in Nueces County report, amid and beyond the COVID-19 pandemic final report. This was produced in conjunction with the Texas Health Institute, the Nueces County Office of Emergency Management, Nueces County Hospital District, as well as Accenture. And it's very impressive. It's one of the first for the state of Texas. So we're on board, and the reporting is going well. We are working with Haggerty Consultants to get that done in a timely manner.
Thank you.
We are also, as far as the winter weather URI, which is DR 486, we have gotten an extension to June 19th. One request I do have from our Haggerty consultants that are helping us with this is that we need more pictures. We do not have enough pictures of damages for any departments or any of the independent IPs that are submitting. We need pictures. We are almost concluded on all of our documentation that we've received from all of our internal departments, so that's moving along well. So we are just going to utilize this additional time to get pictures and bone up our information. With that.
Excuse me, Kathy, I just want to say how important it is if you're a department head or if you get a request from us, it is an important piece of our recovery and our submittals so that we can receive our reimbursements from the government. And so, we just need to be more mindful that we do well when we document. And so please adhere to the time is of the essence aspect to these requests. It's not when you can do it, it's please stop what you're doing and get us the information that we need. These are super critical reports, and it's been the difference between, for example, after Hurricane Harvey and how we were able to seek reimbursements and produce documentation. It's really night and day, and we are creating new protocols and new ways of creating our after-action reports. We did not have that in our big disaster before, and now we do. And I know it's different, but it's really critical. So when Kathy sends you or Melissa sends you these requests, it's please immediately pay heed and help us get this information because it'll help you and your department most importantly.
Yes, ma'am. And just so that everyone realizes, FEMA, the assessment process that they've used in the past is not going to exist any longer.
That's correct.
They are going to request that each one of the jurisdictions do their own assessments. And it is a great deal of paperwork, and we're working diligently with a couple of organizations to try to figure out what the best way is to address this as the incident is occurring so that we can start accumulating on the spot so that we're not doing it on the backside, we're doing it as it occurs because it's all fresh in our minds. And we're also doing an extremely large after-action report for the winter storm weather because that was an unusual incident. It's not like a hurricane. So we're working very diligently, reaching out to all of our partners across Nueces County to get feedback on what was done, how we could do it better, what their recommendations are, what issues they ran into, and so that we have better communications. But just so that you know, disasters begin and end on the local level, and FEMA really means it now.
Yeah, they do. And Kathy, everybody is receiving our burn rates. And so if you look at Uri, the winter storm, you'll notice that while it has, it packed a mean and wicked punch on personal levels, personal sufferings, personal tragedies, it's not falling in the category of extreme dollar amounts in losses for Nueces County. While this is good for our fiscal health, it does make for an unusual after-action report. So it's really important that we document, but that we also understand what does that mean. So, for example, it hasn't even hit $1 million yet for us, which is, again, highly unusual for such unspeakable pain and suffering. So this is a strange case, but we're going to make a call to action here for processes and things like warehouse distribution centers and other trauma type, I would say, improvements so that we're no longer using vacuum trucks to haul water in the middle of the night on frozen roads. So, and the same for generators. So there's a lot of fiscal impact for our future, but don't look for this storm to really pack the punch that, for example, Hurricane Hannah did or Hurricane Harvey before that. Very different. It's a very different storm.
Yes, ma'am. And the Bob Hall Committee is still continuing to meet and address ways to improve revenue streams. They're looking for grants and any ways that we can provide money to rebuild Bob Hall Pier. So if you get in any information that's available, please bring it to our attention, as that committee is still working very hard. I believe I tried to make it short and sweet. I know you have a big agenda for today. Do you have any additional questions or anything else you would like comments on?
Commissioners, anything for Kathy? I just want to say I stopped by La Palmera yesterday to check in, and we have a military team there assisting City County Public Health. They looked great. They were doing great. We've seen a steady supply of customers, so to speak, to get vaccinations. And I just want to remind the audience that La Palmera is available 7 days a week. It's part of our health equity program. Some of the places that Kathy mentioned are new and are being run by Nueces County along with Krista Spahn, our partner with Pfizer. But we want to thank Krista Spahn for that, but also they made a large transfer of Pfizer to City County Public Health, and that's also going to really help us. You have choices in your vaccine if you really want to see normal and protection of our economic prosperity. We want to highly encourage everybody to go and get their vaccination today. Or information about the vaccinations can be found there on at La Palmera Mall. But if there is a place in your precinct that you think needs to be addressed, we hope that you'll reach out to Melissa and the team. Also, we're going to supply you with a copy. As of yesterday, I had it bound. It's a copy of our social determinants of health. And I want to announce on June 15th, we're going to host 3 different forums for you to attend. They'll all be in person, but we'll provide virtual links as well. That's going to be at Krista Spahn. We're going to do grand rounds there with our social determinants of health report. We're also going to be working with the Chamber of Commerce. I don't think I have a time there, but Christus is on their 3rd floor at noon. I'm going to ask Tyner to post all of these meetings so that we can all attend. We're going to invite the city and city council members as well. And the 3rd one will be at Del Mar's Eco Devo. We just need to confirm time and room as well. But this is an opportunity for you to see how do we choose where we go. It's based upon real data. And yesterday we did a national seminar for counties. Nueces County was chosen as a case study. I also want to let you know that Microsoft has chosen Nueces County to also work with vaccine health equity. So I know that maybe at the local level, with masks off, we don't want to talk about vaccines, but they're more important than ever. And we've got a real opportunity to reach herd immunity in our backyard if we'll continue this quest. But it starts with health equity, and it's something that we're very proud of because we're the only county I know of in Texas that has done that. And we're grateful to Hospital District, Accenture, and THI for making us, quite frankly, the gold standard in Texas when it comes to vaccine health equity. With that, Kathy, I don't see any questions, but are there any from anybody regarding any of the disasters, number 1, number 2, or number 3 that are listed under G? All right, Kathy, keep us posted from National Weather Service. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate you. Just as a matter of housekeeping, I am going to go back to resolutions, but H1 is just staring at me. So can I have a motion, please, for the approval of May 5th, 2021 minutes?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor? There's no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, going back into regular order, believe it or not, number 1, F1, we've got to come back and catch that. I've asked Tyner to take the lead on these resolutions, and so he will get organized there, and we're going to go with Hector Salinas Jr. resolution in memory of.
I'll begin, Judge.
Thank you.
Whereas Hector Salinas Jr. was born on March 3rd, 1945 in Elsa, Texas, and went on to graduate from Mary Carroll High School in Corpus Christi. Whereas from an early age, Salinas fell in love with baseball. Whereas his career included coaching baseball at Carroll, Miller, and Moody High Schools, leading Moody to its first playoff season in 1974 and its first appearance in the state tournament 3 years later. Whereas Salinas served as head baseball coach at Texas Southmost College in Brownsville, Laredo College, and Texas A&M University Kingsville, as well as coaching at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, where he earned the NCAA Independent Coach of the Year. Whereas Salinas was inducted as a member of the Moody Hall of Fame in 2000, Rio Grande Valley Sports Hall of Fame 2009, and Texas A&M University Kingsville Hall of Fame 2013. Whereas Salinas, after retiring from coaching, served on the Corpus Christi Independent School Board and the Del Mar College Board of Regents, where he was a strong advocate of student education needs and ensuring all had opportunity to learn. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that we hereby honor the memory of Hector Salinas Jr. for his lifetime of accomplishments and service to our community. And we hereby encourage the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in offering condolences to the Salinas family in this time of mourning.
Thank you. Is there a motion for such resolution? A motion and a second, a resounding second, I'm sure, from all of us. And we will make sure that we get this important resolution to Orlando and Trey and the girls, Paula. And so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Just discussion, just
Sure.
real quick, and I know we've had a lot of resolutions and we've talked a lot on those, but gosh, this one is obviously so important. I know all of us knew Hector in different capacities, and again, Judge, glad you were there to speak and give his eulogy, but he was just something. You know, he was just such a South Texas character in such a good way. So I just wanted to offer the condolences to the family on, and just, it's just, when you have a larger than life person that passes, it's really hard because you just think, how can he be gone? But nevertheless, that goes to show that life is definitely very fleeting, and we need to make every moment count. So again, condolences to Hector's family, and we will miss him.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else?
I would.
Okay,
I
Commissioner Mottes.
had the opportunity to serve with Hector on the school board. We got elected at the same time in 2012. And, you know, it's just his passion, his background that he brought from education and from coaching came out in every meeting. And so it was an honor to serve with him. He finished his term a little short. He had an opportunity. He still had coaching left in him. After he retired, that he took a job as athletic director up in Seguin. And so he actually left his term short there on the school board. So I think he was only there maybe 2 years. But it just kind of showed he could never get away from baseball. He could never get away from the sports. But that was always something he advocated there at CCISD. Obviously, education with all of his family being in there. His wife Hilda working there at the administration office. And he always was an advocate for turf. He wanted turf in all the fields, and so that's one of my fondest memories is he always wanted to have quality fields, and we really see that now there in CCISD, and I think that goes to Hector and a lot of what he was advocating there also at Del Mar. So it was a loss for me as it was for all of us, but having a chance to serve with him, it was an honor, and he was a fighter. He would, if he believed in something, he would not back down, and he did that on many votes, and just thinking of Hilda and all the kids and my grandkids, and they truly have a lasting legacy, and he will. And I hope that CCISD or Del Mar will take appropriate steps to honor him for a lasting tribute with a field or some sort of facility, because he deserves it. And I'm truly sad at his loss, but thankful for the life he lived.
It's a beautiful tribute. Commissioner?
Yes, and if they do that, John, it'd be very benefiting to give Hector Salinas that honor. And I just want to echo the same thing, that Hector was very passionate about the things he did, especially with the young people. He was really interested and involved with the young people of this community. So with that, may he rest in peace, and my condolences to the family. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say on Hector, you know, he was about education, about sports. You know, and Hector and I played ball when we were in Little League together, Pony League together, Teenage League, and semi-pro. And he was a pitching legend. He was one of the best pitchers this city has ever had. You know, and he always made the headlines. Salinas, you know, hottest pitcher. You know, so one time he told me, he says, Joe, you know, it takes a good pitcher to win a game. I said, well, it takes a better catcher to help that pitcher. So, because I was a catcher. So Hector and I, you know, we go back a long ways, but he never gave up, you know, and, you know, he was a school board, then went to Del Mar, you know, and, you know, he wanted to give back, and, you know, he did in many ways. So he will always be remembered, and those kids he coached, I know they're going to remember him forever. So, my condolences and prayers to the family.
All the great coaches of our community learned from Hector Salinas. And he wasn't just about leading great programs, he was about creating great programs. And I said on that day that the reason public servants were there to honor him, along with people that knew him and coached with him or for him, along with his family, was because he was a great public servant, as you said, Commissioner Matas. And his dream was to have JUCO ball here in our community. And because you represent a place where there is an opportunity to actually have JUCO ball, I hope that we can carry on that dream for him. I know that I've spoken to many about that, but I think having created programs at Laredo Junior College that no longer exist, there's a real opportunity to carry his mission of giving all kids an opportunity to play ball. And sometimes he recognized that, you know, Division I wasn't attainable immediately, but could be over time. And so he did more for kids in our area than probably any other baseball coach to provide access and equality and opportunity. So you're right, he was different. He was magical. He was that 10th man on the diamond at all times. He got in your head, and he was a true legend. And so he will be missed. And for the family that carries on the legacy, including all those great kids and grandkids, your grandfather and father's memory will remain alive in us all. So thank you for that. And we've already passed the resolution, but again, we'll make certain that that we'll be able to present this to Orlando, who said it best at his father's service, that that he's going to take care of everyone, and I know that he will. Thank you, Tyner, for preparing that for us. That was very special. If we move along to items in the resolutions, we still have a few more. Item number 8, it's my understanding we've completed 1 through 7. Item number 8 relates to HR 2372, and S952 relates to benefits for those veterans that were exposed to burn pits and other toxins. And Tyner, would you like?
Judge, this court has supported Burn Pits 360, which was a local effort in the past. This was brought to our attention, and we decided to bring it before the court for the court's consideration. There's nobody here. I'll read the now therefore in the interest of time. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that it supports HR 2372 and I believe Senate Bill 952, providing for the presumption of benefits for war fighters exposed to burn pits and other toxins.
And these are federal bills, everybody, not Texas bills, just for your clarification. These are House and Senate bills in Congress.
That's correct.
And I'd like to make a motion to pass such a resolution, and I'd look for a second at this time. Second, and is there any discussion? Go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
Commissioner.
The work that Rosie, Leroy, and the whole group out there are doing is unbelievable. I mean, they've grabbed national attention, obviously. I mean, they've worked with Jon Stewart on a public service announcement. They've gone to Congress. They've been advocating in Texas. And if you haven't had a chance yet to visit with them or see the work they're doing or see the videos of the soldiers and members of the military who are being impacted by just, I mean, cancer is devastating, but it's just horrific how damaging this exposure has put on their bodies and, of course, their livelihoods, their families. And so I proudly stand to support this because of that work. And I think that, I know that hopefully one day soon that this will be declared a war-related injury and that the men and women who are exposed to this and their families receive the benefits and the assistance that is needed because they've followed orders and they parked their tent right downwind from a huge burn pit of toxic chemicals, of ammunition and explosives and other materials left in war. And they can barely breathe through that to begin with, and then to find that it creates horrific cancers and illnesses that are so rare that some barely have a name to them. And so if this is, if this is the least that we can do, I'm glad that we have this here on our agenda today to support it and encourage us as a court. I know that you have been leading this judge to help support Rosie and Leroy and all of their group. And it's a national group, and so I just wish them the best and thank them for their fight for all of these men and women.
John, your tribute is truly moving, and I know that Torreses and all the afflicted are appreciative of those words. For the record, Burn Pits 360 is the only 501c3 nonprofit organization to offer independent burn pit exposure registry for family members. Chairman Herrero helped carry that bill last legislative session, and you can, through burn pits registry, you could record the names of warriors who served our nation but have passed away due to illness from toxic injury. They focus on health outcomes for current and former military, and they are focused on advocacy, education, and outreach. They've asked for our support on this matter, and I highly encourage my colleagues to join me with this motion. And next court, I'll be bringing to you an opportunity for our court to participate in a way where we can collaborate with Burn Pits 360 in what's called the Field of Honor, preparing already for Veterans Day. I can't wait to share that with you all. At this time, if there are no other members that would like to discuss, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Abstention. Okay, thank you, guys. We'll get that to Rosie Torres and Burn Pits 360. Number 9 is the Cal Allen High School Lady Cats soccer team for their successful season. Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, Judge, thank you. They had to postpone also. Weather.
Understood. Would you like to have them back and
Yeah,
table the item?
They're already being told they could be back the next.
Great.
June 9th.
So would you like a motion to table?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Make a motion to table, please.
And motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, we look forward to having them back. We've done 10 and 11, so we'll move to item number 12 in recognition of Foster Care Month.
And Judge, they are not going to make it today, but they do want us to go ahead and
Sounds good.
and do the resolution. I'll read the now therefore. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the month of May 2021 is Foster Care Month, duly adopted by court on this day, 19th of May, 2021.
Move passage.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Other than what a great month to recognize people who are so giving to receive to provide foster care in their home for children. And we would love to have them back and when it's appropriate, Tyner.
And Judge, there's
Yes.
there's not enough foster families, so we need more.
We do. We need a little bit more recognition,
Yes.
so we'd like to have them back.
We'll invite them, Judge.
In fact, Commissioner, somewhere in my memory, I remember there was a statistic that maybe you shared it with me about foster care children and the real inequities on getting them to college and really needing, great opportunities. So this is an area that I think we could focus on here in Nueces County quite well. So I'd like to have them back and have them present some statistics for us so that we can have a little bit more awareness. Having said that, let's go ahead and make the recognition. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. All right, we've already done, I'm sorry. Item number 13, I still think they want us to go forward, or are they going to come back?
That's correct, because
Okay.
May 20th is actually National Stop the Bleed Day, so
Okay.
we want to go ahead and get this to them.
Let's go ahead and do that then.
Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the 20th day of May, 2021 is National Stop the Bleed Day. All are encouraged to get trained, be ready, and be empowered to stop the bleed.
I'd love to encourage everybody, when they do come and make their presentation, we're going to try to maybe do a wellness event around this. I think this is just as important as understanding CPR, and we would really like the RAC and Hillary Watt to come back and share with us the value of learning these basic life-saving tools in a potentially emergency situation. So is there a motion? And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, that completes, Tyner, all of items 1 through 16 on public comment. And we've now done F, G, and H. And I am mindful, I've got some people on the line, but I'm going to move quickly to
Which one, Judge?
item number I. I'm staying in order right now.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just saying, I'm noticing I've got to do one out of order here, but,
Oh, okay.
but we'll stick for this right now. There's only one board appointment, and it's the South Texas Water Authority. And we have the opportunity to look at several applicants that have been available in our packet. And
Judge, can I nominate Angela Pena for the, sorry, I think that's the Driscoll spot, and Rosie Colleen for the at-large spot.
Second.
if that's
okay, I've
appropriate.
got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And I'd also like to nominate Aaron Munoz.
Excuse me, but I got to make sure everybody votes on that.
Aye, yes.
You said aye.
Yes.
Okay.
Was there another, oh, I didn't, was there another spot? I'm sorry.
No, there's another one.
Oh.
on my precinct.
Okay, so we have another nomination, but we have a record vote, 3-1, and one,
No, I think it was 4-0.
was it 4-0?
Yeah, he.
Okay, 4-0.
Yeah.
And then is there a third spot that's available, Tyner?
I believe so, Judge.
Precinct 2. Oh, at large? Or in precinct?
Well,
I think we had
the
two.
backup says that there's currently two
Two spots open.
positions with expiring terms.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's one in precinct 2 though, right?
It's place 8, which is at large, and place 6, which is Driscoll. Those expire.
Okay, so we have place 8. Can you please remind us, Angela's a place?
I think that was Driscoll, right?
That was your motion.
Yes.
Okay, right, so we have one more.
Do we have one more spot?
We have
Yeah,
one more spot.
she's Driscoll.
She's
Oh,
Driscoll.
But do we have another opening?
And then we have at-large,
I
we do
only
not.
I only show 2 positions.
Okay,
At large and.
okay, great. And Ms.
Driscoll.
Colleen is here, so congratulations. And I don't know if you want to say anything. You don't have to. I know you've made the effort to be here with us today, so. Just thank you so very much. Okay, thank you. All right, we appreciate it.
I have an application here, Turner, for Aaron Munoz, precinct 2. I think that's the one that's, had to drop out because he relocated. I don't know if that's what it is or not, but it's here. So, I don't know, it's on here.
We can put it back on the agenda next time.
But I hadn't seen it, and I hadn't even heard about it.
Can we research it, please, Tyner?
But and bring it back
Bring
if
it back,
if necessary.
okay?
Okay.
All right, okay, thank you. And now, we've got, we'll go ahead and do the consent agenda, and then we'll move to the regular agenda, and I want to, let's just move to the consent agenda at this time. There's items, quite a few items, going into the double letters through A through CC, A through CC, and I'll take any items that need clarification or an opportunity for discussion out at this time, so I can get a motion for the remainder.
So I have H
H, all righty,
and J.
and J.
I also have K,
K, all righty,
L,
L,
M,
M,
and N.
N, like Nancy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. Can I have a motion, if there are any others?
Judge, we would like to table double A.
Table double A, it'll be ready next time, is that correct? My
That's-
understanding?
That's correct.
Okay, let's do the table first, if there's
Motion
no
to
other
table.
tables. Is there a motion to table double A
So
for
moved.
the next court?
So moved.
All right, and motion, is that a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and forgive me, I don't have the date for the clerk,
And
but
I-
y'all can look it up.
I like to pull W.
Okay, pull W, all righty. Any others? Okay, I'm gonna look for a motion to approve all the remaining.
So moved.
And a second, please. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, let's just take it in order alphabetically. So that would be you, Commissioner Hernandez, on H.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Let's see.
a question?
lost my place.
And we have Michael here, Robinson, for procurement to help answer. But I believe this is the coastal parks one, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? No?
It's a janitorial one.
It's the entire janitorial services.
Oh, the
which
entire janitorial,
Which the
okay.
court already awarded to ABM, and we're just bringing back the contract for
Okay.
execution.
Okay,
But this is janitorial services, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this an extension, an extension? or-
No, we had a bid that the court authorized me to go out for bid because the previous extensions had expired, and it was time to go out for bids again, which we did. We received bids. I brought the bids to the court. We recommended ABM Janitorial Services for the award, and the court did award to ABM. And so we're just bringing back the contract
this
now.
is just the execution of the
Execution
document.
of the
We're
contract
already
that y'all
done.
have already awarded.
Okay. so
Were
do you
there
have-
any other bids?
Yeah, we discussed that in the last court when we did the award.
You don't remember who they were?
Give me a second.
I think what Michael's saying is that we already awarded the bids. We voted on it last court. Did you have a question on that, or?
No, I just wondered how,
Is this for how many, is it for a year, 2 years?
One. I think it's one, right? Or no? I thought it said one, but maybe I read it wrong. Yeah, this is for a term of 12 months, becoming upon execution of the contract with an option to renew for 4 additional one-year terms.
That is correct. That keeps us in line with not appropriating funds in future years.
So, yeah, it would have to be brought back after a year to renew if we
Correct.
choose to or not.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah, but I believe at that time we only received one other bid.
That's correct. I'm
Extended.
almost trying to remember is it land? Let me look it up real quick.
Sorry, this paperwork.
Well, let's bring that back. But the point is that this just, it's the execution. I mean, we can provide you with what's already been done.
Okay, I'm sorry, I found it.
Okay, good.
This was the previous one. So we had bids from Pritchard Industries Incorporated, LGC Global Energy, AHI Facility Service, Inc., and ABM Industry Groups. And ABM had the lowest price bid.
Okay, thank you.
So, or do you have a motion then to approve?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Sure.
super. And A second, please, somebody? Second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so it'll move towards execution. And then items J, Commissioner Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am. The emergency generators, have they been bought yet, Mike, or dealt with? Any bids?
So the bids for the generators, the court has already awarded contingent on funding. And so that was awarded to Generac. And this item is to request to go out for bids to build the pads on which those generators would be installed upon, and also the connections to the courthouse.
So you have to publish a note. This is just to publish the notice.
This is just a request for permission to go out for
Right.
bids.
And let me just help a little bit here. So this is the infrastructure piece of it. So to answer your question, we have done the actual big piece of equipment, but that's just one piece of the overall generation. This will be all the other stuff, I guess you could call it.
All right.
Right, and so there's two different ones on J and K to address the two different locations.
One's at the annex and one's here. So that's where J and K come in.
And they're both going out for bids.
That's correct.
Right, and so when we go out for bids, we'll be coming back to the court to let y'all know what bids came in. We'll be working with LAN to do this electronically, and we'll provide those results of the bids to y'all at that time. And then we'll do the award process, and then once you complete the award, we'll come back and do the execution. So we'll come back to court 2 more times on this one. And this is just the very first step. That's the normal course of business. Anytime that a department asks for me to take an item out for bids, I come to the court and request permission.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, and so can we combine J and K with motion since it's the same thing, just different locations? All right, is there a motion to approve item J?
Make a motion.
And I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then K is the annex, or I'm not sure which is the jail and which is the annex, but it's the different location. Do I have a motion to approve the method of procurement for item K? Okay, in a second.
Commissioner, you pulled it. Are you
I
good?
pulled it, yes, I did.
Did you?
I pulled K.
Yeah, it's the same one as J, it's just a different location. One is for the courthouse and the other one's for the annex.
Correct. J was
We
the
have-
courthouse and jail, and K was the annex.
And again, just to publish the notice for the bids.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That good, Commissioner? You good? Okay, I'm good.
thank you.
And so a motion, and then will you second, Commissioner Chesney?
Yes.
And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then we also have method of procurement on L. Commissioner Hernandez, you pulled L?
Yes, yes, Judge, I just wanted clarification on that. This is ADA for the courthouse?
Yes, this is ADA improvements inside the courthouse.
Inside the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
I have a question, Mike. Weren't we already working on that? Didn't we have, the ADA wasn't already being worked on by somebody inside? the courthouse?
It's been worked on for many years,
Who's the last-
Commissioner.
Who's the last one that's working on it?
COK, this is COK Architects, right?
Yes.
And so, this is that very large, estimated, project, of, in excess of $8.8 million. And these plans have been worked on for 3 years. And we finally got, to the point of, going out for bid on fixing the courthouse.
But to answer his question, we're ready to actually do the work, and that's what this is for.
Yes,
So we're going out for bids.
yes, time to bid.
Right, in other words, we've done all of you remember all of the architectural pieces of it. Now this is the actual construction pieces of it.
So we've done all the assessments analysis, I guess, from the architect,
Yeah,
engineering.
all the engineering work, architect work
Yes,
is
we're
done.
done.
We're now ready to do construction, so that's what this one is
Going
about.
out for bid, right?
That's
Yes, sir.
correct.
and this is for inside the courthouse, Michael?
Yes, sir.
Interior.
Like, what kind of work will they be doing?
So Tyner might be able to speak to it better than me.
Going to be changing counter heights throughout the
Doors.
building, wheelchair access, changing the width of doors. There's probably 1,000 doors in the courthouse that are 30 inches wide. They got to be minimum 32 inches wide. And it's a very, very extensive project that's been worked on a very, very long time.
Will they be looking at the electrical outlets as well? I know, I've had some people.
The height of light switches is a component of that.
Why don't you get him a copy of the I, J, and K? There's actually a complete list of all the things that that we have been flagged for and that we're gonna try to cure.
And then, as you may know, the exterior access was also part of this, but that was already done in a previous bid to fix the parking lots, and that's been done. And, you know, I'm going to be doing my annual report to the DOJ in July, and this is going to be part of it, and I'm going to, before I submit to the DOJ, this is going to be part of it, and I'll be reporting to the court, you know, the details on the status of this project, et cetera. Just as a side note, the architects, beginning probably 2 years ago, did have meetings with to discuss the plans, and certain accommodations were made, you know, for certain people. For example, motor vehicle downstairs is being redesigned in accordance with what the tax assessor wanted. Also, up here on the third floor, my recollection is the tax assessor collector got with the architect, and they designed sort of a horseshoe counter that allows more clerks to have access to the public, plus, you know, lower counter height for wheelchair access as well. Again, like I reported to this court a long time ago, several years ago, and we actually presented to the DOJ. This does not do anything to the courtrooms. We asked the Department of Justice to approve an alternative courtroom plan, and that's why we're fixing the courtrooms on the 4th and 5th floors to have 3 completely ADA accessible courtrooms that can be scheduled anytime a lawyer, party, or a judge requests an accessible courtroom. And we, in fact, got agreement with the court administration in the building to be willing to schedule those courts for us.
Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
another question, Michael. Michael, this is the procurement request for competitive seal proposals is coming out of your office? You submit it and you review them, what?
Yes.
What's the process on that? I heard you say something else a while ago.
So on this project, we're working with LAN, and what will happen is the specs and drawings that are provided by the engineer, they get provided.
What engineer?
CLK.
Okay.
And they will get incorporated into the bid documents that we send out. We're going to use the new AIA documents that we've been using, the same ones we use to do the courthouse exterior, and that protects the county in a lot of different ways. But the county purchasing office publishes the notice. We invite the potential bidders to come and update or download the bid from Project Mates. There's a link that comes from the county website to direct them where to go. And then they can download the information, and then they will come for usually a pre-bid conference to do a walkthrough of the area. And then we'll come back and open the bids through the electronic method. So they'll submit their bids into the Project Mate system. That bid will be reviewed and scored
By you? By your office?
by my office, working along with the selection committee for this. And that is actually under the engineers that are working with us. They do a survey as part of this process too.
What engineers?
LAN. The program
This
managers.
is a new project, right? And what we're doing, this is something, we're going out for bids on a new project, on something new, right?
Yes.
This is part of the CO monies from 2020, 2019, or 2021? What is this going to fall on?
It's a mixed combination of ADA funding that's been set aside, And then as presented 2 courts ago, I believe, we're in the neighborhood of $2.5 million short estimated cost, and we covered that with the COs.
2021.
Right,
Yeah, 2021, yes.
We put $6 million in there. But my question is, if this is a new project, why are we still using land all the time? Why don't we open it up to somebody else that can help us out too? I mean, are we stuck with land or what? Because every project that comes across is land, why is they involved with everything?
Because you have forgotten that they are the program manager for the courthouse and the jail and the annex and juvenile and the fairgrounds. And program management means they're going to be involved in every aspect of the oversight. They don't do the work. We hire the work, but they are a part of the program management. And that was something that was already decided upon, and that's why we have the ability to get value engineering, and we solve problems ahead of time. It's a huge advantage to Nueces County to have program management, to have the software that Michael uses in the procurement. And I don't think that anybody has really, in my mind, understood the complete value that we're getting here. It's an unbelievable system, and it is very, very helpful in the engineering process, and it's how all major urban counties function.
Well, Judge, and I probably agree with you to a certain extent, but I think that we need to open up the doors to some of our local people too. I mean, we seem like we're closing the doors to our local people, because everything that goes through this court is tied into ABM, tied into lands, tied in. If it's a new project, we need to expand out. We need to open up something for our local people to say, hey, I want to bid for that too. I want to put part of that. I mean,
Yeah.
and I think we need to bring it back for discussion.
Yeah,
probably,
you are completely confused.
No, I'm not confused.
No, you are, because number
I'm telling you
one,
what I judge, what I feel, what I think we need to do.
Right.
I think we need to take care of our local people, give them a chance to get involved with some of these projects that we're doing.
yeah,
And I'm probably bringing it up for discussion. I think we need to discuss this.
it's fine.
In lengthly, but
That's fine. Excuse me, Commissioner, I'm going to say a few things, and I'll call on you just in just one moment, because I want to address the erroneous information that was just presented. We had an RFP process for program management. LAN is a local company, and they use local people who live here amongst us, pay taxes here, and have their folks here. Program management was something this court voted on. It was something that came through a procurement process and was also awarded for projects. So it might be new to you, but ADA is not new to us or to the court or to the priorities of this court. This is something that has been enacted upon. And if you want to vote or discuss breach of contract, you may go right ahead, but we are not going to engage. We're going to follow our contracts, we're going to follow the law, and we're doing a great job here in Nueces County because we do have sophisticated systems like program management. And again, you are confusing what program management is with regards to the people that would be bidding on the job, which are locals. This is the oversight that creates the opportunity to get jobs done right, on time, and on budget, saving the taxpayers millions of dollars. But if you want to breach contracts, you can go on the record to do that. But you need to understand that you and this court are following the right processes that we all voted on.
and I know we are, Judge, and that's all the contract. The contract is really, it's like we're married to it. We can't, I
Yeah,
think it's a
people
bad-
make
it's a bad
contracts to get
contract,
married.
and
We
need
don't make them to
and we need
breach them.
revisit that contract somehow, look at it to see if there's any kind of leeway that we can look at, get the county attorney to look at it. I mean, evidently, there's nothing there, that we're stuck with it, the way the contract is written.
Stuck is an unusual word for somebody doing a great job for Nueces County.
So my understanding is that the court had had selected land through a bid process,
remember that.
selected them to help us look at all of the county projects that we were interested in repairing throughout the entire county. Y'all pared that list down to a lesser number of projects that we felt were important, and this DOJ compliance with ADA was highest on our list. And so, when we hired them, the service that they provide is not really visible to you guys as much as it is to me. It's as though I've gotten another bids writer to assist me in writing these bids. And so, they help me in managing that whole process, receiving the bids, processing the information, making sure that we meet all of the requirements statutory-wise. They also continue to monitor the work that's being done, but at no point are they taking over the work of the engineer or architect of record on the project. So they sit at a layer outside of that normal traditional process that the county has used for years, which is when we would hire an engineer, they would oversee the whole project, they're responsible, their stamp is on the plans, they're responsible to make sure that the contractor builds to the correct specs. This is just another layer that assists the county in being able to make sure that we are all doing what we need to do. And if you'll let me just finish real quickly, there was a list of projects that y'all awarded to these folks in a work authorization, which the court all voted on and approved. And so all we're doing at this point is just exercising those actions that the court has asked us to move forward on, and we're trying to do that as best and as quickly as possible. If there's a new project, it would be beyond that initial list of tasks that y'all had given. So there is new work still probably pending.
You said it was a new project.
It's a new project it's not a brand new project. It's a project that the county has already picked out as a CIP project in the previous CIP.
Right.
Y'all have added additional monies to it in the new CIP, so it's been around for a while. We've already picked them to work on. And so all I'm trying to do is just go out to bid to market to get this work done that the county needs.
You know, Mike, when we hire engineer, they, most of them come equipped with project managers, program managers, all this stuff. Then we got another layer on top of that layer.
But they don't do any of the work that I need to help me in getting the project off the ground.
Once again, you're wrong. Once again, you continue to surmise and speculate.
Let me ask him some questions, Judge,
No,
okay?
excuse me, sir, I will give you a chance.
No, you don't have to give me anything.
I'll give you a
I'm already
chance.
talking. You wait.
No, sir.
It's okay, Mike.
You're out of order. Michael, please hold, please hold. I'm gonna have to ask for some county attorney help. There's some real confusion about the legality of what it is that we're doing. We need you to step in and to speak up about the fact that we have a valid contract. He doesn't understand the difference between the program management, project management, the engineers. He asks, I understand why he's confused because of the questions he's asked, but we need you guys to step up and to explain that we have program management that was bona fidely procured. These guys are doing a phenomenal job, and it does not take away from the local architect, CLK, who's been on this project 3 years before LAN came involved. LAN is involved because we chose them collectively to be involved with courthouse projects. You are wrong. Engineers can come in with a whole host of opportunities. What this man is trying to do is just simply get these construction bids accomplished. The way he does that is a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes. We still have architects of record, engineers of record, and in some cases, like at IB McGee, and in other places like Horace Caldwell Observation, we have what's called project management, like we had at the RV park. That's another layer. And let me tell you what these layers are for, is to save the taxpayers a ton of money. Because the way you do projects are, on the fly without any type of substance.
I'm talking to you now.
No, I'm talking
You're
about
right
you
now,
and the
me now?
projects that you did before this court
You don't know what
came
I did,
around.
Judge. You weren't even here.
Excuse me.
You weren't even here.
Excuse me, you're being rude as usual.
Making things personal.
Number one, it has nothing to do with personal.
Yes,
We're
it
talking
is.
about you defaming, you continuing to
I
and not
just
understand the
wanted
projects.
an attorney to clarify it too.
I-
To see if
excuse
there's
me,
any leeway out or what kind of options we have. If we don't have any, that's fine. But I need, I needed something in writing.
Right. The county attorney can assist us, but let me just finish, Jenny. The bottom line here is that we have layers to protect the county. We do so that we can avoid change orders, which were prevalent and completely systemic before we went to what all modern counties do, which is program management, which clearly we still need to get you some more information on. Even though you voted yes for it once, You voted yes for it twice on the courthouse applicability. There's still some, now you want to change it. And we all know that there's reasons for that.
My
But
bad, I mean, sometimes we want to change it, I mean.
yeah, but you
know,
can't
I mean,
change
so,
what
I
you've
mean,
already
at least I
agreed to.
admit that maybe I
Well,
made a
Judge, the
mistake.
idea of change is not actually on the agenda. That question would I think that would need to be addressed as a different agenda item.
Right.
And I can look at the contract with those questions in mind, but not issue something right now.
Well, right, I'm just saying, this thing is in my way. We need some help. And I understand there's sort of a process where, and you are most gracious to sort of let us sit here and articulate, and I appreciate that. But I also need you guys to say, hey, this is a valid contract, and what he's espousing is not valid. You can't just,
There wasn't a valid contract.
Can I just make a suggestion that we put this on as an agenda item for later to properly discuss and give the county attorney the time she needs, because she can't just say that without looking at the contract and doing everything, and she's right, this is not what is on this item
Right.
today, so I would just say, let's move, you put it on the agenda,
Right.
see how you want to, we'll discuss it all you want, we can
Yeah.
argue
I
on it,
just
but
wanna
I'd
ask-
like to just move forward on this particular item and then put it on an agenda item for future. I'd be happy to discuss it.
I just want to ask Michael my question. Michael, do you ever include our county engineer in any of these meetings or selections? Or do
Yes.
you ever talk to him about the projects that you're,
oh my God.
All of my projects come to me from the county engineer. I don't originate any projects in my office.
but is he with you when you select?
He's on the selection committee if we have one. Traditionally, though, construction projects go to the lowest bidder, and it's not a committee that makes that selection.
So he's not, he really is not aware of who you're picking?
He's aware because he hires the engineer that does the drawings for the plan that I'm gonna bid out.
And I just want to clarify, it's, the lead, well, they have engineers, but the lead is an architect on this project. And Public Works has been extensively involved, in reviewing the plans. That's what took,
Yeah.
that's part of the reason it took so long to get to this point.
Oh, he has, I know he has on that one.
CLK is your architect, and they've been very, very involved with Public Works. And again, for the record, because we use engineers so loosely here, and that's why when Commissioner Gonzalez keeps saying which engineer, it is kind of important to say which one we're talking about. But just so you know, our program management was selected by Juan Pimentel, our our works engineer, okay? So you're right to ask, and the answer is absolutely yes, he is involved with all of these. I mean, program management is built for Public Works. It's meant to be a help to them. It's a resource for them. It is the number one concept. It allows a department that has 2 or 3 engineers to become 30-plus engineers overnight. It creates the resources that we need, and whether you are involved with civil engineering or mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, it's very rare to find Public Works that has somebody degreed in multiple engineering degrees. This is why program management is so valuable, and it helps you keep down your change orders, your amendments, and your budgets. And what's so critical is you could maybe do a tutorial, Michael, to show from start to finish how everything works. But I'm trying to at least articulate here that this is the right process, guys.
No,
This is the right
The
process.
court is following the correct process.
Absolutely.
Juan did sit on the committee that selected LAN originally for the program management, and he agreed with the other committee members in recommending LAN for this overall program management work.
Judge, no offense, Michael, but I thought we were going to move on. We're still not moot to the point we're off track. I would like to stay on this agenda item. I don't mean to cut you off, Michael, but if it's okay to call the question, I would request that, and let's move on this item, please. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
No
That's
disrespect.
fine, go ahead, Michael.
So
Well-
I recommend approval of
I believe
me going
Commissioner.
out to bid for CS. with
Commissioner
CSP.
Hernandez, you pulled it. Will you make the motion?
Make a motion.
Second?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and approve, number M is approve the method also. This is all method of procurement. And we've got Maria here to also help if you needed any additional information. But here again, Commissioner Hernandez, this was yours. Do you want to ask a question?
I just want some clarification on it. It's a matter of procurement.
It's an RFQ, because they're engineers, so that would be the appropriate method. It's an RFQ, and it follows the rules that we put forth in the grant to Texas Water Development Board to a T. And Maria's here, so these have already been approved by the court, and now Michael's just getting the permission to say, we're ready to go.
Correct, and we consulted with Susan Roth, who the county hired.
Right.
To help us with the drainage project as well, to make sure that we were in compliance and that the wording was correctly done, and she did authorize this as being appropriate for this action. And we have two separate items on 2M and 2N. 2M includes the Nueces County Drainage District Number 2 service area and sets the selection committee to give them a 3-2 advantage on that committee as requested by a resolution of this court already in place. And then on 2N, this is the countywide regional drainage master plan study.
What consists of the master plan? What does the master plan
Yes, so
consist of?
the master plan, Maria, why don't you come up? It's a we are the lead applicant for a multi-jurisdictional grant that we embarked on last year. It's Claiborne County, Jim Wells County, and Nueces County, and it involves 4 what's called HUC 10 watersheds. HUC stands for Hydrological Unit Code. We're going to be doing a drainage study of the Oso Creek, the Agua Dulce Creek, the Petronila Creek, and the Alasan Baffin Bay. And with this, we'll be doing 3D modeling. We are cooperating with other jurisdictions, including DD2, Drainage District Number 2, and the City of Driscoll. We're the lead, but there is an additional component, which is through the Drainage District Number 2. Items M and N give Michael the ability, per the grant and the resolutions that were adopted by all 3 entities, actually all 5 entities, to go forward.
I can get you the scope of work that was put in the grant application, Commissioner, if
Yes,
you'd
ma'am.
like to see
Sure.
kind of really detailed what is going to be done and
Thank-
where.
Thank you, I would like that.
And I would also add, as always, on any bids that the county purchasing office puts out, they're available for download from anyone in the community that's interested in those projects on the day that we post.
And you might remember, Commissioner, it did come to court, and you did have an opportunity to vote to coalesce this grant into one big grant. So you have seen it before. We just need to get you a reminder on that document. Maria can get that to you.
Thank you.
So with that, M and N are related. Will you make a motion?
I make a motion for that.
Second?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, moving on to the next sheet. I don't have anything until I reach W, is that correct?
I think there was, someone said, no, you're
There's
right,
someone-
you're right. No, my bad.
All right, I think W is the one that I have, and then there was a table on A we've already voted on. So the last one is W.
I just need clarification on the W.
All right,
What are we actually talking about there? Is this something that,
this is the BCFS, Michael, if you would come and address.
is that something we talked about last time? I think the BCFS was.
Yes, we talked about BCFS. Do you remember who they are?
The guy with the white shirts and khaki pants?
Yeah, but do you remember what it is that they're working on?
Well,
Or do you need, do you need my, right, so they are basically our emergency management team inside of our COVID-19 disaster, and this is an amendment
But there's a.
to their contract.
Yeah.
350,000 is a contract?
Yeah, this amendment, I believe, was requested by our own Office of Emergency Management to simply provide a maximum amount payable under the agreement.
That's correct.
At $350,000. That's the only change I see in this one.
Right, I just wanted to make sure there was a maximum. There's not a maximum in the contract. These are, they are helping us with vaccination. As you recall, we've already received the dollars in advance from FEMA for this. I wanted to make sure there was a maximum.
for how
Once we
long?
reach that maximum, if we need to go further, we will come back to court. and extend it. That's what this is all about.
Okay.
And I believe Haggerty had advised us that we have a not to exceed.
Yeah, it was the
item.
language that we wanted to make sure of, as was pointed
It's
out.
what helps us with the reimbursement.
It does, to have the
You have
type
to have
of
that
language in there, so we wanted to cure that.
So move.
All right, and
Second.
a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, that puts us through the consent agenda and now into the regular agenda. And what I'd like to do is honor the fact that Eric Brown has been on the phone for a very long time. Oops, Connie, I moved it and I've lost my screen. There we go.
Which item, Judge? I'm sorry.
It's item number 3A3.
Okay.
And that's discuss and consider an interlocal cooperation agreement with General Land Office, the Veterans Land Board for Management Operation Services for the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery. I do want to note before we begin discussion that we went ahead and posted on Friday, and forgive me, is it 11 or 11:30?
It's 11:30.
11:30 in the morning. What happened is that we did not, there was a miss in putting this on executive session. For the record, and I think it's good to note that everybody sort of cooperates with one another when we have these types of legal questions. We always post on our agendas a catch-all that says, hey, if there is a item that's eligible, that's been listed on the regular agenda that needs to be talked about in executive session, that we give ourselves that opportunity. However, it was pointed out that it's not normally our pattern and practice. We like to give everybody notice of what we're talking about. But I want you to know that I think it's always proper to, as long as that agenda item is listed. But out of an abundance of caution, we've gone ahead and posted for Friday. We're going to meet again on Friday to discuss any legal matters that this agreement might generate. But since Eric's on the phone, without getting into any legal, I just wanted to give the opportunity, so the bottom line is we're going to table it.
And Judge, I wanted
Eric is who?
to just make a quick comment. I appreciate the accommodation because it was my request for the executive session because, and I just hadn't seen it. We finally got the agreement yesterday and it's very long and I appreciate the time to be able to go digest it, read it, ask questions. I, like the rest of this court, are 110% in favor of this concept and doing it. And I just want to make sure that the agreement, devil's always in the detail.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that the agreement reflects what we've all talked about. I'm sure it does. So I appreciate the accommodation to do that and apologize certainly to the court for any inconvenience for having to meet on Friday, but I just didn't know how else to do it. So I do appreciate that.
So can we make that a motion?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I think if you make a motion to table, there's not supposed to be discussion, so we probably should let him.
Well, that's true.
Right.
Hang on to that.
Yeah.
So Eric, Eric Brown is on the phone with us virtually. We want to welcome Eric from the Texas Veterans Land Board. Eric oversees all our state veterans cemeteries, but what's so special about Eric is that he's a veteran. And so we want to welcome him, and I hope you've heard our quick little discussion here that we're going to meet again on Friday, but if you have any comments, we'd love to hear from you now, and then we'll invite you again to participate with us on Friday. And I noticed you also have a member, a colleague, Ms. Quintanilla, also along here with you, participating virtually, and we also welcome her to court. Eric?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, my name is Eric Brown, Deputy Director, Texas State Veterans Cemeteries, Texas Veterans Land Board, Texas General Land Office. Judge Canales, I want to say that in the court, members, commissioners, this endeavor is very important to me as a veteran. I'm a 22 Air Force veteran, and I've been at the helm of the state cemeteries for the past 8 years. And I can tell you that I can't imagine any more patriotic veterans than those that reside within Nueces County in the Corpus Christi area. Early in this meeting, there was a resolution to recognize the military service detachment for the great job they do. And I want to echo the sentiment of Mr. J.J. de la Cerda. And he said he wouldn't want to be without them, and we should not be without them. They make it happen for all of our veterans and their families. And so this endeavor came about in about 2019. I went to the board, our board, Veterans Land Board, to seek agreement to have discussions with local government entities such as counties and cities. So I went all around the state to see if anyone would be interested in partnering with us to continuing the time-honored tradition of honoring our veterans and their families at these hallowed grounds. One of the main reasons I went down this road is because what I saw, and I like to use the term, I saw an opportunity to have Texas gems in the state of Texas. We do great work when it comes to our veterans. Texas is the second most populous state for veterans. California is first. That's quickly changing. Veterans are coming to Texas for a number of reasons. One of the most important is because we offer some of the most robust benefits in the nation. It was not until the negotiation that I came to realize that of our 4 state veteran cemeteries, we have a state veteran cemetery in Killeen, Texas, Mission, Texas, Abilene, Texas, and Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi happens to be the largest city that our veteran cemeteries reside in. And so I think it's a great opportunity for the county, for the city, and for the state to continue the great work we do on behalf of our veterans across the state. The VA has recognized us for the great work we do in the state of Texas. This great work came from just the realization that when you operate veteran cemeteries, you somewhat have to go from the mindset of walking onto a military facility. When I took over, I saw an opportunity for improvement. If you go into a military base, 2 things that'll stand out to you at military installations: structure and discipline. With our cemeteries, you only have one chance to get it right. One chance to honor our veterans, one chance to let these families know that we're serious about caring for our veterans. And so with that, I look forward to the continued discussion on this partnership. I look forward to any questions that the court may have, whether today or at Friday's meeting. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And I just want to also recognize that in a meeting held, I guess, about a month ago, maybe it's been longer, time flies, it was an honor to be invited to participate in the Veterans Land Board meeting with Commissioner Bush, who made the motion for this opportunity. And that gives us great pride when he said we should be called in Nueces County, Military County, USA. I want to thank you for that opportunity and all the meetings that we've had. The court should also know that praise should also go to our legislative consultant team, including our lead on this particular matter, Patricia Shipton, who really did a great job in helping us work through all of the different negotiations. This agreement did not come from one iteration or even 2, but probably 20. And so it's been worked on for over a year and a half, and we're finally ready. And we look forward to having the questions asked and answered. And so we'll come back on Friday. But if there is anything else that Eric could answer for you now, not legally, but just answer for you, commissioners, I know he would be happy to do so. Okay, hearing none, we thank you for joining us and particularly for your patience this morning in waiting. And we will be back in touch very soon.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, court.
Thank you. At this time, I will take a motion. Commissioner,
What is the motion for? I'm sorry.
to table it to
Oh, my
Friday?
bad. I motion to table, yeah, I'm sorry.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, we'll see everybody on this issue on Friday. Okay, I'll go back into the regular
11:30?
order. I beg your pardon?
11:30? What time Friday?
Yes, sir. It's 11:30 a.m. I'll go back into regular order for agenda items 3A1. And JJ, I did not recognize you. I'm sorry. When I looked up, I saw you sitting there. You have been phenomenal to work with. Your expertise and understanding of the Veteran Cemetery is the reason we're able to produce a strong contract for the county's perspective and from the Veterans GLO Land Board perspective. Really do appreciate it. Forgive me, I didn't look up and see you.
It's an honor, ma'am.
Thank you. So discuss and consider amending the expiration of the March 17th order regarding face coverings. We've really already worked on all of this, but having said that, Jenny, do you want to just kind of reiterate that the order expires in
30 minutes.
In 30
The order
minutes.
expires in 30 minutes, and I don't believe any new orders are intended.
Right, so I think we can just would it be appropriate, since it's not just to not take any action at this time? There's really nothing to do here.
Nothing to do.
Commissioners, any questions of Jenny on this?
Like, for instance, us, if we we still can wear it around the courthouse.
You may wear it.
In my office, if somebody walks in,
You cannot regulate and make someone else wear a face covering, and if you may not inquire into whether they've had their vaccinations, and if you try to regulate that they, or mandate that they wear a face covering, you face possible fine.
Okay, I just wanna make sure we get that clear, so, yeah.
Yeah, a fine of $1,000 and you're held personally liable, so
First fine.
please do not do so. We will wait for the Office of Court Administration, of course, and again, we will address that at the appropriate time. All right, moving on, we'll move to item number 2, which is discuss and considering the hiring of Jose Garza and Rolando Rios to assist with the redistricting commissioner and voting precincts in Nueces County. You'll recall they came and Jose Garza presented last time. They hold Juris Doctorates, they are licensed professionals, attorneys, and therefore we can discuss the hiring of these lawyers to assist us as time is of the essence. Time has really flown here.
Judge, are you on 2? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm on item number 2.
My concern on this one is the last meeting we discussed having an executive session with our attorney to talk about what we needed, how the process would work. We didn't do that. Further, I really believe we need to at least give the opportunity and put out an RFQ. If these end up being the best ones, then so be it, but I'm not comfortable with, at this point, just hiring someone, not knowing what we need them for, how the process is gonna work, and doing the things that we talked about at the last meeting. So I'm not opposed to these people. I don't know them, but I think it's only fair to look at doing an RFQ, and so, and I won't make my motion to table until everybody gets to talk about it, but I would like to table this until whenever our next meeting is, so that we can figure this out. And if we have to have a special meeting because it needs some timeliness, I'm okay with that, whatever, but I'm just not comfortable with hiring someone without doing an RFQ and having a conversation with our attorney, so.
Right, so typically, we don't RFQ lawyers. All lawyers are just hired. This is not how, in 2010, this was the exact same process because I asked, and that was taken up. And I'd like to hear from other commissioners, but I feel that I am very comfortable with Jose Garza, his expertise, and the process he went over again with us. I'm happy to do what the will of the court is, but in this vein, we really have waited an extra long time to make this selection, simply because the census delay gave us and afforded us that time. But as census data will be revealed at the end of September, and there is much to do, the redistricting process is one that is obviously being taken up for congressional districts at the state legislature. And for us here, we need the advice of counsel. So if we can provide more information, and it's the will of the court to bring it back, obviously I'm not opposed to getting you more information, but I'm ready to make my selection today. Commissioners, how do you feel?
Judge, I have so is it to assist just with the redistricting of commissioners? Doesn't that also include JPs and the constables' offices as well?
Yeah, it's
Right.
the entire,
Okay, because on there it's just written.
it did
commissioner,
say
so-
that.
And voting precincts, which I love voting voting precincts. Gosh, we have some that are so big and some that are so tiny and need to be consolidated.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with
Yeah.
that. That was one. And then two, if we do move forward on this today, I guess we'll have an opportunity to sit down and visit
Absolutely.
with them, kind of our vision, or
Yes.
like what I said exactly, right? The voting precincts, I
Sure.
think we need to consolidate and cut some down, and the sooner the better that we talk about that, because people need to understand that. I know both parties involved with the precincts and all of that would also need to be aware of that, so they can plan with their precinct chairs and other things like that. So those would just be my two questions. So it will include JP and constables as well.
I
Yes.
think it has to. It's every-
Yes,
Okay.
it will. And
Yes,
it's
and
everybody.
I'm sorry if that wording is misleading.
I wasn't sure
Yeah,
if we were
no, I
going to do
think it's
another
good
one
to clarify.
separate, so I just wanted to clarify.
No, I think it's good to clarify, and again, you're right, this begins the process, but all of the information that Commissioner Chesney seeks and all the information that all of us would want begins with this process, from the contract that gets negotiated and gets brought back. This just gets the ball in motion, and there is a lot of work, and there's, again, I believe, to be honest with you, you can ask Dale, it was budgeted last fiscal cycle, because we anticipated doing so for the whole year, having this need, and we really did delay it quite a bit just to see what was going to happen with census and
And Judge, one
so-
other thing, normally in the past, and I guess we don't have to do it like we've done in the past, the county attorney has always made the recommendation for any attorneys that we hire, because she's the counsel for the court, or for the county, and I haven't heard any recommendations one way or the other, or if she's met with these people, or she knows anything about them. I just don't think we're following normal procedure in regards to how we hire attorneys, because this court doesn't normally hire attorneys without, consulting with the county attorney, and they normally have the charge as the county attorney of recommending who we hire as legal counsel. That's been our tradition, that's been our practice. I can't remember a time where we've put lawyers on the agenda to do this. It's always come through the county attorney. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe there was a time or
well,
two.
you'll remember our insurance litigation. That was
Right, but
not.
it was done in executive session, we discussed it, we went through,
And
and actually
I'm,
it did come through the county attorney.
I'm happy to, to do that.
Judge, I do
That's
believe
fine.
that did come through the county attorney. I think Laura was involved in the recommendations of the council.
Right, but what I'm saying is the court hired,
No, but I mean, after the county attorney recommends. That's all I'm saying, is usually, like Laura recommended those people, we asked her for recommendations, she vetted, she went through.
Yeah.
And then we always hire, but we don't usually hire without, and sometimes we just ratify.
Right.
County attorney does it, we ratify. But this is a
Right.
very important issue. I think the county attorney should be involved, and I think we should do an RFQ. And if the county attorney wants to be involved and doesn't think we need an RFQ, I'd take that recommendation
Yeah.
after she vets it. I mean, but I just,
I
I think
think-
we're a
I
little
think-
off how we normally do things.
right, well, I'll tell you what's really off is in 2010, the way the court hired, that particular person hired Mr. Hostetler, who became then the most infamous gerrymander and violator of
Well, I wasn't here,
of
Judge, so I don't
equity.
know anything
No,
about
I'm just
that. No,
telling
I
you.
wanna make
but-
sure. I don't wanna-
But you understand that redistricting is not like any other lawsuit. It's not like any other hiring. It's really the court's decision to hire the person that would do redistricting, and we're happy, I mean, no question that the county attorney will be involved with the contract
Was the
of
county
Mr.
attorney not
Garza.
involved with the hiring of that person? I don't know.
As you well know,
really don't know.
redistricting can be high, I doubt, there's many things that I bet Jenny's interested in, but partisan politics is probably not one of them inside redistricting.
Why
But
should
I'm
it-
happy to have her enjoy the opportunity to get to know Mr. Garza Rios. But here's the situation. We have an agenda item. If there's a motion, let's hear it. If we want to have the opportunity, and I realize that you want to have in more flavor, but this is the person that has come before the court, and that we should at least entertain this dialogue. So.
I would make a motion
I'll
to
make-
table based on the comments I've made, and if it doesn't pass, then so be it. I've
Right.
made my comments and gone on, but I would move to table.
Okay, so I've got a motion to table, and is there a second?
I was gonna ask a question. I don't know if I
Okay,
can.
let's ask, give me just a second, I'll come back to discussion. If there's not a second, we go back to discussion. Go ahead.
No, Joe, I think you probably answered it, Judge, but that, in 2010, didn't we have more than one group come before Commissioner's Court for, when we chose who to take? Someone, of course, I probably voted against it, but, but didn't we have more than one group come before the Commissioner's Court? I think there was like two.
That's not my recollection.
That's an
There-
understatement, okay? That's an
No,
understatement, guys.
I don't
mean,
think there was
I'm-
more than one.
No.
And, Judge, what was the name of?
Joe Nixon, how
Jo-
could I
yeah, it was
forget?
Joe-
No, not
Joe
really
Nixon.
but I mean, I thought
In
there
my
was somebody else.
recollection.
No, sir, these things are, look, in the world of hot potatoes, this is the hottest of the potatoes. There are always done, there's always been a concern that, we have, by the way, we have had nobody else approach us, FYI.
But I mean, why
Okay.
should this be partisan? I mean, just because something's been
Well,
done in the past, I don't understand why. I don't know who these people are. I mean, why does this get put in like to partisan politics? It's not.
It is
redistricting
partisan
not-
politics. Redistricting is the most partisan of all,
But I
come on, Brent. You guys,
But
you
I'm
guys
just
know
saying,
that more than
but I'm just saying
anybody.
it shouldn't be. And so wouldn't these people be charged with, whoever we hire, wouldn't they be charged with doing
Yes.
it the right way?
That's right.
in a
But
legal
what I'm saying
manner?
to you
So
is
that's
when you
not
say you don't
that's
know
not
who these
partisan.
people are,
Well, no,
let me
I'm
just
saying
tell you.
That's not partisan, in my opinion.
Right, but I understand, but just so you know, I understand that you say you don't know who they are. They came to tell you who they were.
Okay,
They
but
are
I'm
one of
just
the
saying,
most
I don't know if they're-
prolific
they didn't say they were
redistricting
partisan.
folks.
They didn't say they were partisan people. I mean,
Yeah.
which is smart, because I wouldn't,
Right.
if I'm a redistricting lawyer, I
Right.
wouldn't say I'm
Well, Joe
Democrats
Nixon
or
was.
Republicans. What's that?
Highly.
Do
And,
what?
and the people they hired were not only highly partisan, but they were found to have been doing things illegally and under federal courts illegally. It's quite a story if anyone's interested. But the point is look, these guys are incredibly competent. They are representing counties all over Texas. They have a long history with redistricting. They will do a terrific job for us. The work begins now, but there's lots of information to garner. But the most important thing is we do have an agenda item, and so we need to address that. And so I'd like to make a motion to hire Jose Garza and Rolando Rios to assist us in the redistricting of Nueces County, and I would ask for a second at this time.
Second.
I've got a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No,
I've got one no, and,
based on the process. want
I
the-
understand.
No, I just want the clerk to
Totally.
record that, based on the process, that I don't believe this is the process that the court should follow. Should not be partisan in any way, but it's been articulated that apparently it's going to be. So I don't guess I have a choice but to vote no if it's going to be partisan.
so it's not partisan. I'm saying to you that the whole concept of redistricting in our country has allowed for gerrymandering of our state, of our many of areas in our nation, and this court has a history of doing it.
But we don't
I'm
have,
trying to
I
get
don't want to
away
be part
from
of the
that.
history. I'm not part of that history, and I don't want to be associated with part of the history.
Right.
If that's the case, I don't know. I haven't I'll look, but I don't want to be part of the present.
That's
that-
why
that makes
Jose
it
Garza brings integrity
partisan.
to this court, and that's why he is an excellent choice.
Fair enough.
You know-
Please make my mind very clear that I'm just voting no because I don't think we followed the proper process, and I think it's been articulated that this is gonna.
Okay, but
unfortunately-
when you
no,
say,
wait, let me finish, then you can say I'm wrong, but I'm just saying, I want to make sure that it's articulated. I don't think the process is correct. I don't think that laying this out as partisan, implying that it is, and I don't think that we should in any way, shape, or form ever think gerrymandering is right, and hopefully that's not what we're gonna do here, because that would be a horrible thing, because I wouldn't want to be a part of that either. So I just stated, you
Yeah.
can say I'm wrong, I get
As-
it, and
But as
I
you
respect
know,
your opinion greatly.
you know that there's, and you'll remember, he showcased how population changes, particularly in your district, requires, under the laws, for there to be some movement. You'll recall that he went through all of your precincts and showcased what those movements look like. So you're right, this process is one that's clearly identified in law. It's one that's tested all the time in the courts, and it's one that does not have a good history here in our county, and I hope to restore that with these good people.
And Judge,
And the process that you say is improper is not improper. I think what you mean to say is that you disagree with, you wanted to have a different type of process, but this is not an improper process. That would imply that we didn't have the right to have an agenda item to hire a lawyer, which, of course, the law does allow us to do.
In my opinion, it's improper. It's not illegal. It's just improper.
Okay.
Because if the
Well, it's
court
not
is-
to your liking.
If the court, no, it's not, I think it's improper. If the court is saying they don't like how it was done, or if the judge is saying you don't like how it was done in 2010, we're doing the exact same thing by not having a process that allows others to come forward. And if the process then yields that they are the best choice, with the county attorney's opinion, who has not rendered any, because she probably doesn't have one to render at this point, I understand that. I don't think that's the way we do business, and I think if they did it that way, Judge, in 2010, If they did, shame on them, but we're now doing it the exact same way by hiring someone without going through a process that we normally go through when we hire lawyers. But
Okay.
you're right, redistricting is different, it's emotional.
Right.
It's all those things, but I still think it should be part of the process if we're trying to do better than what you didn't like.
But-
That's all I'm
but-
saying, respectfully.
I respect your opinion, and I just want to note for the record that we hire engineers and lawyers all the time this way. We have an agenda item, it says discuss and consider hiring, Counselor, John Doe, and we go forward with that. There are people, a class of individuals, and they include engineers and lawyers, and we do this.
But the county attorney always is involved in the hiring of lawyers. We have not involved the county attorney. That's a difference that I'm talking about. The county attorney has not been involved as normally the county attorney would be in every single lawyer
She
that we
will be
hire.
the minute we vote on this.
No.
The minute we
county attorney's
voted on it.
always involved prior to, so that she vets, she gives us recommendation. That's what we always allowed Laura to do. And to be, since it's been laid out as partisan, Laura Jimenez was a Democrat. I am a Republican. I respected the process, and I let Laura Jimenez, the Democrat, do her job. And
Laura
9 ti-
Jimenez was
9
here
ti-
for
and-
30 years.
And 9 times out of 10, and I'm only
She
saying
did
9
not
times.
recommend Joe Nixon, I guarantee you.
I'm just saying, you keep going back to
Okay.
2010, I'm speaking
Well,
in the
because
present.
you're talking about
But-
presidents.
No, I'm talking about the 6 years I've been here.
Yeah.
I always let Laura Garza Jimenez do her job and make recommendations to the court on attorneys when needed, and I'm just asking for
I
that
hear
same
you.
courtesy today. That's it. So,
But
I'm
you know,
done.
I asked them to do a presentation because, I think they're good, but, and I didn't like what did happen in 2010 either. I mean, I wasn't happy with the results or what happened. So, but it wouldn't hurt to find out if there's somebody out there that's just as good. Not that we're not gonna select them, but maybe there's somebody out there that can do a better job or as good a job. I mean, I don't know. These guys are good. I mean, I asked them to do a presentation, or else I wouldn't have asked them. But, in all fairness, I didn't like the way it was done in 2010, so as far as I concerned, I don't have an issue doing an RFQ and trying to see what's out there, and nobody's out there, then we'll hire them. That's my opinion.
And Judge, I don't know if anybody, I didn't hear whether anybody did or didn't second my table motion. I didn't hear.
Well, actually, we've already taken a vote, and we've already recorded the vote.
Well,
It was no, and the rest of us, yes, for the Jose Garza. You said no.
Judge, right, I
remember?
did.
And so
I'm-
we're done, we're past that now.
Well, we're not past it if someone seconded it and wasn't recognized. If
It
no
wa-
one seconded it.
Nobody seconded it,
Okay, if
Brent.
no one seconded it.
Nobody
I'm just-
seconded
I'm
it.
just
Nobody
asking.
second
Nobody seconded the table, and we
I'm taking
voted
a
for
vote.
Jose Garza, and we've already gone past that, so it's time to move on now. And I think that it's important to note
My
that,
vote was no, Judge.
okay, well, then it went 3-2.
Judge, excuse me.
Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Hernandez, would you like to?
No, I hadn't voted. I'm
You-
just sitting here listening because I wasn't part of the 2010 either. But I also would like to have others come in and put it out again, table it, and see if we can get other people's opinions, see what they would do for us. And if this gentlemen are still interested, and if they're here, and if they're the only ones again, then we have no choice but to go with them. I'd be more than glad to do that.
Okay, so again, you will now like to have, you have to have a motion to reconsider at this time from somebody who voted
Well, no,
no.
all I do have to do is make a motion to table because it was never seconded to put it on the floor or put up for a vote. So I believe the rules would say I just need to
Right.
make a motion to table.
Right, well, yes, now that you have your echoes, let's do that. Go ahead. Motion to table,
Motion to table.
and who will second?
Hold, I just motion to table and I'll make I need to make a motion to table and to put it out for RFQ at the same time, or do I make the motion to RFQ first? I guess I
Well,
need to
first of
make.
all, we don't have a method of procurement that's even been established here. Why don't we make a motion to table to bring it into executive session so that you can have the discussion of whether or not you would even RFQ, which you would not, lawyers, at this juncture?
Well, okay, just discussion, again, not trying to be disrespectful at all. In the past, somehow, we have done some sort of, and I thought it was an RFQ, because we had several law firms who
We have
applied.
done that before.
Right, and we put it out.
Typically, that is very rare to do that with lawyers.
We did
Ask
it- well, we
lawyers
did it-
if you RFQ lawyers. The reason you don't is because what are you gonna RFQ them on?
Well, I don't
That
know how we,
it's-
that's what I'm saying, I don't know how we did it, but we did it with the opioid litigation, we did it with the Volkswagen litigation, we did it with whatever else was, there's three of them that we did in some manner, and that's all I'm asking for it to be on this one, because it's a big deal, and to where we allow people, whatever manner we did it in the past, that was appropriate, effective, and the court did, we would do the same way, whether it's, if it's not an RFQ, then someone can tell me what it is, but I don't want to table this and delay the process by any means, so I'm trying to make the right motion.
Right, well, the right motion is let's table it so that we can bring it to executive session so that we can discuss it with our lawyers, which is,
And I'm not opposed to that, but I'm trying to also not delay because we don't meet again until June 9th.
oh, I'm certain that we're not gonna be delaying. We can call a special meeting here at any time. We
Okay.
will not be delaying.
Okay, but what I would like to know in that special, or in that executive session, or wherever we need to be is, what can we do as a court to request lawyers to give us qualifications or whatever because we've done it many times on this big-time litigation, and this is a big-time deal, so I'm just asking to have the same process, so that would be what I would want to discuss in executive session. Or I can just make that as a motion, which I'm happy to do, and do it that way, and
Okay, but
so we can keep the process moving.
it's not an agenda item. It's not an agenda item to discuss the method of procurement. So I think the item that's here before us, since it did not get voted on favorably today, the proper thing is to table. Let's table and
So-
bring it back to
Okay, fair enough.
another time.
County attorney says you're right. I appreciate that and respect that. So I
Okay,
move to
so let's
table.
get a motion and a table, and I want for the record for Commissioner Hernandez to say that you did not voice your vote earlier, because I want to make sure we don't need to reconsider. When we voted a little while ago, I could have sworn I heard your voice.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you not vote?
I did not vote.
Okay,
So,
excuse me, and Commissioner Gonzalez, did you not vote earlier? You did not say yes or no? Okay,
and so, Judge,
so I'm going to roll tape.
I would make a motion to table, to do the things that I've discussed in regards to what.
All
Tony
right,
mentioned.
I've got a motion to table, and I will second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will bring that back. Tyner, let's work after this court today to work on dates. Obviously, you guys know we have budget. Maybe we can do a little bit of good work on the same day we do budget, when we're all together. It doesn't create a new day for us, and it keeps it very, very timely. I will keep this matter rolling because it's in the best interest of Nueces County to do so.
Let me clarify the action that the court wants. Do you want this in executive session only?
At this time, yes.
At this time?
At this time.
Shouldn't.
I mean, you could do parallels,
Yeah,
you
you
could
just
do
have
both,
an
but as long as it's in exec, for sure.
Okay.
Right,
So
you would
right.
mimic it.
You want an action item too, just in case,
Sure,
or no? I mean,
sure.
I'm flexible. I don't, okay.
Flexible, pliable,
Is the action item related to doing an RFQ?
no, it's the executives, well, put the action to decide what the I mean, we'll get the.
That's fair.
Right?
Okay.
Your agenda item is to do the action, and the executive is to discuss what the action is.
Right.
Okay.
That's fair.
I mean, and, all right, let's move on to item number 4. And golly, this turns out to be good timing. I've got 5 minutes, and we're going to advance an item because someone has a timely issue here. But let's do item number 4, and then we're going to have to move to, just to get you guys prepared. Unless he's ready now, let me check my screen. Give me just 1 second here. The
Judge,
river,
I can wait if you need me to.
can you? All right.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm at my office at my desk, so I can take all the time you need.
All right, well, we kind of told people that item number 22 would be on at noon to accommodate the chairman's schedule. And so we're going to advance item number 22, then we'll come back into regular order.
Judge, can I just ask, do we need to make a motion to table 3 since we're basically doing that, or do we just, we have to do
I
something?
thought we did that already.
Did we?
We tabled that already.
Oh, we did, my bad. I'm sorry, you skipped ahead.
Judge Charlie Zahn is in fact here.
He's here, wonderful. Okay, so we're gonna go, I told him noon, I'm right on the money here, just 3 minutes before. So we'll do item number 22, and that's discuss River Acres Water Supply Corporation water lines project construction activities and obligations, if any, in Broad Acres, First Colony, and Quail Valley areas. This relates to a water line and a grant from Texas Water Development Board that the River Acres Corporation was a successful grantee. And it also relates to some road work that we did as a county and the intersection of the two. But to be honest with you, this is Commissioner Hernandez's item, and so I'm going to ask him to bring forth what his questions are, and then we have Charlie Zahn, Chairman Zahn is here. He represents River Acres Water Supply Corporation. He's been the water lawyer for Nueces County and counties in our region for many, many years. And so he is a bona fide expert, but he happens to be the expert on this case. Commissioner Hernandez, and then Chairman, when you do, we'll want you to get to the mic because it's the one that feeds into everything when you're called upon. Go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez.
Thank you, Judge. Hello, Charlie, how you doing? Haven't seen you in a long time. Anyway, it's just been brought to my attention by our county engineer that this company's doing water lines, and they're digging. And when I came in here, the job had already started, okay? And Mr. Pimentel, I asked him, what are these lines here on the side? He says this company is constructing water lines or something. And I said, why is this dirt? I mean, are they putting all this dirt somewhere else? And he says, no, we already told them they had to remove all. And he started giving me explanations about how they talked to him and I guess to y'all about they were going to cut into the roads that they had just fixed, the county road. So Mr. Pimentel just told them that whatever they broke or damaged, they had to fix. And that's been it to the extent that I know. And then I believe I was involved in one of the discussions where they wanted Mr. Pimentel to write a letter saying that he would fix or agree to fix anything that was broke by the contractor, and he didn't feel he had to do that, and that the county didn't have to go through that expense. And he asked me, and I said, well, I have the same feeling. If it's not our project, why should we fix what they break, since we've already, done that road once before? That's why we're here. And
Okay.
Mr. Pimentel is back there. He can give you a better explanation.
Okay, so why don't we hear from Juan, and then we have the engineer from River Acres on this project from Hanson Engineering. Paul, we can get you guys' perspective here in just a minute. Let's let them lay it out, and then we'll hear from you guys.
Oh, sorry. It's
Go
me,
ahead.
Judge. Good morning. Judge, Commissioners, back in November of last year, we met here with Mr. Zahn and Judge.
Would you be so good as to raise your mic? There you go.
Yes. Back in November of last year, we met with Mr. Zahn and the Judge and the engineer, and we discussed the issues, or not issues, but the potential issues that if there was any construction within our roadway and damages to our roadway, that the contractor would be responsible to fix the roads. So it is my understanding, based on the conversation that we had at that time, that anything that the contractor would damage, they would fix. As part of the permitting process, the drawings were submitted to us and were approved during the permitting process, and it was part of an agreement between the county and us and Roz that anything that was damaged by the contractor would get fixed by the contractor. It is in their drawings under their journal notes from the engineer of record that stipulates that the contractor, and let me read what was submitted to us. The contractor should remove, replace, and restore to the original condition, elevations and locations, all existing culverts, boxes, other existing improvements, including driveways, roads encountered during construction. All entrances shall be restored immediately. Ingress and egress and to property adjacent to the construction and shall be maintained by the contractor at no separate pay. A driveway shall be saw cut and replaced with materials meeting the same depth and width requirements as existing driveways. And I can give a copy, if you need a copy of the drawing that states that. Judge and Commissioners, do you need that? So this drawing was submitted to us as part of the permit. By Public Works and it's part of the construction set of drawings.
Thank you. Lord have mercy. What the heck is all that?
I have a question when you approach the listen to me, the microphone again. Is this discussion leading to a situation where you are claiming that this company owes us damages?
Not at this time, no.
So why are we talking about damages? Because if it does, that's legal in nature and has no proper discussion right here. Tell me what it is why are you highlighting a clause in a contract and talking about payment? That is not appropriate for this particular forum. I do want to hear what the situation is, but I want to caution you that if you are making a claim or an allegation on behalf of the county, you need to refer that to the county attorney immediately.
Correct, and judges, there's no claim at this time.
There's no claim. Is there a complaint at this time?
Commissioner, I think,
No, I'm asking you, is there a complaint from our department who's been working? And just so you know, for the record, it's 2019 when we first met, not 2020.
correct.
I remember many, many discussions with regards to this situation. And in fact, this is the neighborhood where you live. Isn't that correct?
Honestly, Judge, that's irrelevant.
No,
And it-
excuse
'cause it-
me,
'cause it-
I'm-
'cause-
Excuse
well,
me, Judge.
Excuse me,
or-
sir.
Well, let's-
Excuse me, sir.
Well, then you.
No,
me.
excuse me.
Okay.
I'm not speaking to you yet. This is the presiding officer. I need to be able to ask a question.
Okay.
If I need to swear you in, sir, I have the power to do so. If you would answer the question, I would appreciate it. I will swear you in momentarily
I like the
if you do
county
not.
attorney's opinion.
Excuse me,
I
sir.
like the county attorney's opinion
Okay.
on just the way this thing's being handled.
You're out of order, sir. I'm asking a question.
I shouldn't be badgering one of our.
It's not a badgering. I will swear him in momentarily, which we have the ability
I
to
have a-
do.
No, I have a legal question. Does she have the ability to swear him in involuntarily? That is crossing over a long way, so I want a legal opinion on that before she does it.
I'll give you the
Does she have-
statute right now.
Does she have the ability to just swear someone in without notice or a subpoena or something like that? I know she has the ability to swear people in, no question
Section
about that.
37, Francisco and
I'm
Jenny.
not asking you, Judge. I'm
Section
asking the county
37.02
attorney.
Penal Code.
I want the county attorney's opinion. They're our attorney. I'm asking for the county attorney's opinion because we need to know that because every department head then needs to be on notice that they could be sworn in with no notice on the fly. I've
You
never
mean to
heard of-
tell the truth, sir?
I've never
You mean,
heard-
do
no,
they
no,
need to be on
no, no,
notice
this
to
is a
tell the
different issue.
truth, sir?
I've never heard, I've never heard anybody doing that. No, I mean, you have to give people notice if you're gonna swear them in. If you're gonna ask them a question, you have every right
No,
to do that,
sir.
but
The
you're
truth,
taking it to a
the
new
truth
level.
needs no notice, sir. The truth needs no notice.
The truth
If you
can
want a
be
county
answered.
attorney's opinion on that, you're going to have to give me time to actually
And
find the
that's what I
statute
want
and read
before
it.
it gets done, and I object strenuously to someone saying they can do it without
Okay,
notice.
all
I've
you
never
have
heard
to
any
do.
judge be able to
I'll
do
tell you
that.
what, we're gonna recess for 15 minutes so that the county attorney has ample time to research it. It's Penal Code 3702, Commissioners Court. I'll read it to you. By the way, I learned this from Richard Borchard, having watched his courts. So it's been done. Commissioners Court, can require testimony be given under oath. A person who makes a false statement under oath is subject to prosecution under Section 37.02 of the Penal Code. And so therefore, not only do I have the right to do it, but I will do it if the answer is not forthcoming.
My
It is
question is,
not a
does she have the right
difficult
on the
question.
fly?
Excuse me, sir. It is not a difficult question. The truth is always required when entering into a courtroom. This is a courtroom for all purposes under the state of Texas, and I do require an honest answer. And
Where he lives, no.
and so I just
where he
want to
lives is
know,
not a good question, Judge.
again, I'm not here for you to advise me on the questioning. I have a right to ask the question. Excuse me, sir, you continue to be out of order. Deputy Vasquez, I'm going to have to put you on notice. One of the things that I need to know is that we're going to take a 15-minute break for the clerk. It's 12:08 p.m., 12:08 p.m. for the record. We'll take a 15-minute break.
I want attorney-
It'll be a good
I want an opinion
bathroom
also
break.
on that. County attorney, I want the opinion on that, then I can be gavel out of here.
We're going to take a recess, and we will have this discussion
And then an opinion on that one too.
of a discussion.
3702 defines perjury. What did you actually, what's the original site?
I don't remember I'll get it for you. It's 37.2 is the penal code that goes, but there is a commissioner's court, anybody from commissioner's court can do that. So, I mean, the county judge can do that.
No
Let me-
question
let me
about the
give
county
you-
judge being able to do it. My question is, can she do it without notice?
Well,
That's my
you're
question.
either given, there's no notice provision, is what the statute does not require a notice provision. But let's have the county attorney look
all
at
right.
it. I'll go visit with her in my office, and I'll show her the background.
Judge, if
and-
you want to
and
ask
we'll
the
move
question,
forward
you can
there.
keep asking the question.
I
I'm
can
just
ask the
asking them to
question.
swearing in.
It's okay, I need a bathroom break anyway, it's 12:10, I've already called for the recess. Let's go ahead and do that and give me a chance to visit with the county attorney. I'd like to remember the time because the clerk needs it. 12:08, we'll be back on the record in 15 minutes, shortly. Thank you. I've already gavelled us out. Okay, test 1, 2. Okay, I apologize for the 15-minute turning into a much longer recess. The flash flooding has advanced in our community, and we are having to initiate no rescues, thank God, so far, but definitely evacuations and shelter in our rural areas. So we are working a emergency management operation at the same time. And so let me gavel us back in on the record at, give me a second, 1:12 p.m. Commissioner Chesney's in the hallway, just finishing a phone call. And would you all mind just to let him know that we're back on the record? That way he knows. Maggie, would you let Commissioner Chesney know we're back on the record? Thank you, ma'am. And so when we were gavelled out, we were on item number 22, and I'd like to see if we can create some decorum and remind everybody that we do have rules of decorum. And what we're going to do is give everybody an opportunity to have their say, their piece, their word, however you want to describe it. So I would ask all commissioners to please pay honor and tribute to that. I will call on each of you. You will be able to visit uninterrupted. And I visited with the county attorney, and we are going to hear I still don't understand what the nature of the complaint is because we have not gotten far enough into the dialogue. So we're going to go back into that. And for the record, she and her team are researching that which is obvious to me, which is that we are inside a courtroom. That is why the postings are placed outside the courtroom for concealed handguns. This is a courtroom, and I am the presiding officer as well as a constitutional judge in the state of Texas. Commissioners Court does have the authority to not only ask for testimony, be placed under oath, but also for other powers. But we are going to get that information thoroughly vetted and researched and bring it back for another time. I would hope that anybody who enters the courtroom comes to tell us the truth and nothing but the truth, and you don't need to be sworn in to do such. Let us go back in time and figure out what is the nature of why we are here today. what is your question, Commissioner Hernandez, with regards to this? What is your specific question? What are we trying to answer? And then let's ask Mr. Pimentel to try and answer that for us. And then I'm going to call upon the River Acres folks. What is the nature of our question?
Judge, there's no complaint, okay? I received a letter that's on your right-hand side on top of the binder.
Yes.
And that's what prompted me to put this. All I wanted to do was make sure that we were gonna go by what's written in this permit, okay? And, I don't know why it got to where it did. I was just asking, wanted to make sure that we were gonna, be either make whole if there was any problems with our roads, okay? And I've been talking to Mr. Zahn. I think we can resolve. I asked for a meeting with Mr. Zahn, Mr. Pimentel, and myself, and I think we can come to an agreement. They're not out there deliberately destroying our roads, okay? Is this just in case if they had done something? This is just to say that they would have been responsible. Again, they're not out there deliberately doing anything like that. I just wanted to make sure in case if something happened, and again, they're not out there doing it intentionally, but if it does happen, and I spoke to Mr. Pimentel, maybe if it's something minimal, we can fix, I'll pay for it.
So nothing has occurred to your knowledge?
No, the only thing that got me to my attention is that letter you got in your hand.
Okay. Okay, so you're not here to issue or levy any complaint. You're wanting to know whether or not we're going to honor the agreement in the contract that we have.
I'm here to know, to ask that if what's in this letter, if that's what we are working by, or we're working by what's on the permit, okay? That's what I'm here asking for.
Yeah, so we work under the contracts and that we sign. That's what we have. And the permit, in a way, is a contract that they take from our county. So, but nothing in your mind has happened yet. You're just worried about something that hasn't happened?
I'm worried about this letter that was sent out, Judge.
Yeah.
Okay, that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just want to make it clear.
Right.
Okay, that if it does happen, then we're gonna have to, either fix it, and I'm sure Mr. Zahn and the water board were willing to work with us.
Right.
All we want to do is what's right, okay?
Right.
Nobody said that there was a complaint. Nobody said that Mr. Pimentel has any interest. The only interest he's got is doing the best work he can for the county, for the county taxpayers, and that's my only interest as well. I think we can get this resolved if you let us.
Well, it doesn't sound like there's anything to be resolved.
Well,
Is there a complaint?
no, ma'am, there's no complaint.
Okay,
but-
thank you.
but
Just
when
checking to make sure there's no complaint.
When you ended the meeting, you made it seem like there was.
No, I didn't. Charlie, Chairman, would you just remind everybody why we sent the letter that's been referenced multiple times? What the nature of the letter was, what its purpose was, and why we needed to have clarity with regards to this project?
Yes, Judge. My name's Charlie Zahn, and I'm an attorney for the River Acres Water Supply Corporation. I also have with me today my engineer, Mr. Paul Pilarczyk, who's the engineer for River Acres Water Supply Corporation. Back in November of 2019, Judge, we asked for a meeting with you and then County Commissioner Carolyn Vaughn for the purpose of discussing two exciting projects we thought for Nueces County. One was to upgrade the water system for the River Acres Water Supply Corporation and its members and customers. And the second was to talk to you, Carolyn Vaughn and yourself, about a project that Nueces County was proposing to upgrade streets in that same area. We agreed to some matters back in November of 2019, and as Commissioner Hernandez said, a permit was issued to the River Acres Water Supply Corporation, and in particular to Persons, who was our contractor on that job. We were under the understanding that we had worked out with the county, and in particular with Mr. Pimentel, the fact that we would be installing the water lines and then the county would come in and do the street improvements or the road improvements that they had been told that they were supposed to be participating in. I learned today, or I know for a fact that before we could get to one of the major roads, Judge, that the street work started in that area. And we had to try to relocate at a considerable expense to the River Acres Water Supply Corporation. And again, as you said earlier today, Judge, we were in a bond program with the Texas Water Development Board for our improvements. We came back to you and Mr. Pimentel in December, and I thought we reached a series of agreements wherein our contractor could go in and make the improvements on the water lines. And if there was minimal damage to the surface that the county had done prior to us getting to that area, that Nueces County would be responsible for that. We also agreed at that time if there was major damage, if my contractor was negligent, for example, and caused major damage to that roadway or that road surface that Nueces County had done, that contractor would be responsible for that. We waited from December till April and never could get that agreement finalized. And as a result, my contractor left Nueces County and went to Midland and began another job there. So we have a project, Judge, that we need to complete. I would tell the court that my contractor will be back next week. He's going to mobilize next week and then start to finish this project. But he wanted assurances that the agreement that you and I and I thought Mr. Pimentel agreed to in December was in fact the agreement that he was going to be working under. And we got the letter from your office saying that in fact that was the case. And as a result, my contractor is coming back and is going to complete this job. I believe that Mr. Hernandez and I talked just a minute ago. I think that we're probably on the same page, Judge, that if it's minimal damage to the edge of the roadway as a result of the narrow right-of-way that these water lines are going in, that the county has agreed that they'll be responsible for those. If there's major problems, then my contractor with the bonding that we have with them would be responsible for that.
Correct.
So that's where we feel like we are. I wish that Mr. Hernandez and I could have talked before this item went on your agenda, because I think that we basically have an agreement that where we stand as far as River Acres Water Supply Corporation and Nueces County is concerned.
Right.
We did make some significant adjustments, Judge, as you're aware. We had a narrow right-of-way on 73, and we agreed to bore under 73 13 times and move that water line to the other side of that roadway so that we wouldn't damage a major artery in that area. And that was at our expense and our member expenses at River Acres Water Supply Corporation. So we feel like the relationship between Nueces County and River Acres, or we hope at least, that it's a good relationship. It's a relationship that's going to benefit my members, all of which are also residents and taxpayers of Nueces County.
Correct. And in fact, we've been working together, as I said earlier, before the recess, since 2019 on this project. It's a valuable project. It's a project that the state of Texas believes in because they gave you the money for it.
That's
and
correct.
Also, it's valuable to the residents that are there who get brand-new water lines. And the purpose of this letter, and this letter was worked on and drafted between court administration, and Tyner had to step out, but it was drafted between Tyner with the conference with Mr. Pimentel's office. So, and he's looking at me like that's not the case. So, Juan, you would like to come and make a comment? Are you saying that this letter was not drafted? I'd like to ask Mr. Little to come in because he represented that this letter, that you had absolutely no problems. Are you telling this court that you now have a problem with this letter?
No.
Okay,
Judge, I never,
thank you.
Judge,
Thank you. I'm going to ask,
Well,
I'm going
I
to
would
ask,
like
just for a
to
second, one second.
respond
I need to
to the
get Tyner in
question.
here before we get your explanation. Maggie,
No,
could
well,
you
it's
get
not an
Tyner?
explanation,
Yeah,
Judge.
let him
It's a-
finish,
it's-
let him
I know, I
finish.
want to make sure Tyner is here so that he can hear it. Just
But
give me a
Judge-
moment.
But Judge, you asked him a question, let him answer.
I know, but Tyner needs to be in here, and I thought he was coming in, but he's gone the other way. Let's bring Tyner in. He was the one that worked on the project. Go ahead now.
No. You asked the question, no,
Okay.
I wasn't part of it.
You were not part of this
No.
letter. Tyner, the letter that was sent as a comfort letter with regards to Charlie Zahn and the River Acres, all the meetings that we sat in, we asked you to memorialize so that we could provide that comfort. I asked you to work with Juan. Was it your understanding that this accurately represented that which we had discussed?
That's what we understood at the time, Judge. Belinda and I had a hand in that draft, and that's what we sent.
Right.
So did you meet with Juan on this? So I mean, I know that was your understanding, but is your understanding through
You
Juan?
or discussed it, either one.
That's correct, the initial meeting, and then we all met in the courtroom again, but that was that was not
Right.
2019, that
Right.
was,
When was that?
It was in 2020, at the end of 2020.
correct, that was at the end of 2020, we all met in here.
We may have met actually one more time in 2021. I have to think about that. I have to look.
Which
You
letter
know-
are we talking about, Commissioner? Which letter are we talking about?
I have no idea now, Juan. Tyner, are you saying that, y'all were present and Juan was also?
Yes.
When he made, I remember you calling me to my office, asking me to also make a letter approving, that we would be responsible. And I told you that wasn't our project. I didn't see why we should be responsible, because it wasn't even a county project. And you had asked the same thing from Juan Pimentel.
All right. After the meeting, and here the judge asked that I be sure and include you, and I, in fact, walked over the contractors actually doing the project to meet with you, to talk about what we had discussed in the commissioner's courtroom. We actually met in here, and we exchanged some cards, and I asked the contractors to reach out to you to update you on, what they were doing out there. I don't know the extent of what kind of construction work has occurred since the meeting, but, I thought we had an understanding
Yeah,
of.
and let's be clear, the purpose of this letter was only one purpose, and that was to make sure that the contractors could come back in town and finish their work. And Juan understood that. You and I talked about that, about making sure that the contractors could come and finish their work. And we asked whether or not you had finished your work with the roads, and you had indicated yes for this area, and that they were all clear to come back. There is nothing nefarious here. This was an opportunity to solidify the water lines that needed to be completed. It was a recap of the meetings that you and I, Juan, and Tyner, and Charlie Zahn, and Hanson all had in this very room.
Judge, and that's fine, but I wasn't here with Tyner and the contractor in the court having a discussion regarding this letter. I just want to make sure that that's.
The letter
pointed out.
is a memorialization.
Well,
We weren't, I
and
wasn't in the
that's-
room
well,
either.
well,
They drafted
but I
it.
just want to make sure that, because it was meant that, it was said that I was in here. No, I was not in here.
You
I
were
was
in
never-
here for the discussions.
No, I wasn't here I never met the contractor here in this courthouse, in this
Right.
courtroom.
But
No, what I'm trying to say is I met with Mr. Zahn and yourself here one
Right.
time. and
That's
that
what we're
was- and
talking
that was
about.
back in October of
Juan,
last
but we've
year.
been talking,
But-
all this
but,
is,
Judge, but I just want to make sure that I wasn't included I wasn't part of this letter. You asked the question that if I was here. when
Does
the
this
was-
letter-
When the letter was prepared and I wasn't here.
well,
in the
neither was
courtroom
I,
to-
Juan. I mean,
Okay,
it
no,
it
I just
got,
want-
it
but
got,
but I just want to make sure and make it clear, Judge, because I'm just trying to tell the truth, is that I
Oh.
wasn't here in court when they had this meeting with the contractor.
okay, excuse me one second. So the bottom line is, this letter clearly says that we have an agreement with Mr. Zahn, who represents the area, to basically let them finish their work. And you don't have any reason to be opposed to this letter.
I saw in that letter, I got it a few weeks ago or something like that, is the only thing I saw in that letter is that we would be responsible for fixing any damages that are caused by the contractor. Now, our permit states that they're responsible for any damages that are caused by the contractor. So,
Okay, so
Let me ask a question, Judge, if you don't mind. You know, just for Tyner. Tyner, if everybody was there,
Put your mic up. I can't hear you very well.
hey, Tyner, if everybody was there and everybody knew what was going on, to me, this letter, how come we didn't CC everybody? How come we didn't CC Juan, we didn't CC,
I've got it.
you know, I mean, everybody that y'all saying was there during the discussion? I mean, this letter should have gone to everybody. I mean,
this
five
letter.
people were there, should have gone to the 5 people.
This letter was drafted and by our court administration to memorialize that which everybody had already agreed to. There is no problem here. One is being invented.
No,
And,
there's a problem.
and Commissioner Zahn, I'm sorry, Chairman Zahn spoke with Tyner multiple times about this particular document to make certain that it adequately represented. Nobody's trying to change the contract one. And if you had any concerns about that, we could have addressed that with the county attorney's office. It does not reference that at all. It referenced the agreement, which was to make way as a comfort letter for the contractor to come back, because you had started work in Public Works before they did their water line works, thereby interrupting and disrupting their work, which was not agreed upon. That was not agreed upon. It was agreed upon that they would do their work first, but Public Works chose to go do their work. And as a result, we've had a year worth of meetings, Commissioner Gonzalez, a year's worth of meetings that had everybody involved.
I understand that, I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem, if you have a letter that goes out, we should CC everybody involved.
I will refer that to court administration, and I'm sure they will make a note of it and for next time. But the
Well,
reason
Judge,
that
excuse
they
me,
were
Judge?
involved was because they were the ones that, this predated, this was involving the precincts before Commissioner Hernandez arrived. But it was my task, and I told Tyner, and he did it, to inform Commissioner Hernandez about what was going on and updating him. And that was done at our bequest.
Yeah, right when we got done with this meeting, I walked the contractors over, left cards, and asked them to please
I
update
wasn't
the
in, I
commission.
wasn't in that day, Tyner.
No, you were not in.
Because I know they left
Judge.
their cards, but I wasn't in that, so I didn't speak to them. And all this could have probably been prevented, Judge, if you would have included me in what you were doing, what arrangements you were making. And I wouldn't have seen a problem probably with it, if it was okay. But when I saw this letter, it cost me to think, what's going on? Why are we being held responsible for something?
You're not being held responsible.
That's the way it came across, Judge.
Well, it may come across that way, but that's not the legal significance of it. Charlie, would you please address that?
Judge, I'd like to make one other comment. I handed you some of the information out of my file, but on December the 22nd of 2020, we had that meeting here in this courtroom, as the judge said, and we arrived at what was the agreement between Nueces County and River Acres Water Supply Corporation, which memorialized in the judge's letter in April of 2021. And as you can see from my letter, I don't recall the exact date, but my first sentence is thanking Mr. Pimentel for meeting with my engineer and myself to discuss this matter. So Mr. Pimentel was in fact in that meeting where we discussed the various concepts, including the concept that Nueces County would be responsible for the minor repairs as a result of this water line project being completed.
Right. Okay. Well, I appreciate the information, your candor, and let me just say, this is a great project for the people of this subdivision. It was not only needed, but it's an awesome opportunity, and that opportunity came because you filed for that opportunity with the Texas Water Development Board. And because time was of the essence, we went through painstakingly all kinds of procedures and contemplations. And I think that it should be noted that a big thank you is in order, because we are able to improve infrastructure that's incredibly important. And you were included, Commissioner Hernandez, because we asked the minute that they came to see us, that they come and see you and contact you. This document, for
Nobody
the
did.
record, was an absolute memorialization of the reference to the meeting that we had before your arrival. So this letter is a good letter because it references by incorporation an agreement that was reached between the parties in order to get work completed, that which I think all of us want to see. And that's all there is to it. And I think that what's interesting is that, we need to be very clear that agreements and contracts we sign are legal documents. And if there is a legal question as to whether or not, what governs, I will tell you that what governs is this legal document.
Of course.
And so if you had a question, I would refer you to the county attorney next time, because when I went and asked and inquired, nobody had any idea of what the complaint was. But now we know there was no
There
complaint.
was no complaint. I was simply
Right.
inquiring what you sent this letter to some people here.
Right, so all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask next time.
Judge, you're always working behind everybody's back.
No,
Yes, ma'am. You never
once,
invite me to
once,
any of the meetings, Judge.
once
No,
again, you weren't here, sir. Mrs. Vaughn represented the county at the time, and your comments of sidebar completely is very inappropriate.
Yes, I understand, Judge. So if we can just, if I say, okay, let's come to an agreement. Mr. Zahn and I have talked already. We believe we can come to an agreement. We'll sit down with Mr. Pimentel, and we'll get everything worked out, Judge, if you let us.
Okay, so you'll bring that back to court then, and run it through the county attorney's office, because that's what we do in our courtroom. And in my office, when we do something like this, we run it through court administration, we run it through governmental affairs if it involves another entity, and we run it through the county attorney's office. So nobody's doing anything except for in a transparent way. So if you have a solution, that's wonderful. I don't even think there's a problem to be solved.
There never
But
was
if there's no problem to be solved, then this issue is moot, Chairman, and we will work with you guys as we have been for the past year and a half, and look forward to doing
I
so.
appreciate that, Judge. I wanted to just bring you one other little bit of information. We also at River Acres, I've been before the Public Utilities Commission, and they issue the permits for districts like ours to provide water, and some districts, wastewater treatment facilities. And we've increased the acreage at River Acres Water Supply Corporation by almost 800 acres. And so this particular project gives us the ability to provide the infrastructure and the water for that new 800 acres in Nueces County. And we've got home builders that are looking at that now, which of course will benefit Nueces County and the tax rolls in Nueces County. So this project is not only good for my clients and the members of River Acres Water Supply Corporation, but also for Nueces County.
Yeah. It's very exciting to have the Water District Number 3's participation. Okay,
Thanks,
so
Chair.
Thank you.
we're going to go back in order.
Judge,
And,
Judge, I'd like to move 15 and 16 up because Munoz is here from College Station, and due to the weather, he needs to get back.
Judge, do we need to vote on that last issue?
no, sir.
It was just a presentation, or, sorry, I'm a little, so we don't have to vote on that? Or,
No, if you read the agenda item, it just says discuss. There's no action taken there.
yeah, sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
Appreciate not being perfect, on my bad.
No, I just want to make sure that we're reading. The
Yeah,
other
thanks, Judge.
ideas here are to move up 15, 16. I also have one more request. Give me just a moment here to, we've gone through, I'm going to call item number, give me just a second. Where is insurance, Tyner? Item number 12? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's do 12, and then I'll take out of courtesy 15 and 16. I had already agreed to having 12 next, Commissioner. And then we will ask Mr. Munoz to come out of your office and to come on deck now. He can come into the courtroom and be ready. So we're going to move to insurance, a discussion of insurance on a one-year policy term for property and casualty insurance per broker of record. And
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, once again. I have Chase Carlisle here from Carlisle Insurance bringing before the court. I'll turn it over to him. I'll be standing by if you have any questions. The renewal process started February 1st, and it took us a while to get the applications and everything completed, so I turn it over to Chase.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. Tyner is passing out some spreadsheets that we'll reference throughout the presentation here. The big one is the important one that we want to address first. This is a snapshot of the recommended renewal. Line item number 1 is your property and windstorm. We did do a property valuation on the county's facilities this past year. That did present some changes in values, square footage, et cetera. We feel that the county's properties have now been evaluated and we're in a better position than we were before. Overall, the net effect was pretty much a flat effect on the overall values, so the values didn't change much overall on a comparison purpose. The insurer that we are recommending renewing with is the current insurers that you did have last year, barring 2 additions with 2 different markets this year that did provide for some better rate reductions. Overall, the property insurance rates did increase about 2%, which is a win in the marketplace that we're still in right now. The premium did decrease $2,300, and that was just a reflection of a lower overall values in the property's values. The flood insurance did go up. That's an NFIP, National Flood Insurance Program, rate increase that's being seen across the country right now. The inland marine policies were pretty much flat. The comprehensive hangar and keepers liability is pretty much flat. The public officials liability line item number 7 did increase, and that was just due to a larger number of exposures that were reported on the applications. We did market that heavily. We did ask TAC for a quote on that line item as well. Just for reference, TAC did come in about $18,000 higher than what's being presented here today, so we're not recommending moving that. The automobile liability did increase. The reason being there is the county is transitioning to a model of vehicles through Enterprise, and Enterprise does require the county to carry a $2 million liability limit. In the past, we've had I believe, what was it, Timothy, $300,000 with tax. So TAC did increase that liability limit to $2 million for us this year because the county, again, is transitioning to leasing vehicles rather than owning vehicles through Enterprise. Law enforcement liability did see an increase as well, and that was just due to a higher number of exposures reported on the application as well. So overall, the net increase on the property and casualty insurance this year is $62,440. Are there any questions?
So if we're gonna go into leasing the vehicles now, so will that group of insurance come down, bring it down? So our vehicle's not gonna be through lease, and they provide insurance through the lease.
You're still required to provide liability insurance on those vehicles, even
Yeah.
though you don't own them, you're leasing them per the contract requirements. That's why we had to move it to $2 million. They're requiring a $2 million liability limit that the county carry now. Even though you don't own them, you're leasing.
What are we paying now?
What were you paying right now?
For the vehicles.
Last year you paid on the auto liability $68,000. This year it's $113,000. And I think the conversations that have been had behind the doors about why that, I'm not getting in a position why y'all are doing that, but I think overall the costs that you will save on the maintenance of the vehicles, because that's included in the contract, offsets the cost of the additional insurance.
It'll balance it off,
From what I understand, yes, sir.
or almost anyway, but. So is there any other savings by going to lease at all, as far as like collision, or, is it just strictly the
I'll
liability?
let somebody else answer that, because I don't know what the contract.
Could you restate your question? Are you
Yeah,
asking me if
I'm
there's
just-
any
again,
other insurance benefit
I'm just going
to
to
switching?
the motor vehicle group, right? All the cars were insured, right, through liability, collision, whatever, right? Do they do that? Is it under car law?
That's the insurance that we're getting now under the lease program, because before we had the insurance under TAC that was liability only, and the county was self-insured for any damages, if I recall. Is that-
That's correct, Commissioner, because we looked into the enterprise fleet lease agreement, and we were required in the contract to carry a certain level of insurance, and that $2 million right there covered it. The reason being, the 15-passenger vans, for example, we were required by enterprise to carry $1 million of insurance. So the $2 million went back to Fleet Enterprises and said, okay, what do we need to do for the insurance? Well, the $2 million covers us, and it covers Enterprise as well, because they're still on the hook for any damages one of our drivers may, in the event that the county is sued.
And the damages for the vehicles, the leased vehicles, they will cover the damages?
That right there, Commissioner, no, we went, because that's still on us. That was just for liability. Any damages will still be incurred, because if we have a vehicle, that's why we, uninsured motorists, for example, there's quite a few people running around with not insurance, so if it's somebody else's fault and there's no insurance, we're still gonna be on the hook for it. But no, that doesn't cover it. That just covers the liability in the event that the county is involved in an accident. It is our fault, and that doesn't cover the repair of the vehicle.
So if it's not our fault, they cover it.
If it's not our fault, then that'll go through the county attorney's office as far as trying to recuperate some of our loss from the other driver's insurance. Yes, sir.
So is there like a ballpark figure of anything that we're gonna save there, or is it, I just mentioned you probably balance off?
You know what, Commissioner, running this first year, we're gonna have to track it as we go and look, and maybe this time next year, we'll have some better figures for you, and we'll give you a better number.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, Judge in here, Commissioner Montes, Judge Pro Tem. I just wanted to mention, make sure to point something out that's I think is important. The way I've read this and been articulated to, that we now are paying less for our insurance for way more coverage, I believe is on the premium. Is that correct, or am I misstating that?
Are you referencing the vehicle insurance?
No, I'm talking about the whole overall. I thought that was the way I read it and heard it, but I may be wrong.
I wouldn't say that's 100% accurate, I'll put it that way. I mean, it's what we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, and if y'all recall, is the market's hardened, especially on the property insurance. I mean, the property insurance is by far the largest expense for the county, right? And the property market's been in shambles. I mean, last year we had every name in the book for hurricanes in the Atlantic, plus half the Greek alphabet. And they're saying we're looking at doing the same thing again this year. Really, what we're seeing on the property side is it's starting to flatten out a little bit, but we're still seeing the 10 to 15% rate increases as our peers in the area, the schools and the ports and around us right now saw, because y'all are the last renewal in the local area. So a 2 to 2.5% rate increase that you're seeing is by far the best thing that we've seen on public any side in South Texas so far.
But we did go, and I stand corrected, I apologize. I thought that when y'all came the last time, I thought I'd read that we were I think the part of it's correct is we do have more things covered. Is that right?
Yes, sir. So what we did on the property valuation is probably what you're referencing, is on the property valuation, what we did find on the property valuation that there were some things that were missing. There were some items that were being insured that no longer needed insurance on. But most importantly was the fairgrounds, where we found that we were basically buying $4 million on the exhibit hall, and the property valuation came back and said we needed $28 million. So everything is now, we're getting more coverage, I guess, to answer your question, yes, for the same price of what we had.
So it's for the same price?
Yes, effectively, that's an accurate statement.
My apologies. I
You're
misstated it. I didn't mean to. I thought that was what I had seen.
We got $24 million more on the fairgrounds than we had last year, and our price went down, so.
Okay, that's fair. And then, and I wanted to point out to the court too, I think I mentioned this maybe, but because of the information that Carlisle brought the last time, I was able to determine that it looked like we had coverage on the concession stand at Padre Island that we had not known about. And so because of that, so I'm thanking you for bringing that information, because it brought that to my attention. And now we are sending a claims, or we have sent the claims adjuster out there to evaluate the damage on the concession stand that our engineer has said needs to be torn down. So there could be, and hopefully there is, coverage. I'm sure we'll have to, maybe, I'm not sure, but I would assume we're gonna have to fight with them over the amount. But it looks as though that building has coverage that we weren't aware of. So if we get what we deserve on that, based on our engineer's report that says it needs to be torn down, we might be able to save some of that CO money that we allocated, might. Again, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but might. But I really appreciate y'all bringing that up so that I could find it, see it. And obviously, I do read quite a bit, so I was able to find that. So thank you very much for doing that, and hopefully that'll yield some results. And if y'all could keep us up to speed, Tim, or whoever, on that, because obviously that could be significant.
Yes, sir.
Might not be, but it sure could be, because we do have insurance. We do have insurance on the buildings out there. Now, I don't know about the observation deck. Do we have been out there as well? I can't remember. I don't think I asked that, because I think I saw that the concession building was on there.
Just according to the statement of values of which was assessed.
Can you, yeah.
I'm sorry. Since what was assessed was Mackie Mays, Michael Mays, and the other building itself that's sitting right next to it.
So they both have coverage according to what we think, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and I think that's really significant, because that means we have it, I hope, on IB McGee. I think I'd asked that, and I don't remember if I got an answer, but I think that meant we have it there. So apparently.
That is correct, Commissioner. Horace Caldwell, the concessions is.
Horace Caldwell, my bad, on Port Aransas, right. So that's, yeah, and so basically, we do have coverage on some of the stuff on the island, which is really important. Chase and I talked about the one that we're building now, that has the contractor would have the, what's that, builder's risk? And then once that is built and complete, we would convert that over to being insured as well. So that's.
Yes, sir.
Really good news. Thank you. Do we need?
I have one
Anything
question.
else?
I don't know if you have or not, I don't remember if you have, but at any time, have you kind of given us an estimate or a ballpark figure of what it would cost to insure the pier once we build it back up?
Yes, sir. It's kind of been a topic that we've discussed pretty much almost every year, and it's in the environment and the market we're today. It's a matter of finding somebody that would be willing to do it. And right at this point, I'm not going to say there's nobody that'll do it, but from what we've researched, there is nobody that wants to do it right now, especially in the situation that it's in.
Yeah, but
Right.
I think once it's built, maybe there'd be
Yeah, I
somebody.
mean, once it's built, I think it's a great topic for discussion and research again, just to see if we can't protect that asset.
Particularly if we build differently.
Correct.
But just for the record, we have not been able to insure it because they would not insure it. So it wasn't that we couldn't find anybody before. It wasn't that we couldn't accept anybody's premiums before. There was nobody that would insure the pier before it was damaged. That needs to be noted. So again, if we build differently and we get some different assurances for coastal resiliency, but that's a big if, and it's something that we'll address when and if that potential happens in the future.
So, right, and I think it's very important to really look at this, and I'm thrilled that y'all did this evaluation to make sure we have coverage, because it's not the last storm we're gonna have. It's not, and so hopefully, some of that will pay off for us, and if there's a way, as Judge talked about, on the pier to do it, to get insured, great. That's not gonna, and you know what, at some point, we have to look at, even if there's insurance out there and it's an arm and a leg, we may have to look at it, because if it comes along and tears it down again and we got another 18 or 20 million, maybe the insurance was worth it. Probably not, because it's so expensive, but I don't know that. But again, as she said, I think if we build it differently, then there might be someone who's willing to look at it as a reasonable thing. And what the engineer, again, has told us, there are design methods out there that are extremely strong and tough, that strong's not tough's not the right word, but to where it can last for 50 or 75 years. So you're right, Judge, if we build it differently, then we might be able to get insurance for it, because it's kind of like a windstorm rate, right? If you build your building stronger and tougher, you get a lower insurance rate, you get a lower windstorm rate. And if you go above the requirements, then you get a better insurance rate. If you build a cinder block building on the island, you get a better insurance rate. That's right. So anyway, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And I'd move passage, Judge, if you're ready to go.
Yeah, I just want to say that overall, I'm just really pleased. You should know that we have a lot of meetings before you get to this type of deck sheet here, and it's just, it's been a pleasure to be able to say, look, we've strengthened our portfolio. You've addressed gaps. We had to pay, I thought it was kind of weird, and I'm sure you went over this when I stepped out, to try to get a storm report, but we are, it's kind of strange, right? I mean, what goes up and what comes down? But no question, this is, for our market, I think, a very comprehensive and much more, I feel much more adequately covered, guys. So thank you. I don't know how else to say it. I feel safer knowing that we have the right coverages for the right assets, and not so much where we're losing dollars, but enough to make sure that we've covered all of our bases. And to do this takes a lot of effort. And so,
Yeah,
many
and
thanks.
not to take too much more of y'all's time on this, but the next project that Timothy and I and our office are gonna be working on is the flood insurance, because it has been identified that we do buy some flood insurance policies, but we're not buying it on everything. So that's our next big project, is analyze which buildings have it, which don't, why they don't, and then bring that to the court and make a decision on whether or not there's a reason why we don't want to buy
Right.
flood on those policies, those buildings.
And I know you talked about this, but I just want to make sure for the record that, look, you've been able to identify for the first time, we have a comprehensive list of assets, right?
Correct.
And look, this is a game changer. I mean, I always like to point out when we're doing something that's better and different, so we keep having those same goals. This is so much better than before. We really understand what we've got, but there's some things that had coverage in two places, and we're getting rid of that. So look for, I guess, an updated informational presentation from Carlisle with regarding flood insurance. And meanwhile, I'll take your motion. Was that a motion, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll second it. And how about any other questions at this time? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, great. Let me move this off. And now we're going to advance, and again, thanks for the patience of the audience for letting us be out of order. I know you're looking around, but this is because due to weather, we're trying to get people home. And I hope actually that you choose not to go home. I have National Weather Service reports. You need to enjoy Corpus Christi tonight. The weather is terrible, and I really hope for your safety, if we can help you find accommodations, that you'll just stay safe. It really is terrible flash floods. And, but still, we want to accommodate you, and so we've got item number 15 and 16, and discuss and consider the supplemental agreement between Global Spectrum and the venue management regarding management of Nueces County Regional Fairgrounds relating to innovative readiness training mission operations. And then kind of a subsequent item will be the memorandum of understanding which had expired between Texas A&M Colonia's program regarding innovative readiness training. And so we want to make sure that we've got that all buttoned up. So for this, Tyner, I asked you to help get the backup documentation. I think we've got it in our notebooks. But basically, this involves commissioners getting an agreement between Global Spectrum, who's the manager at the fairgrounds, and ourselves to be able to utilize the fairgrounds, all assets for 30 days. Jason Green is here for any questions. And I believe the county attorney's had an opportunity to review, and she's nodding yes. And so I think we're good to go. If there are questions, we can answer them. I think the funding source is the one thing that needs to be identified here. Can you give us any background on the funding source, Dale, or potential funding source, or? In other words, the total is, let's start with the total, and then we'll work backwards. The total for this agreement would be, is really, it's actually unknown for the complete total, because there's going to be some costs that'll be incurred, like utilities and supplies and janitorial, that we will be billed after the fact. So there is some question marks there. But for the most part, it is what it is. Whatever we spend, we spend. And then there's the additional need for the payment. And that's very important, guys, because we are in a arm's length agreement. We own the property, this is true, and we do have certain circumstances where we can use the property. But with something like this, that's 30 days, that's not in the normal course, and so we need to have this agreement to protect both parties, and we need to get a funding source. And I think we should at least prepare for, did we say 100,000?
It's 106,
One-
106,000.
Okay, $106,000.
Can I say something? I'd like to move that we approve the contract and with the contingency, whatever the amount is, that the county is responsible to pay for it. That's my motion, okay? And I don't think it's 106,000. Everything, all the items that were listed, and I give them to, I've already given to, I think we talked with Jason already. The only thing that we're looking at as far as the items is the continuous operation of the air conditioner in the fairgrounds and the water, sewer, gas, I guess. But as far as the extra general supplies, the military has already agreed that they bring in all the janitorial supplies and that they're going to also use the kitchen, and they're going to clean up after the kitchen. They will set up and they will take down. You don't need extra staff to set up or take down. The military will do that, according to Major Fajardo and Mr. Munoz. And it would also increase the fuel. They're not using any fuel. They're contracting with a company that's going to provide the fuel to the stations where they're working that deliver the fuel over there. So they're not using any of our fuel. And also on the disposals, that's taken care of. I already spoke with Absolute, and he's going to take care of it. So really, the only two items here, we go back to the air conditioning and the water, sewer, gas, utilities. So those are the two items that we have left in there.
We've based the 106,000, Teresa, if you'll take the podium, on historical use of utilities. And we've also based the 106,000 on the rentals, the rental of the facility. I think there's a daily rental. Do you want to just quickly identify for the court what the estimate is? And I agree with you that we want to approve it, at least I do. But I also agree that we need to have a guesstimate so that we can approve a funding source. So if your funding source is general revenue, then we just need to know that, and this court needs to approve it.
I'd like to make a motion, we approve it within a guesstimate of maybe $90,000, which will be high, but if you want a number figure, I think that 90,000 will be my figure, considering that they're going to do all the other things they say they're going to do. And by the time, when they leave, they're going to clean up the.
Right,
the ground.
I think we don't disagree, the military is gonna be a great tenant. But the problem is that Spectra has they can't just say, oh, military cleanup. They have to go in and do their own cleaning. They have to have their own folks' standards. It's not like we think that they'll do a bad job. It's just like you leaving an apartment. Just because you clean it doesn't mean that the company's not gonna go in.
Judge, I mean, I'm looking, callers and we say, hey, I guess we have to pay.
Yeah.
But I think it's to be seen that the military, when they leave, they usually.
I understand.
They're
It's
pretty
just,
clean.
yeah, I know, they're gonna do a great job. We have a lot of faith in them, but the point is that the 106,000 is based upon a budget. Teresa can go over it, and I think we ought
I can
to.
raise it to 106,000 if you want me to.
Okay, that'd be great, but it is what it is. If it's 110, it's 110, right? But what can we do for the funding source, Dale?
Well, wait, can I ask for Teresa, you
Oh, go
asked
ahead.
her?
I'm sorry,
No, I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to hear what she was gonna say about where the 106 comes from. and
Yeah, just the
see-
breakdown?
Yeah,
Could you
please.
give us the breakdown?
Okay, there's 48,500 for the rental of all three buildings.
And that's for how long?
That's for 30 days for the month of June. With the exception of the Equestrian Center, it's only going to be 14 days. The rate is $500 per day.
Sorry, and, I'm sorry, and the 3 buildings, what are they, so I'm trying to figure out how much space they're leasing, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
They're going to lease the Prairie Pavilion. It's $500 a day.
Prairie Pavilion?
Berry
The Berry.
Pavilion.
Barry, I'm
Laura
sorry.
Berry.
I'm sorry. And that's how, and then how many square feet is that? That's that big show barn pavilion? They're doing the whole thing?
Here you go.
Is that what it is? Oh, okay.
That's the central pavilion.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
Jason
okay.
is saying that they're leasing the whole property So that would be all the buildings, like the Exhibit Hall A, the Conference Center, the Equestrian Center, and Berry Pavilion.
Wow, okay, that's a big operation.
Right.
Wow.
And so it's $500 per day, times 30 days. So Berry Pavilion is 15,000. The Exhibit Hall A is 15,000. The Conference Center is 15,000. The Equestrian Center is $250 a day for only 14 days, so that's 3,500. So just the rental is 48,500.
Got it, okay, thank you.
And then there's an estimate on additional costs that they would like to get reimbursed for. Commissioner kind of went through those. The electric for the AC, it's like 12,000 estimated per building. And that's
Wait, $12,000 per day? What'd you
because
say?
it's going to be running 24/7, is my understanding,
But not per day.
per day.
No.
For the month.
No, 12,000 total is the estimate for 30 days. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
That's right. Okay, got it, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
so that's the 36,000. And then they have the water usage estimated at 5,000. Commissioners in agreement with that one. The sewer and gas is 7,500. Janitorial supplies and chemicals is 2,000. And then the labor, 2 people doing 12-hour shifts for $5,000. The 2 dumpsters for $500 each is $1,000. The fuel is $1,000. The total of the estimated reimbursables is $57,500.
Minus what they're gonna.
Well, I'm just giving you the total,
Wait, what
where the
was the-
106 came from.
Sorry, after dumpsters, you said something, I couldn't hear you.
The fuel.
If you have a copy, would you mind giving it, so Chesney doesn't have to sit there and,
That's okay,
make
I'm
his
good.
notes?
Yes, I will.
I mean, she's got it on a nice spreadsheet for you.
Okay, so the reimbursables were,
So that's 106,000 total.
gotcha.
Actual for sure is the rental, which is the 48.5. We know that's a constant. And then everything else, I guess y'all are gonna decide what.
And I think we need to point out, because this is a phenomenal project. They are saving this county millions of dollars by doing this. We're grateful for that, very grateful for that. And to me, but some people might ask, so I'm gonna just be transparent about it. Some people might say, well, why are you renting from your own property? Well, because we're losing rental, right, from.
That's correct.
Every
And
day.
that's not fair, because Global Spectrum is on a, they've got to perform, and they got to show us they're doing well. So every day that they're in there, they're losing money, the Global Spectrum is,
Yes,
or
sir.
the fairgrounds run by Global Spectrum. So, because, someone could ask that, but I think it's completely legit to do that, because otherwise, we're going to be, putting in a sinkhole, and putting them in a bad spot, and then we're going to say, why are you not doing what you're supposed to do? And I don't want to do that. So, but again, I just want to put it out there. I mean,
And
this-
they are the manager of the
Right.
fairground, so we
It's not
can't
fair
just
for us
take
to
it over.
take money away from them to give away a freebie.
Yes, sir.
But, so yeah, I'm with Commissioner Gonzalez and
Thank
Judge
you.
Canal, and we need to figure out how to do this and where the funding source is. I mean, it's not in my precinct, but I'll help some, and if I have to, because this is a phenomenal project. And I want to support that 100%. So I'm happy to pitch in or do what I need to, or I know Commissioner Gonzalez is great at raising money, and certainly everybody else is up here, so. That's all I had questions for.
Okay.
So thank you, Judge. If you
So
want, I
there are
apologize.
special revenue funds. You all have special revenue monies that you can divvy up and pay for it. I think also you may have some general capital funds that's not specified, the 1901 funds to be used. And so what I was told was that it was precinct 1, 2, and 3.
Right. Again, it's not mine, but I'll put in
So-
some, but we also have,
Okay.
we also have COs. Did you say that?
The 1901 general capital, you
That's
have
what you're
funds
calling
there.
That's what you're, oh, it's not COs, it's, what were they,
It's
tax
general
notes?
capital.
Sorry. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's, the agreement protects, as we said, both parties. It's very important to have that arm's length agreement. We do this for everything that we do, including the Battelle unit, the vaccinations, testing, and the like. And even though we know the military will do a great job, they cannot abandon their post. That they have to supervise their property, they have to supervise the cleaning, and these are all reasonable expectations. And so, I'll take a motion to approve this contract, understanding it, but I would like to identify the sources. is there a source that is suggested? You've already heard a couple from Teresa. Do you have a source in mind?
Oh, yeah, I think Teresa might might have a source in, we can dig into. I don't, it's like everything else. When we did the Patel, we did everything else, and where did it come from?
It came from our reimbursable
I
CRF
know,
funds.
I know that. It came from that, so we're doing vaccinations, so it doesn't mean.
FEMA, we
Might be
pay,
too late for reimbursables. I mean, I don't know. But I think right now, I'd just like to make a motion that we approve it, $106,000, and that Dale or Teresa find something. If they can't, then it really goes back to the commissioners, So
Could we-
that's my motion.
Could we just say
Well-
contingent upon bringing back a financial source? Would that be?
yeah, I would just say contingent upon bringing in financial, but just so you know, that's what we're here for right now. I mean, you have revenues in your precincts that you can give. And you can also, we can ask Dale about the capital funding, but we don't ever approve projects in this court unless we have a funding source. And so it's okay to identify it, and if you want to do it contingent upon the funding source, that's fine too. But remember that you're signing an agreement, so we got to figure it out. So I'd like to say that if you're going to approve it, and then our next court, you've got to find that funding source, because it can't go unpaid.
Right, and I think I'd sure like to see if he can find one so that I don't have to put in as much. Because-
Well, that's
And I
right.
may not put as much as the rest of you, but I'm gonna contribute.
Right. Well, Commissioner Gonzalez, are you willing to put in from your special revenue?
If I have to, I will. But
Okay,
I'll
and,
try not to, but if I have to, I will.
okay.
That's why I wanna, I'll put in some, Judge, for
I'll
sure.
find, we'll go back and look.
I'll
So would you
contribute
like-
as well.
Would you like just to divide the total by who's
Now,
all
give us the next
contributing?
time, but right now, just
Okay.
like to make a motion that we approve it at $106,000. It might be less, I think it'll be a lot less anyway, and, and that, we continue that we just find the source,
And is it okay to bring it back next meeting?
bring back next week.
I would second that. if
Okay, we're not
everybody's-
having a meeting next week.
No,
but
no, I'm
whenever.
sorry, the next
The
meeting.
next
Right,
one.
next meeting, my bad.
Okay, all right.
June the 9th.
But,
June the 9th.
yeah, and I
Okay,
mean,
but the problem is that they're coming in June 1st. So honestly, we ought to just,
well, but he's saying, in other words, we ought to be able to, he'll either be able to find a funding source,
you want to
Like-
work with Dale?
and then just tell
and
us what the
Teresa.
shortage is?
Okay, and work on the funding source. But as they say, let this be a good lesson to us. Everything has a cost, and we really should identify these things way in advance. This is part of our processes, and we need to do this. And I know that we sort of think about us owning these properties and these assets, and we do. But once we transfer it to a management company, they're not ours anymore. They're somebody else's, and we need to figure out how to make all that work. And I want to thank Jason and his team, because they did consider that it was the county, asking, and the county is the tenant indirectly, and also gave the best pricing that they could possibly give to us. And we appreciate that from Global Spectra. So I'll take a motion and,
Your Honor, before we begin the processing, how are we going to account for this? All the expenses going to go through to the Fairgrounds 0140?
Oh,
And then
140.
once we figure out the total cost, then we can come back to Commissioner to determine how to fund this. Normally, 140 gets funds from the general fund through a transfer because of operations of that, but there's always some residual funds available, so we can see what's there. And once we determine the total cost, then we can come back for how to fund it at that point in time. But we can go ahead and proceed with funding it now out of 140,
Okay.
10140.
right. I just would like for everybody, it's, to be thinking about it, because if you really want something done, it's best to figure out what your funding source is. Once it's done, well, it's done, and someone's gonna have to pay for it. But if you really want to see this done, the best way to do it is the funding source. This is a highly exceptional circumstance, because it is the military, and because we want to show them that we are 100% committed. But I will say that this is not good form. We need to make sure next time, if you want something, you'll come in with a funding source, and we'll get it done when you want it. That's how it keeps everybody honest.
Right, and these are expenses of the fairgrounds, so by accounting rules, we had to account for the expenses as the
Exactly.
fairgrounds. Then all we would do if we bring money from the commissioners would be a transfers from theirs into the fairgrounds to pay for it.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so, we will take your motion then upon approve the funding, approve the agreement supplemental between Global and which is DBA to Spectra and the fairgrounds relating to innovative readiness.
Do you want, Mr. Munoz, you have anything that you want to say with reference to this?
Yes. First of all, I want to thank Commissioners Court and everybody that has participated in this 3-year effort. It's taken 3 years to develop this project. Usually, it only takes 18 months, but because of the pandemic, it's taken 3 years to get us to where we're at now. Another first that is happening here in Nueces County is that as far as the IRT program and the A&M approach for these programs in the colonias only involved the Army Reserves. And what's happened here in Nueces County is that you will be the first beneficiary that will benefit from not only the Army Reserves, the regular Army, the Marines, the Seabees, and now we understand that we have some inquiries from Navy Command and Air Force. All of this is adding to us not being able to have all the answers. And thank you for taking the time to make adjustments for us, because it is the first time for a lot of what's happening. But part of what I can tell you is that the leveraging of what the Army has come and the IRT program has done, none of the projects comes from external funding. It all comes from internal funding. I have to find funding just like you did to bring these projects to the communities. Now, one of the things that we do want to always include a clause is to be flexible enough that if we say we're going to be here for 30 days, but we only use it for 15, will there be an adjustment or will the full charge occur?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be for the full 30 days because they have to, there's detrimental reliance there. I mean, they are basically foregoing opportunities to book events in advance. However, I know that there's such a great partner. We could talk about mitigating that, you know, possibly, and we could talk about that, but I think this agreement has to contemplate that which we know today. But I hear you, and those are good topics to discuss, you know, how we can mitigate costs to the county.
Yes.
And that's something that we want to do. Likewise, if it goes to 31 days or something like that, right? Conversely.
Well, and I've often asked the different commands if we can make this a year-round situation. That would be better for not only my agency, but also for the different counties, because they try to bunch everything up during the summer months because it's Army Reserves. And as far as I'm concerned, the only thing I knew about the Army Reserves is that they had 2 weeks active duty and then they had monthly meetings for 11 months. Well, these activities are the 2 weeks active duty now. Instead of sending our military abroad, they're doing work locally in rural communities in the colonias in particular. But the programs are expanding more and more, and I'm hoping that we can show the military what we can do as civilian partners.
And one of the things that we really want to do is highlight the value. And so if sometimes, you know, we know that we can give guesstimates as to the value, like of the parking lot, but it's hard to quantify the great human value of doing all the civil service work they're doing.
I agree.
And also the medical, but if you and I could at least work together on that, we're going to have an upcoming State of the County, and we want to highlight this amazing work, but also the value, so that people know when we spent $600,000, for example, on materials, and another $100,000 for accommodations, and the countless number of man-hours that aren't really being documented, right, that are being utilized, how we can help one another by coming up with just a guesstimate about value or a range of value. That would be great. Maybe just stick to at least that quantifiable piece, that parking lot piece. We can work with them and say what it's worth, because people need to know.
And I do have big guesstimates, but what we're trying to do now is to be a little bit firmer on giving you the numbers.
Okay.
I can give you ranges right now, because we've had 9 different IRT programs up and down the border. But I can tell you on the medical side, the value of the services that the Army Reserves have given us along the border, and this includes El Paso, it includes the Valley, and it includes Laredo. The range is 1.5 million in medical services, all the way to 6.4 million in medical services in 10 days. And this includes all medical, all dental, all vision, including the issuing of the prescription glasses. And now you will be the first county that will have veterinary services. Now, I'm talking way in the future now, but you're only going to have veterinary services for dogs and cats. But we have had discussions about bigger animals. We have had discussions about inviting the veterinary schools to bring their students for internships, as we are now inviting students to be part of the engineering groups. Engineering groups, the range of the projects and the programs that they have done, anywhere from $500,000 to over $1 million, depending on how many projects that they've got. Now, you are the beneficiaries of 2 groups, because there was a cancellation of an engineering group in the state of Texas. So you're going to be the beneficiary of 2 groups. So you're going to be getting 2 groups programs, and you've got it listed, which is going to include 19 acres of redoing the RV park at the fairgrounds. Okay? If you have any questions, I mean, I can tell you the numbers, but I agree with you.
No, just whenever. I mean, it doesn't have to be today, just whenever. I just want to be able to tout great things, and I think this is like you said, it's historic for many reasons. We're going to have a great Distinguished Day on June 22nd, a Distinguished Visitors Day, and we appreciate you working with our office and getting all of that together. I want to say a special thank you to Texas A&M College Station, because that's where you hail from. People forget that Texas A&M has such an important role to play in the Colonias program. My last question to you is, this is so important and historic. Do they allow us, or would you ask them? I got asked by the university if we could sort of document it, with a film. Is that allowed? I don't know if it is because it's military, but would you inquire, or would you happen to know the answer?
I already did.
Okay. Thank you.
We're hoping to have Chancellor Sharp himself be here.
Great.
He has a Saturday program where he features different A&M entities doing their work.
Okay.
And I got a
That'd be
call
great.
from the producer for the
show.
Yes.
That's awesome.
So I also got a call from the College of Architecture Communications Department.
Great.
Asking permission, and the Army is going to have not only a representative from the IRT directly from the Pentagon, but we're going to have one from the Marines, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Seabees come knocking on the door, because anything the Marines do.
You're right.
So, yes, my answer is yes.
That's great. Awesome. Well, it just, for future this is very important. And so I want to congratulate you in particular, because this is your life's work and mission, and You've been the spearhead of it all, and so
Thank you.
we really appreciate it. Of course, everybody here has a role to play, and they're also acknowledged, but the glory really belongs to, you know, quite frankly, as I think of you as the inventor of this, and you are, yeah, you are sort of this is where we're all going to learn from, and I don't want to belabor it, but Commissioner Modis has been working on self-help centers, and
Okay.
we're so close to getting that signed and getting, and just so you know, we think that everything we learned this summer, we're going to be able to just pivot so beautifully into taking our knowledge and moving it into self-help center information in banquetes. So it's awesome, and we're excited, and don't let the ministerial piece of getting all the contracts, I didn't want it to worry you or the money, but I have to do it right. It's super important to me to document
I
what
agree.
things cost us. And we have to do it so that Spectra can stay in business and be happy the next time, you know, we say, hey, we need it again for 30 days.
Yes, and then there's two more numbers I'd like to share with you.
Okay?
Because Nueces County is not only having the medical and the engineering, but also you're having civil affairs. Now, the civil affairs unit, you're also going to be the beneficiaries of 2 different units. And not only that, but they're going to double the time here. And we need to maximize it because, as an example, the civil affairs unit came to Webb County for 3 years. They made a commitment to help us create a comprehensive plan. And I would dare say that Webb County is the only county in the whole state of Texas that has a comprehensive plan for the colonias. By creating a comprehensive plan for the colonias, not only do you have the best data for any colonia that are found in any county in the state of Texas, you have the best data, bar none, including the census. And when you create a comprehensive plan, you will be allowed to use that data for the next 10 years.
That's great.
Okay? Webb County just started in 2017. As of today, they have $300 million in grants based mostly
On that data?
on the data
Awesome.
that we collected.
And I talked to Dr. Villa recently from Texas A&M Kingsville, and he literally echoed everything you just said. They're so excited about it because they have those graduate students that are really focused on social work for the colonias, and he thinks that the minute we get this data, we'll get grants, and then that'll help, you know, fund these programs that can be really sustainable. So
Right.
it's very exciting, and we're very grateful. So let me just do some housekeeping here, please. We've got to make sure we get the motions done correctly. So, you got a motion and a second, so you need the second?
No, he seconded.
I think
Chesney seconded.
Chesney seconded, okay? Now let's vote. All those in favor of the supplemental agreement contingency upon the financing plan, which will be brought back to court on June 9th and no later than June 9th, please. All those in favor signify, or a meeting that happens before June 9th, okay? Please signify by saying yes. I mean aye.
Aye.
Sorry, aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, and then on 16, Mr. Munoz, we have, and forgive me, is the MOU, would you like to speak to it, or would you like our county attorney to speak to it? I just want to defer since you're standing right there.
I would defer to the
Okay.
county attorney because
no
it
worries.
already went through their office.
Yeah,
and
no
it went
worries.
through our
We're
office
happy
also.
to have her. Jenny, would you help us understand, we need to approve this MOU?
It's been done. It's been passed on. It's ready to go.
Okay.
By Kent in our office.
All right, so it looks like it's in order. This is what memorializes the agreement between the parties. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Munoz?
I just want to say thanks again. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and all those, no further questions. All those, I've got a motion And I'll second.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay.
Thank you, Munoz, thank you for coming all the way down here from, especially this weather.
Well,
I apologize for the weather.
And I want to thank you. As a side note, my last report to my administration, I mentioned two meetings in particular. We had a meeting with the engineering group, and Commissioner Gonzalez was heading it up. But out of the 9 different IRT programs that I've had so far, that meeting was by far the best meeting that I saw, as far as not only working out all the details, but the cooperation that I saw between the different military units that were going to be doing work, but also your department heads were very spot on as far as what needed to be done. But even when they were confronted with situations such as a new machine that you all had, and a machine that had never been used by the Navy, and then the commander showing concern, he goes, oh, there's no way I'm going to let any of my 20-year-olds loose on your machine. We had somebody from, and I don't know all the names, but we had somebody from Nueces County, one of the department heads, immediately say, I wasn't going to let loose of that machine without my 2 guys, but I'd be willing to train your guys. That kind of cooperation just makes everything work so well. It just makes everything, all of a sudden, they had extra time to do this and extra time to do that.
Right.
One of the things that I want to emphasize here is that we still have a lot of indirect beneficiaries that I need to share with you all. And later on, also, we need to start putting numbers, because we've had more than 3 planning meetings, and each planning meeting brings at least 50 military personnel to your city. Each one of those 50 personnel are spending $200 a day, because they spend $100 for hotel and $100 for meals. You multiply that times 5, you multiply that times 3, you multiply that times all the other planning meetings. And that's economic development for the city, not just the county.
Yeah, we'll capture, I'm glad you said that. We'll capture it. We have our Nueces County Development Commission that can capture those economics and then report back. So that's wonderful. We'll make sure we make note of that.
Okay.
It's very, very valuable. As you say, it's a win-win-win.
That's right, that's right.
Thank you again, and again, we
Mis-
hope that you're
Mr. Munoz.
safe going home.
Let me introduce you to Juan Pimentel. He's right behind you. He's, him and his foreman, Jerry Garcia, were the gentlemen that offered
Yes, I remember.
teach you all.
one. In fact, we caught each other outside in the hallway, just taking care of some minor details with the Marines.
Really?
Yes,
Well, those are the person, the department to go to.
that's
You
right,
need some help
that's
with
right.
that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
thank
Munoz.
you. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Thank you all for your time.
Do we,
Thank you, Mr. Munoz, appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You go back, be careful on the road.
Thank you,
yeah, okay, so that takes care of those items.
thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you on the 22nd for sure. Well, I'll see you before that, I'm sure, but, okay, let me go back in regular. So we've got a couple of people that have been waiting, and we'd like to excuse them after they make their presentation. So, let's move to item number 21. That's the Hazel Baysmore Dog Park project, and here with us is Ron Wheaton to give us an update on design. Would you give us an update, Mr. Wheaton, and answer any questions that this court might have for you?
Certainly. Last time, Judge Commissioners, I was here, there was a specific set of questions that's been sent to TDLR. We talked about that there would be a response in 30 days, and when that was done, Commissioner Hernandez asked me specifically to come back and go over that and talk about where we are with the design. We can go ahead and bring the drawing up. We're ready for it. So basically, there were 4 questions really that came up. One was access to the gate at the far end of the park, the access to the benches within the park, the access to the dog, bench, I guess you'd call them playground equipment, and also whether or not the entire facility, the entire area of the facility had to be accessible and level. And what's happened since then is we've had responses from Carol Pruitt, the RAS that represents the lawsuit with Nueces County and the Department of Justice, our own RAS, Stephen Myers, and also the responses that he requested from TDLR. So with respect to the first question, is a sidewalk required to that far end gate? The answer is TDLR says no. Stephen Myers says no. Carol Pruitt says yes. Talked to Juan when we had our last meeting. He would like to incorporate it. It's actually in the next phase of this project, which is the design we're doing. We're incorporating that sidewalk, so that's going to be put in. The benches, specifically the RAS for our operation, Stephen says they are not required to be accessible. TDLR says they are not required to be accessible. Carol Pruitt said if they're on the walking path that he would want them to be accessible. So if you look at this drawing, we always had an accessible unit in the small dog park, which is the bottom of the drawing. So we simply moved one of the benches into the dark green areas. One thing I'll point out, the dark green areas are basically a 1 to 48 slope. They're essentially flat areas. So now we have an accessible bench using the same layout in both the small dog park and the large dog park areas. So we've accomplished that with no cost changed or no real modification of the design. So the second thing, actually a third item, was the access to the playground equipment to be utilized by the dogs. Basically, Stephen Myers says we're not required to have access to it. TDLR says you're not required to have access unless the county specifically wants it to be accessible. In that case, you have to have an accessible area. Carol Pruitt basically said it has to be, they have to be accessible. So what we've done, if you see the dark green area in the middle, we've just leveled out, which is a 2-inch difference, that section around the ramp dog park section, and moved a couple of those. There's only 3 items in that whole facility as far as dog playground equipment. So with that slight modification, now those all become accessible so that someone who has disabilities can actually bring their dog to that ramp and run them through it within the same contoured system that was originally laid out. The fourth question was whether or not the entire thing has to be level and accessible. Both TDLR and Stephen Meyer say that it does not. I did not see anything in the information that I was given from Carol Pruitt that required that to happen as well. It can happen if it's the desire of the county that you want that to be that way. We'll modify the design to that extent, but basically that is the reports that we got back on the 4 items. So essentially, 2 of them were modified with very minimal modification. Sidewalks are being added under another contract, and the only question remaining is whether or not you want to have the entire facility level.
And so with those modifications, as they say, are we good to go? Are we ready to go?
We're good to go. We're going to do a final report because we just finally got the
Okay.
information for this report yesterday afternoon. So I got to assemble some and get a formal report to you, but yes.
And just remind everybody who TDLR is, because they are the authority. And go ahead and just tell the court.
TDLR is a Texas department that essentially regulates and inspects the ADA facilities and enforces. They don't enforce it, but they actually license the RAS. They're the people that you apply for to permit them. And the enforcement actually comes through DOJ if there's a violation.
Right. And Carol Pruitt is an independent licensed architect who we hire independently to make sure that we have sort of an independent resource. But
correct.
The bottom line is Carol has always been incredibly onerous on us, and he doesn't often follow TDLR. Clearly, in this case, I'm sorry, he clearly follows TDLR because that is the regulatory agency. But in this case, he's not following it. But we're going to go ahead because it's so minor and make the modifications. Is that the best way to describe it?
Yeah, unless there's an objection and.
No, I think you should
yeah.
just make them if
Okay.
it puts everybody in the happy place. But I just want the court to know that TDLR is the authority. They
Right.
are the governing body of the
Yes.
RAS. And if they say it's good, it is good by law,
Right.
period.
And actually, TDLR is obviously the Texas agency. And in
Right.
2012, TDLR developed the federal ADA
That's correct.
requirements. So it actually represents the federal regulation as well.
Exactly.
Excuse me, Judge. I would like to hire an outside architect and engineers for myself.
Okay, well, that is not on the agenda item, so you'll have to take that up on another agenda.
I thought we were discussing dog park.
We are discussing the dog park and the update on the design. And so this court's already approved that. You can't,
Okay,
you'll
that's
have to
fine.
bring that up on another agenda item. That would be a breach of contract again. But you seem to enjoy those. So let's go ahead and just continue to,
It's not a breach of contract if you just bring someone else in, Judge, respectfully. I'm not trying to get into an argument with you, but I think what he's, and I agree, it needs to be brought up on
It
another
needs to be
agenda
brought up at a
item, but
different
it's not a
time.
breach of contract to add someone to an already existing team.
it's completely within the court's discretion to bring it up at a different time. But what we're going to do is just ask Mr. Wheaton if you've already finished with your updates or if there's anything else that you would want to do there.
No, I mean, at this point, the items that were in question, we've had reviews and
Right.
reported them, so.
Right, okay, great. Well, we can talk about waste of taxpayers' money next time. Thank you, Mr. Wheaton.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And the next one is, coming up is, let me double check, anybody else waiting here? Tyner, I think that was the last courtesy that we extended here for time. So we'll go back in the regular agenda and start kind of at the beginning.
Yeah, I think,
which
Judge,
is-
if you go to the beginning,
Yeah.
you'll pick up
pick up-
Kyle LeBlanc
Yeah.
with LAN has been
Okay,
on.
right, okay, so look, let's go to, wait a second, there was one more that I needed to get to for, oh, it's the legislative update in number 14. Let me just make sure we have our folks on. Do we have our folks, because they've been waiting too, or can we get them on?
We'll work on that, Judge.
Yeah, if you don't mind. It's 14. It's just the legislative update. I know that they're, we need to kind of coordinate time for them. And I'm going to do one that's really quick while Tyner's doing that I think will be quick, and that's item number 13, which is authorizing a 2-year extension to the county bank depository agreement. And
So-
yes, sir?
Sorry, I was going to say so moved. I'm
You would-
sorry.
Okay, would everybody agree with that? Do you want me to finish it? It's basically the registry funds bank, and it's pursuant to our local government code 116021, and I've got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
A second from Gonzalez, I'm sorry, he was first.
Either one.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then also, Teresa's in the room, let's do item number 11 while Tyner's moving around. This is the allocation of the Family Protection Fee Fund. It basically helps fund CASA, Children's Advocacy, CPS Community Partners, the ARC, Purple Door, et cetera. This is in a family protection fee contract. It's that time of year again where we approve fiscal 2021. Teresa, is there anything else that we need to add to this?
No, Judge, it's $5,000 each, $30,000 total family protection
Just-
fee account.
Anyone have any questions of Teresa? This is something we do, right, Teresa, year upon year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any questions for Teresa with regards to that, or? Okay, well then in that case, I'll take a motion to approve the allocation of the Family Protection Fee Fund.
Make a motion.
And will,
Second.
you second?
Yes, ma'am.
And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, And then we're going to work towards item number 10. I'm kind of working backwards here. The interlocal agreement for ME services with Wilson County. I think, Jenny, you've had the opportunity to look at this document. I don't know, is everything in order there?
Which number is this?
I'm sorry,
Wilson?
item number 10, Wilson County.
Okay, the agreement as it stands was provided, is my understanding, by Wilson County, so it's not the one that we generally operate
Okay.
under. So there are some blanks. There is a Greenwell amount of money that the other county was supposed to name.
Okay.
They have not filled that in. Also, we could not find the ability to refuse single autopsies in that.
Okay, so it's not really our agreement that we use for everybody else. Can we table this so that you can get them our agreement? See if
We
they'll
have
accept it?
provided that agreement, but I don't know if it actually reached Wilson,
I
but
see.
we can forward that if it hasn't.
I'm gonna ask to table this in that case. I think we gotta do some more work with them. I like keeping everything uniform. Our agreement works for every other county. If there is a special circumstance, of course, let us know. But the clause that we rely upon is that, we have to be able to be, have flexibility in taking, the body.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's acceptable, I'll make the motion to table, but can I get a second, please, for
Second.
June 9th?
Yes.
Okay, a second from, I think Hernandez was first on
okay.
that. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then, okay, discuss and consider, item number 9 is discuss and consider the facility sales agreement. I know who's been waiting. It's Johnny Hip. That's what I forgot to mention. Okay, let's just finish this one. Discuss and consider the approval of the facilities sales agreement. 8 and 9 are related to the county courthouse generator project. And it's two things we'll have to approve here. It's the facility sales agreement and then consider approval of the facilities sales agreement with the annex. So it's the courthouse and the annex. And
Sorry, which one, Judge? You're going fast. That's
Item-
good. I like that.
I'm sorry.
No, I like that. Which one did you?
Okay, so I need 9. Belinda is informing the court that 9 is not ready.
Motion to table, Judge.
For June 9th, please?
June 9th, yes.
Okay, I'll second that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, just trying to move us along here, guys.
Appreciate it.
Discuss and consider removal, oh my goodness, approval of a contribution in aid construction agreement with AEP. This is item number 8. And this relates again to our courthouse generator project. There's 2 pieces to it. Again, the courthouse and the annex both need the same types of agreements with AEP. And I'm gonna turn to Jenny to make sure that she says this is also ready to go.
Yes, this is good to go.
This is good to go, and she's reviewed. Guys, there's gonna be a lot of generator, items coming up in the next, month or so. And that's to get us ready for what we're calling summer work, which is to get us generators on that, to take care of us during hurricane season. And then there's the big generator project that's really what I'm calling our permanent generator solution. And so if anybody wants more information about generator project, don't hesitate to reach out. But when you see these items, there's just lots of moving pieces. The first thing you need is a power source to get those generators working. And that's what these facilities agreements and construction and aid agreements are all about. And I want to thank Ken Griffin and Judith Talavera and their whole team. They've been working at lightning speed with us in emergency management and in public works to get this accomplished. Unfortunately, just one is ready. You got it?
I'm sorry, I thought you were pausing. I was just going to move passage.
Yeah, okay. I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and now on this page, as I see it, I'm just waiting on the 87th legislative deal. So now I'm switching.
Belinda's going to go ahead and report for us on that.
Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great. I'd like to say I've completed this page.
Yes, so I know we've been working on SB 780, which is the IGSA, that intergovernmental services agreement that would allow us to contract with a military unit such as NAS. And so that went very well. SB 780 was passed on May 12th and has already been sent to the governor's office for his approval. But it did pass with 2/3 vote, so for all practical purposes, it is effective already.
And what was that bill number? I couldn't hear you.
SB 780.
Okay, that's what, thank you.
And then HB 2893 has to do with the self-help colonias. And so that also, already passed the House. It's just already had its first reading at the Senate. And we expect that that'll pass also. I didn't know if you wanted any more details on that. I know we're kind of short on time.
Well, just in general, if anybody has any questions, this has been an unbelievable, labor. And Belinda she's been to Austin. She's on the phone with these legislative consultants every single day. I think I read yesterday where there's just, over 1,000 bills that affect counties. And so even though we maintain our legislative agenda as priority, she's just doing a great job maintaining everybody's. But I mentioned the Self-Help Center. We're super excited about that. And we're also very excited about the intergovernmental service agreement, as it was one of the governor's top 10 top military priorities. So thank you, Belinda. And again, this is not to gloss over all the other work that we're doing. It's just to keep you guys informed as to what's out of the House, out of the Senate, and on its way to the governor's office. Again, please reach out to Belinda if you have any concerns. Also, our entire legislative team is available to you at any time. They monitor so many hearings, so many committee, committee hearings and floor votes, and it's just nonstop into the wee hours of the night. But don't think for a second you can't reach out to them. They're working our legislative agenda that we approved. So they already know what our agenda is, and they know what our resolutions are, and they're out there working it very hard every day. No questions, Belinda? You get a great pass.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's items 8 through 16, and I'll go back into regular order. But let me see, is Johnny Hips,
He's on there, I think.
I know, but I'm looking for the number. Can y'all help me with the number? I'd like to help him out. He's been there for all morning.
We like letting Johnny sit there all day.
No, I don't.
I'm just kidding.
Don't. I feel terrible.
Johnny, just keep on, man. We're gonna keep you here all day, buddy, all day.
Hey, Judge, this is Johnny. I did get a chance to go out and clean my rain gutters, so I've got some stuff done.
All right, that makes me feel good. Johnny, thank you for that lighthearted moment that was totally needed.
Yes, we did.
If you want to keep on going, we could use a little
Yeah.
stand-up right now.
Come on, Johnny.
Johnny, could you share with us the item that you're here to present on? And I'd like to advance you out of courtesy.
Thank you, Judge. I'm here to report on, or to talk to you all about the human resources item that deals with additional positions for the mental health programs. And I think Dr. Gonzalez is there in the room with you now.
He is.
And he is ready to address you regarding the need for those two positions.
Okay, let's do that, just because I really do. I'm mindful of your time, and you are a public servant. Let's give Dr. Gonzalez his due. Would you address us, Dr. Gonzalez, regarding the posting that we're trying to, yes, sir?
Which item?
It's in human resources.
Oh, he said that, I'm sorry. 3 and 4.
Item 3 and 4 in the human resources section,
Human resources, my bad.
just in front of executive session.
Okay,
Just trying to help Mr. Hip.
yep, good for me.
So, hello.
Hi, Doc.
No, I'm coming to talk about items 3 and 4. Item 3 being the deputy director for the mental health programs, and item 4 being the administrative. It says administrative secretary, but I prefer to use assistant. I don't like using.
I agree.
I don't like using the term secretary.
And let me tell you.
Not unless it's followed by of state.
You can do all you want, but you had me at hello on this, because I'm good, so, I mean.
And I do want to point out, Doctor, that Johnny briefed us on this during our budget workshops way back when, but just, go over it just for the record, and then I think you're going to see that you have great support on this. But just tell us what you're asking us so that we can create the motion.
Okay, well, for both these positions, it's now that I'm in this role and I'm getting to see all the pieces and trying to set a foundation for this particular department, it's now the time to start building some capacity so we can get some of these things done. And, you know, when I say things done, it is looking at the mental health in the county as a whole. At the moment, of course, my focus and efforts have been on jail diversion because that's an area that's been with perhaps the highest need. But there are components that involved with substance abuse. There's components involved with our aging population. There's components involved with our kids in the schools. And so there are a lot of other pieces there that entails, again, having the need for this deputy director's position, and in order to create more of a team. You know, when it comes to things that I do, would be a team effort between these other individuals, and where we can spread ourselves across and looking and being that resource, the resource, of course, for Commissioners Court, and the resource for the community. And going out too, as I said, I don't like using the word secretary. I prefer using assistant because as we are now highlighting that we have this new department. For example, with NAMI is our National American for Mental
NAMI. Yeah.
NAMI here locally. They're very excited. They're excited that that the county has created this as well. But then they're also going to be out there directing individuals my way, directing different programs my way. And so it would be helpful to have that assistant there so we can start building this clearinghouse of programs and knowing what they're doing, making sure that we're not doubling up on things that are already out there so we can use the best, have the greatest efficiency in the resources that we have out there. And so that's what part of why I'm proposing these two. Also too, as a long-term goal, because I'm thinking about long-term goals as well, and that's creating sustainability for this particular department, and having these individuals too that will help early on to create that the foundation for that future sustainability.
I couldn't agree more, and we're excited, not just for your presence, but, you know, to build our program, and we just got to have a program. Are you okay on space, Johnny? Mr. Hipp, are you okay on space? Because I just want to remind you that although it's being occupied right now by BCFS, let's stay in constant communication and touch with that space that we have on floor 1. If needed, just FYI.
For space-wise and communicating with Johnny there, I think we're fine. You know,
Okay, great.
I think we can utilize the spaces that we currently have to be successful in what we need to get done.
Awesome. Okay, super. In that case, is there a motion, Commissioner? You were kind of rolling that way.
Moved.
Okay, and I'll second. And so just so you know, for the record and the clerk, this is item number 2. I'm so sorry, item number 3. And that's creating the position of Deputy Director of Mental Health Programs will be paid for by the hospital district. That's the funding source. It's a group 30. It's Department 3094. And it's fully funded, as I said. Most importantly, we'll get to post, and Dr. Gonzalez is an expert. He'll be on the committee to help make these selections. I know.
And Judge, I just want to say, I think this is another more evidence that Nueces County and the Nueces County Hospital District is committed to this mental health issue that we know has been a problem and a plague in this community for a long time. I know that we will never fix it all, but we have an obligation and duty, and I think we're fulfilling that to make sure that we do everything we can with, you know, obviously we'd all love more money for more things, but everything we can to make sure that we continue to address this. So thank you for bringing this up, and I think it's good stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait till we maybe can have another workshop, you know, where we can invite all of Commissioners Court to really see the progress that's being made and the ability with the social determinants of health. You guys don't know this, or maybe it was glossed over, but Dr. Gonzalez sits on national boards. He's involved with national conversations. Were you on the Accenture webinar with me the other day?
I was on the webinar the other day.
Okay,
and
great.
I've been on a few other webinars lately.
Yeah, me too. Well, vaccine health equity is huge, but our discussion of how mental health works with that and works with COVID-19 and this pandemic is also a really important conversation. Dr. Gonzalez is helping represent Nueces County at a national level, and thank you. I thought I saw you registered, so I didn't get a chance to talk to you to get your impressions, but I'm super glad when I see your name on these webinars, and thank you for the support.
You know, and to talk about some of the, I think I just recently had one of my, stronger meetings, and that's with our CEO of our Hog Foundation. So if you're not familiar with the Hog Foundation, they are our go-to for mental health here in the state of Texas. Right. And, it was a very promising meeting and gave some good insight on some directions that we could be going for having a strong mental health department here in the county.
Yeah, we're making progress. Thank you so much. All those in favor, I'm sorry, any other discussion?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by
Doctor.
saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign. And then the second piece is that administrative piece that he was talking about, administrative assistant, pay group 19. This is also fully funded by the hospital district. It just goes hand. Item number 4, is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, and I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, thanks, Johnny, for hanging in there. Glad those gutters are clean. And thank you for Dr. Gonzalez and your presence here. We'll talk very soon. You have a meeting next week, I think? No, I'm lost. I don't remember. You have an upcoming meeting, so we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Meeting was yesterday.
Okay. All righty. Let's go back in time here. Item number 3.6, I'm putting us back in regular order here. Item 3.6, because I think everybody's present, I'm looking online. Yep. Discuss and consider approval of supplemental agreement between Lockwood Andrews regarding the ABM Energy Savings Service contract. Who wants to present here? Tyner, will you give us a?
Kyle LeBlanc is actually on,
All right.
Judge.
All right, Kyle.
I'm chopped liver.
Oh, Scott Cross, forgive us. You are chopped liver. You said you could wait. You didn't know what that meant.
Bad move, buddy, bad
My
move.
fault. Scott, you're next.
You just shopped.
Okay.
You're next. Keep working. You
So
got any
that-
gutters?
Keep
Yeah,
working.
no, but man, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't believe how much water's out here.
Yes, I would.
It's bad, but so anyhow, that is the land proposal for program management over the Bob Hall Pier, marine debris removal, demo, and rebuild. Not project, but program management. And that's under their master services agreement, that's their proposal to do that for us. And just for clarification, when y'all established the CIP program and you established a engineer to provide program services, coastal parks was never included in that. And so when we do something out here underneath an engineer, if land's not doing the engineering, we have them include the program management piece of it. But if they are, they also include the program managed piece of it when we get ready to execute a contract. So it's all turnkey.
And just for the court, it's item 5. I misspoke, okay? Item 5. I said 6. We're on item 5, okay? Forgive me. Item 5.
I've lost my
Recommend
backup.
approval.
Yeah, and I've lost my backup on this. I apologize, and I've got 2 binders.
How
and I don't
about
know how
if I can lend?
Yeah.
Let me lend
But
here.
I think this is the one, I apologize, that I vetted and gone through it, right, Scott, where, is this where Mears is involved and Ram Munoz is involved and,
Yes,
right?
but I'm gonna get it for you.
Or is
That's
this,
correct. This is with Munoz Engineering and Advanced Construction Management as subcontractors to LAN.
I would add that the funding source is 2021 CO. Remember that all these managements, project and program are stuck inside our appropriation already.
right, and
Okay.
I just asked JP, this is what you and I discussed as far as cost breakdown and how it's
Yes,
being
sir.
allocated, is that correct?
My
Yes,
notebook's
sir.
too thick.
And again, I want to note that land was very easy to work with on this. I told them that I wanted more local participation, and they were willing, able, and ready to do that. In fact, I sent them back twice to be able to add more of the local, first round, and I don't mean this rudely to Lan, I'm just saying the first round wasn't enough local participation, so I was asked JP to go back, and he readily and willingly did that and worked with the local folks that we have involved in this. And so I'm okay with this. It is in the budget. It is not extra. It is in the budget that we allocated for the ballpark pier. And so I would make the motion to pass this.
Okay, and I've got a motion and a second, and I'm so sorry, but this notebook is not easy to maneuver, but I'm gonna fix
It's
it
okay.
and get it to you.
No, and I've read it all, but I don't know.
All right, I know, but
where
I
it
wanna
went.
get you the backup, so your notebook is complete.
It's okay.
Okay.
Me and,
Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Sorry, I really did try here.
No, I appreciate it.
is
I
so
just,
thick. Okay.
Number 4?
I did miss one, yes, Scott. Could you go back, please, to number 4 and address the
Yes, ma'am.
ADA accessibility for the new Horace Caldwell Pier observation deck? And by the way, there is action here, guys. We will be asked to approve a contract.
and I believe, Judge, this also is CO 2021.
Correct.
And this was just, and I'll let Scott explain, but just for the court's edification, what we did on this was, because Hanson was the original design on this, we.
Yeah, so, and this is really important because, when we submitted the drawings of the observation deck itself to Carroll, to get it, looked at, he brought it to my attention that the accessible route was not addressed. And if you recall, Commissioner and Judge, I met with y'all before Commissioner's Court a good while back when I caught this. And so, we had Carroll, me and Scott Mears, met with Carroll out there on site, and we had him do a full-blown report of his findings on what we needed to do to fix the parking, the ramp, and the accessible route once you get off the ramp around to the new observation deck, which would also include fixing the other items found in the DOJ report before we did the expansion. And so I asked legal, Jenny's folks, to help me do a professional services contract on this, because the original professional services contract that was out there for Hanson had expired, and they were working just under a PO. I don't like that, because there are certain, and I had nothing to do with how that happened or how it got expired. But it had expired, and there are lots of deliverables that protect the county that are captured in a professional services contract. So that's why I elected to do it as professional services contract versus just under a PO. And I made sure that I used very specific language in there on their deliverables about them interacting with Carroll, about them reviewing their plans with Carroll, about them registering the project with TDLR using Carroll's RAS number. I got very detailed so that we're very protective. So there's no loopholes in this at all. It's going to take them about 19 weeks to complete their work underneath this professional services contract, and then we'll be able to get that fixed. And so, and it'll also include fixing the parking lot. And what it's also going to do, and Judge, you provided this funding a long time ago, it's also going to help me relocate the RTA bus stop there in the parking lot, because that's where the new spaces need to go, and upgrade the RTA bus stop to be fully ADA compatible. So we're getting a big bang for our buck here.
Yeah, this is a big deal. You know, I mean, we talked about piers earlier with insurance and the future of our piers. I'm excited about this accessibility project. And of course, I'm really excited just to build resiliently, which is kind of your thing, Scott. You've really preached that from a long time, and I'm excited for our board to have such great projects. I think we're going to have, when we're all said and done, over 35 million in the field in coastal parks next year. You know, at least slated, maybe not actually active, but slated. And this is just where it's happening. It's where the people are. It's where economic development is and tourism. And you just got to make sure that we're keeping up with accessibility all at the same time. It's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah,
Tell
and
me what
remember
else.
that this is this observation deck, you know, to comply with the nexus that they allowed us to sever. It's completely open to the public. It will not be, you know, once we get the successful route to it, we'll be 100% compliant with what Carroll has found now and what was in the original DOJ report that he did way back when. So when you're said and done with this part and the park office, your entire IB McGee Beach Park complex will be 100% accessible, everything there. And you can check that off the box. And I think that's good for me to note, because if Tyner's got to get with the DOJ in July, then he can effectively say by the end of this calendar year that we're going to have all that done.
And he can, yeah, I mean, this is one more notch in our belt. Guys, what other questions do you have for Scott? I just want to ask County Attorney, are we also good to go on this? Is this ready? Can we?
This is ready, it's finished.
This is ready and finished, guys. Any questions here for anybody? I mean, again, I know we don't do groundbreaking for stuff like this, but Commissioner Chesney, you work pretty well on your newsletter. I'd like to sort of co-author with you. We just need to tell people all this great work that's being done out there. This is gonna look like an extension of the project that's already, you know, underway, but I think this might be even more important than most new buildings, right? It's just, because it provides access for all.
Absolutely. But yeah, and I would move passage because
All right.
I think this is
And-
another great project.
And we do have project management on it, so we'll have weekly reports for you, for everybody. And I also asked, but please make sure, Scott, you know, we said we were going to include David Parsons in all these weekly reports. Make sure that they include the ADA piece of it as well, from Port
Yeah, he's
Aransas.
getting those from Scott Mears.
Great.
You know, Scott's doing a good job of memorializing weekly what's happening out there.
Awesome, just tell them to add the ADA component. Okay, so all those, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's really good stuff there.
Okay, I'm out of here.
Okay, and Scott, just before you're out of here, I got one follow-up, and that is that on the ADA, we're not subject to any grants there at all with regards to this ramp. Nothing that will, I mean, we're good, right? Because it's kind of a bridge to the original contract, which,
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what it is. And so, you know, you're using local funds for this part.
but we
and,
didn't RFQ it. We didn't RFQ Hanson originally. Remember? For this U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we didn't. I just want to double, triple check it all. I don't think, Tyner, there's any federal funds here, guys, at all, or any nexus for reimbursement. Commissioner Chesney, is that accurate? There's nothing that would come back to us on this one?
I don't think
No.
so. I can't
No, it's
swear to it,
port.
but I don't know what
It's you and
would.
the commissioner and the judge leverage funds, the port leverage funding, and now you're leveraging additional funding with local funds. So there is no federal nexus as far as
Right.
any money with this.
Right. I
you know,
just meant
this
from
structure.
Hurricane Harvey, like Hurricane Harvey. We weren't entitled to anything on the ramp for Hurricane Harvey.
You know,
No,
that's
no.
a real
Got
interesting,
it.
that's an interesting question. I didn't think about that.
You
Is
see
the ramp
see what
part
I'm
of the-
going to?
Right, is the ramp part of the pier or is the ramp part of the building, which we?
No,
do
the
have
ramp's
interest-
part of the pier.
Okay, as
And
long as
that's why,
that's
to
been,
me, the observation deck never had to be RFQ'd. We already, well, actually, it did. Michael, help me out. Well, I'm trying to remember, through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we had to follow the CFRs, the 200. I mean, I think we're good. I just wanted on the record that we covered all our bases. Scott says yes, I believe him. Just triple check in here.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, good. Okay, we're
I
not
think we
making
used
any.
Hanson because they had designed the original.
That's
And we
correct.
thought it'd be a great cost savings to
We-
have them.
Right, that's exactly our thinking. We just didn't address the issue of the ramp at that time, and I'm just wondering if there was any oh, Maria's gonna say something. Go ahead.
Yes, so sorry. Yes, we did clear that through, we had asked for an exemption because of the unique situation. So we did clear that through U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and we do have that memorialized in an email, that we did not have to go for a competitive procurement for Hanson Engineering.
Got it. And then and there is no FEMA anything pending from Harvey.
No.
Got it. We didn't claim it. Okay, super. Now we're double and triple checked. Thank you. Thank you for that, Maria. Okay, So we're good there. And now let's turn to Armco Industries, professional services for a roof analysis relating to Nueces Courthouse Jail and new jail facilities. This is discuss and consider their selection and approve a contract. Michael's got the skinny on this as far as the amount. And I think the funding source is, should be CO 2021. And
it's $14,500.
$14,500. Commissioner Chesney, you'll recall, we talked about roof and our concerns with how much can we really Band-Aid, how much can we really put 5 years life on it, or, what is the actual, what's going on up there? And this is the company that can help us get there, guys.
And so I want to make sure, because I know everybody wants to have a very independent thing. So if they do this analysis, then they would not be available or able to bid on it. Is that correct? Because I'm a little nervous about doing anything with anyone that.
I'll interject here. That's correct, Commissioner. Armco is not a contractor. They are a professional, they're a professional service. So they're made up of architects and building inspectors. And so they would not be doing the actual work, which is an advantage to having them perform this assessment work, this detailed assessment. And it's all they do. They're able to provide design review. And when we get to that point, if that point comes where a roof replacement is recommended, they can help provide that design review as well. And that leaves the field open to any contractors who would be able to propose on the work, where we didn't want to have those people who would do the study to then be able to perform the work. That solves that situation in this case.
Perfect, that's what I needed. I would move passage if everybody's ready to move on that one.
All righty. In that case, I will ask for a motion,
So
and
moved.
you've got it. And then I've got a second from Gonzalez, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Kyle, I did not intentionally forget number 6. I just wanted a chance to reread it and look at the backup documentation. But if it pleases the court, I'd like to table it because there was some questions that came up, and I think we can answer them very quickly. But in the interest of time and the sake of just doing it right, is time of the essence, or can we do this for June 9th? Would that be a possibility?
I would say that time is of the essence because the
Okay.
ABM work is going on right now. And
I
I
see.
think the intent was
Okay.
that we review submittals as they
Right.
come in.
So let me then just throw you into the wolves' den here and tell you that the issue and questions regard the liability, and I was just gonna have you explain to commissioners, kind of in a memo, but let's do it right now. The liability issue is such that, you guys are not performing the engineering work, but you are going to review it. But it's still not your work, and so there was some clauses that some commissioners had questions on, and could you address those? Would that help?
Sure.
And I think, okay, thank you.
And then I'd like the county attorney's kind of response to make sure.
Yeah,
we're-
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, Kyle, there was some.
Judge JP is here. I
JP,
can-
sorry, go ahead, JP. I think you kind of know where
Yeah.
we're headed here.
Yeah, it's no problem, Judge. If there are specific questions, we're happy to answer them. We did spend time with the county attorney working back and forth, and I believed that we had reached a good agreement about the kind of liability protection that LAN was hoping to achieve versus what the county would be legally allowed to provide under, the different state laws that you operate under. You're not exactly allowed to indemnify anyone. And so we did reach a compromise position, and that what I believe is in front of you represents the compromise with the court attorney.
Thank you, and that's really what I was trying to make certain of, and Jenny's shaking her head, but I'll have her verbalize that that's represents.
Yes, that is correct, and,
So could you kind of go over what they wanted, what you wanted? I'm not saying I wasn't involved, but I just read the stuff, and how you got to where you got, and what position does this leave us in? It's a multifaceted
Can we start with
question.
can we start with what's before us?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bring Kent from our office because he did that negotiations.
Okay, you want to just hold on, guys?
just-
We'll skip it for now, and you can ask Kent to join us virtually. But I do think that the compromise is what's before us. And we'll get Kent down here, just give him a little bit. So JP, we'll put you on an ice right now, and.
That's fine, Judge.
Okay, thank you, sir. And that means if we come back to that one, that does complete that page. And so I'm now going to move to item number 17. And this is a Parker Pool item, and this is discuss and consider rescinding amendment number 1 to the interlocal agreement with the City of Corpus Christi related to Parker Pool as approved on July 29th, 2020. Discuss and consider updated amendment number 1 relating to Parker Pool for purposes of providing a general public swim program.
And I guess, if I remember correctly, or maybe y'all can just present it, so I don't have to say what I remember correctly. I mean, I think this is where we're getting some money from the city to provide free swims, because they're having free swims at all the city pools. But I don't remember why we came back and are revising this, and I don't know who did this.
I'll have Belinda address this
Thank you.
for you
Okay.
on the revisions. She can point to the clauses.
Yeah, the city's basically providing us fund, the city wanted to do free swim for
Like a
certain
public-
hours, all of the city. And they agreed for this 1 year to provide the county funds so that we would also be doing free swim during these certain hours. And I don't remember the amount of the money, but or the hours, I think it's 2 to 5 or something like that. And then, I can't remember why we're doing this review, or why we're considering, to consider the update. So that's basically the concept.
And
Not
just
exactly sure why the city decided to do this, but if they're gonna give us some money and we can
Well,
provide.
remember, we helped the city by taking over
Well, no,
Parker Pool.
yeah,
I
we
mean,
did.
it's not
No,
like
we did.
they're
Yeah, we-
all so benevolent. I mean,
No, I know, but-
we're the ones that came to Parker Pool's aid.
Well, and I think too, the Parker Pool folks kind of went to him, because they were, I think when it all started, and it's been a couple of years, when it all started, the Flower Bluff people that were running Parker Pool at the time were there when Zanoni stood up and said, hey, we're gonna do free swim all over the place. And I think Flow East and some of those folks approached Greg Smith and said, hey, what about us? And so I think that's where it all started, and that's just kind of a little background for the court, and then I'll let Belinda
It's a
talk.
good collaboration.
Yeah, it really is. Good city-county collaboration.
Yeah, thank you. Belinda, what can you add to the discussion?
So this really was spearheaded by Edward Herrera, and I know that this was approved in July of 2020. However, at the time, the city never took it up. And then between then and now, some of the numbers did change to kind of basically what you were saying, Commissioner. And so now those numbers have been updated, and that's why it's before you here again. But that's why we're doing the rescinding.
And has Edward and the Coastal Bend Friends of Aquatics, I guess they've looked at this and signed off on all this, and the numbers being right?
Yes, absolutely.
And I apologize for not including Edward in that. He has been very instrumental in helping the Coastal Bend Friends of Aquatics do what they need to do out there. So motion to pass.
All right, super. Motion to pass.
Why don't we do free swim?
Because it costs.
Well, and
Judge, that's a two-part item.
it is. I was
think.
just about to
Okay.
say rescission is first, so the
sorry.
motion is to rescind, and then
Yes.
we'll come in for the amendment.
I apologize. Motion to rescind Amendment 1 to the interlocal agreement with the City of Corpus Christi related to Parker Pool.
And then there's a motion and a second, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then there's an amendment which will help us get the free swim, which is the interlocal, and that we need a motion as well.
Motion to
To
do exactly
approve
what the judge
the
said.
interlocal
Yeah.
agreement, the amendment number 1. And we've got a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, great. And so, just so you know, Haggerty's available at 4 o'clock. I bumped them earlier this morning to accommodate other people, so please skip 18 for just a moment. And at 4 o'clock, they'll join us. And that's really 18 and 19. Give them a second. Let's do 18, 19, 20 maybe together. Those are all related. How about jumping to item number 23, and this is discuss and consider the course of action related to the county property at 430 North Allister. This is a lot that we have in Port Aransas, Texas. I think Commissioner Chesney, you put this on the agenda and to discuss our options. Is that correct?
Yeah, okay, you're going to 23. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
just because 18, 19, 20 are related, and the gentleman is going to join us in just
Right.
a little
And
bit.
Judge, based on the letter that I received, and I think it was put in everybody's,
Yeah.
for backup, I would move to table this for right now so that we can have some discussions with the city of Port Aransas and the Port A Chamber. They've got some ideas on that
Yeah.
property that I want to at least listen to and see where we can go with that.
Okay, I think that's fine. I think it's just well, we can, you're right, it was considered, so
Yeah,
we can
because
just,
I thought there was
we
gonna
can
be a-
just,
Yeah, and there's an executive session because I wanted to
right,
talk
why
about
don't
it,
we
but
just table
for
that?
now. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting ideas out there,
There are.
commercial-wise.
There are.
So, what is it? I need a second?
He did.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye to June 9th. That's the
Aye.
table.
Aye.
Aye. Table on 23 to June 9th.
And also, if we can do the executive session on that tabled agenda item too, make sure that
Okay,
gets
we-
back on, just in case.
Okay,
And Judge,
we'll do
since I
that.
just said that, it got brought up earlier and I forgot to talk about it, because you made a good point, and I know it may be a little not moot, but since we're talking about executive session, what I would really like to do, and I talked about this with Tyner, is do exactly kind of what I think you were implying, is we need to change our practices and indicate that we can change, that we're changing our common practices so that if we do need to go into executive session on any item that doesn't get posted, that we should be able to do that.
Yeah.
And I would think, Tyner suggested maybe some language on there that says, we are changing our practices, real bold.
Yeah.
And Jenny suggested an idea, but I would
That's a
really
good
like to
idea.
put that on the agenda at some point, because I think we have that catch-all language for a reason.
Sure.
I don't understand the common practices, but okay, so be it. Let's just try to fix it.
I am so in alignment with you on that. I mean, anybody that works the government code knows that the purpose of executive session is to get counsel, and as long as it's an eligible
Right.
item, you're always able to go in there. It's just what happens is that we try to become uber transparent, but then somehow the law gets ignored. It's always appropriate, as long as Vernon's sections 551, 075, that's why I read that every time.
I agree with you.
And pattern and practices are good, but they're not dicta, they're not law. And so
agree.
thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, ma'am. So I'd like to put that on the
Absolutely.
agenda for just, there may
Very
be other
good.
policy and procedures that we need to, but I'd like to just put that one on for now and
Yeah,
get that one
and
done
we-
and make it a change of policy and put that on for the next agenda.
Yes.
And get
And that way, the catch-all phrase means something.
Right.
And that way, we can always use it as a tool to get legal advice and not have to, keep coming back. And again, our practice is always going to be get it on there. This is the unusual situation that something comes up unbeknownst, it's been listed on the agenda, it's appropriate to tackle an executive, and then we know that can be
Just
done.
like.
Like-
would've-
like
would've-
what we
Like
did.
today, right?
Like
could've-
today.
Yeah, could have avoided having to meet on Friday
Well,
if this
sure.
was not a common practice and,
No, it's fine.
yeah, so,
That's
anyway.
good. All right, thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did we, so we'll table the other one when we come out of executive session, okay? And then the item number 24 is the overtime pursuant to county policy for essential exempt employees during declared disasters as it relates to COVID-19, storm preparedness, severe weather preparedness, and also it addresses the city-county health. And I always turn to Dale, but they came by early this morning, you might recall, commissioners, and gave us a detail. You can refer to it at this time. Dale, what do we have for approval this week?
Yes, Your Honor, there are 3 employees that qualified for overtime, Mr. Herrera, Mr. Rock, and Mr. Oliveras, a total of 19.34 hours at a total cost of $824.55.
Okay.
You said that real fast. Could you say that again?
Can you give
Sorry.
us the total one more time?
4 hours at a total cost of $824.55.
All right, I move approval for that. Is there a second? A second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, post same sign.
This is very helpful.
It is very helpful.
you.
Thank you to Ade and to Dale for that. Okay, I'm going to, unfortunately, I'm going to keep moving down Public Works because I am waiting on Haggerty. Although, I think we can do item number 20, Dale, with you right now, because this is really just the consideration of the execution of the award and terms and conditions with the United States Department of Treasury related to the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds authorized in the American Rescue Plan Act. So I just want to say that this piece of it, I don't think we need Haggerty for. It's just Dale can give us the background here. We just need approval to execute the terms and conditions. I've already docu-signed on behalf of the county for that which came to me, which gives us the portal, which opens up the ability. Dale, you want to tell everybody what this item is about and why we need execution to receive the funds?
Well, actually, we already received the funds. We received $35,185,681 today,
All right, so
This
this is,
morning.
this
how much?
morning,
$35,185,681 this morning.
that will earn interest as of this afternoon, so we're very pleased by that. So this is the ministerial piece of the accepting the terms and conditions? Okay, and as I said, I've already docu-signed for Dale on all the things we had to do to get the 35 million in the account. Is there a motion?
There is a motion to have discussion, please.
Second, sorry.
A motion and a second, and then discuss.
So,
This is a half, right?
Half, we get half now, half next year.
okay, so I gotta get my jaw from dropping, but, back up. So, will we like have a
See, and I don't
meeting?
think it's enough.
Do what? Well, I know, I'm just, but, anyway, so will we then have like a meeting to discuss how we're gonna do this?
Right, well, that's item number 19. I'm just waiting on
Get the
Haggerty
guidelines,
to
don't
join
we?
us.
You gotta get some
No,
guidelines.
right, and I mean,
They're gonna explain what the,
I understand that, but and then will we, like, start, I guess?
Yeah, we're
talking,
gonna-
Or how we're gonna,
so, yeah, so number 19 really is see how it says discuss and consider administration of ARPA funds?
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're gonna have the discussion. We could begin to have it now, but I
No,
just
we can
told
wait. That's good.
Haggerty 4.
you're right, I moved passage of this one.
Okay, this is just please get the money.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
wrong
completely.
one, I should have waited for the other one.
No worries, okay.
That's 20 though, it's not 19 though, is it?
It's
Right,
20,
it's
yeah.
20, I'm saying,
I looked at 19,
Yeah,
and
you
that's,
said
Yeah.
19.
okay, all those in favor signify, with the motion, the second was over here, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay.
Dale, if we see that you're in Hawaii next week, we're gonna be wondering a little bit,
Yeah,
I'm just telling you
cyber
right now.
security, that's what I want to say, cyber security.
Judge, if
Special
I
mention
may,
for it.
Teresa had a request to clarify something.
Okay.
If you go to the item for Armco Industries on the
Yeah.
courthouse and jail roofing,
Yes,
Teresa asked to please clarify that money would come from 2021 COs.
okay, I did say that on the record, but let's go ahead and say it again.
Okay.
I said 2021 COs.
Okay, very
I think
good.
it
Yeah.
was in the backup.
I did say it, but I'm glad, because, you can't say it enough. It's good to have clarity. If you missed it, maybe somebody else did too. And again, it was 14,000 and some change. So, okay, let's move on to Public Works. And again, we'll come back to the items that we missed in regular agenda once we get a chance to hear from Haggerty. Kent's joined us too, so we'll hear from him as well. But I kind of called Juan up, so Kent, unless you're in a big rush, will you give us one item? Okay, thank you. I just looked up and saw you here. Item number 1 is the county staff to initiate the process of renaming a drive. You want to go from Bernice Drive to Bernice Lane.
That's correct, Judge. Commissioners, we're requesting, allowing county staff to initiate the process of renaming. There's already one in the city limits, so we're just trying to rename it to Bernice Lane, and it's a process that we'll be coordinating with the county attorney.
Did that cause any problems for residents or anything?
No, sir, not at this time, no. It's just the address, Commissioner.
Okay, move passage.
Second.
And you'll adapt on GIS.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I've got a motion, and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the next one, since that was so quick, maybe we can move, you've got a approval of a certificate of substantial completion for our evidence room. That was a 2019 project. We're excited about finishing.
Yes, ma'am. We're recommending the approval of the certificate of completion for next construction. We're recommending, Judge and Commissioners.
Okay, well, I'd like to make that motion because that was a great 2019 project. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye for the approval of the completion certificate. Aye. Okay, all those opposed? All right. Discuss and consider approval of the plat of Indian Flats, which is a Phase 1 and the subdivision contract for this subdivision. And then 3 is the bonds for the water wells. This is something we normally do in our normal practice, is to get the bonds. So this is all related to Indian Flats Phase 1. Do you recommend approval, and have you reviewed all the documents?
Judge, Commissioners, we have reviewed all the documents and we're recommending approval of the plat and the subdivision construction agreement, and also the bonds for the water wells and the septic tank. So we're recommending, Public Works is recommending.
Okay, are there any questions from any of the
Yeah,
commissioners?
How do you figure the amount for the septics and
What they do, Commissioner, is they submit a cost based on,
in the water?
they submit a cost on the water well, and they also submit, on the number of water wells, and they also submit a cost per unit for each septic tank.
So is there a certain number, like for septics? Is there a going rate, or?
Yes, sir. There's yes, sir.
I guess what he means is there, a rate that's acceptable, is considered best practices, and do we charge that?
No, there's a normal rate that you can follow. Normally for a septic tank, it varies from $8,000 to $9,000.
They don't vary a lot.
They vary, but they don't vary that much.
Okay, that's good. Good.
It's minimal.
I want,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
do you suspect people having problems with their septics, the way the water's coming down right now? I just saw a picture of a.
On this subdivision, Commissioner, everything drains towards the west, and there's a drainage ditch running their property. So in this subdivision, they do have, how can I say, adequate runoff from the site.
Let me tell you something, Commissioner, right now, probably in most subdivisions and most colonias, they're getting backflow from the septics.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Because those gauges are underwater.
And that's why we've been working towards septic to wastewater in a lot of areas for a very long time. But,
Or raising up the gauges, we can get a grant to that. You gotta raise them.
Recommend approval.
you recommend approval.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
There was a big movement in the legislature this year, for more regulation on subdivisions. It just didn't go anywhere. It's very hard to get these regulations, but at least we have a little awareness and eyesight on these new ones through Public Works and through the permitting process. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
That's all
Commissioners.
that you've got there for us.
Yes,
And so
ma'am.
I'll go back, since Kent's here with us from the county attorney's office, and ask him to address Commissioner Chesney's queries.
Hello, Kent.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm glad they let you out.
Only when necessary.
Yeah, you like it that way, though.
I do.
I know. Go ahead, sorry.
What am I here for?
Oh, I just need to know, I just had liability questions on the number 6 item agenda that Jenny said you negotiated in regards to the ABM land deal. That makes sense? No?
Tell me more. I'm sorry.
There was some, and this is the final version, I get it, there was some concern, I don't know if it was the first
Let's
version.
give him the item number.
Yeah.
It's regular agenda item, I believe it was number 6, and it's a supplemental agreement number 3.
Yes,
Ken,
yes,
it has
yes,
to do
yes.
with the liability pieces of it, and
Well-
what Commissioner just wanted you to kind of give us a synopsis of where we are today. And do we cover the county's concerns? Do we cover, it's a liability question he had.
As I understand it, Public Works had asked that LAN begin reviewing certain submittals from ABM. In order to begin doing that, LAN had certain requirements. One was that we enter into another supplemental agreement, and as part of that agreement, that the county agree to release LAN from any claims for any liability associated with reviewing those ABM submittals. Additionally, LAN requires that the county approach ABM to request that ABM name LAN as additional co-insureds with a waiver of subrogation in favor of LAN, and that ABM also agree to release LAN from any liability associated with the review of ABM's submittals. And so LAN proposed a supplemental with those terms in it. And whether the county wants to agree to release LAN from all liability associated with reviewing ABM submittals, and furthermore to approach ABM to agree to amend their contract with us in order to name LAN as additional insureds, waiver of subrogation, and to release LAN from liability is solely your decision.
Do you recommend that?
Well,
I know, that's a tough
I
question.
don't know
but
that I would want to talk about that in open
Fair
session.
enough. That's
I was
kind
gonna
of
say,
like,
there's a lot of legal ramifications here, but the one thing you can ask, or we can at least inquire, is that, is the concept here that, that the engineer of record is the one that carries the liability. And so in order to review them, then they want ABM to put them on as additional insured.
I believe that's the
Yeah,
intent.
that was my understanding by reading the document.
And also, LAN wants assurances that the county will not then seek claims against LAN related to LAN's review of ABM's submittals.
Right. Okay, so JP, can you shed light on this, just from y'all's
Yeah.
perspective, from an engineering perspective? Because then there's this whole engineering world, best practices.
No, yeah, good questions, and Kent is right to give you the background there. That's exactly how it evolved. And our concern is that the design documents that exist for the ABM work were prepared outside of the purview of LAN's review. And at this time, we're simply reviewing the submittals that come through against design documents that were prepared without LAN participating in that process. We're happy to do this review, but you can certainly appreciate that as a reviewer, we do not hold the liability. The liability remains with the design professional, as is customary under Texas law. So we're simply trying to state that fact, make sure that it's understood by everyone that LAN's review is purely for the benefit of the county and is not intended to create a liability for LAN as the engineer of record.
That's correct.
I'd really like to table this and go into closed session. I'm happy to do it like next week so that we can get going on it.
Yeah, I just want you guys to know that, I mean, that's fine, we can do that, but the point is that you understand this court, ABM did the design before them. So the person that carries the liability is the engineer of record. What we're doing is not dismissing anybody who's done the documents from liability. It's that the person who's reviewing it is exempted because they need to be put on their insurance in order to do so. This is, I mean, I don't have a problem with this at all. This is legally the correct way to do it. Maybe we just need some assurances that, that ABM is gonna, put them on their insured documents. That's what I would say. But when he says time is of the essence and we need to document this, it's because we're trying to get stuff reviewed now that's pending now. So what I'm gonna suggest is that maybe before June 9th, we come back, Kent.
I'm down with that.
Is that all right with you?
Absolutely.
Because
If
we've
we could
got to
just-
get this, but
if-
just so you know, don't confuse them getting away from liability. It's that the person that holds liability from a legal standpoint, and from the negligence standpoint, is not the reviewer, it's the engineer of record.
And that may be clarified.
Unless they came on in the beginning.
Right, and that may be
That's different.
clarified if I get my legal counsel
Yeah.
and legal, that's why I just want to go to executive
Yeah.
session. It may be fine, I don't know.
I hear you.
But, and if Steiner could just check with everybody
Yeah,
before we
we-
set the meeting,
she
and
can do
but I'm
that.
happy to do it before June 9th.
And it's
So I
not
would-
gonna be a long one, you
No,
know?
I would move to table until we find a date well before June 9th that works
Yeah.
for everybody.
And like I said, that gives Jenny and Kent time to really work with the ABM folks and get all this squared away. But again, this is not unusual. This is best practices with regards to the liability as to who produces the documents and who reviews them. Now, if LAN, just so you know, for future, were intimately involved with creating the documents, that's a whole different ball of wax. So you just have to understand how liability runs and why they're saying what they need versus what, so we've got to get them with ABM. JP, I hope that makes sense to you, and I'm going to encourage you to get with ABM just as soon as possible, and we're going to accommodate the scheduling as soon as possible. We just got to work with the court administrator.
So, Judge,
Not a problem for us at all.
All
Thank you.
right, we appreciate that.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to table, the second from Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay.
Thanks, Kent.
May I be excused?
Yes, thank
Thank you,
you.
Ken.
Thanks for coming down, and thanks for working on that contract. All right. All righty, I gotta go back now. Let's see, I think it's purchasing, but I gotta go. Michael, are you next? After Public Works is purchasing, usually. Yep. Okay, so purchasing, and we've got one that we've been anticipating. It's nice to have it on the agenda. It's the RFQ 3152-21 for the record, engineering services for rebuilding Bob Hall Pier. Tyner's coming back with some documents here for us.
Okay, Judge and Commissioners, thank you. This is our, the project that we've been waiting a long time to really get started on. And this is the project to actually hire the engineer that's going to help us design the rebuild of Bob Hall Pier.
Thank you.
We received 2 bids from, two really good engineering groups.
Hey, Michael, I love you, but you had me at hello. I'm
I knew you were going to be there.
I know. I moved to pass, Judge.
I know. I know you're in a hurry, but
No,
we
not a
gotta,
hurry.
let's just go ahead and tell him who the people were and just do the nuts and bolts.
Okay.
But I'm gonna take your motion
Yeah,
already.
I'm not trying to, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm good.
So
I mean,
the short version is that purchasing is going to, along with the selection committee, recommend award to Jacobs Engineering Group Incorporated for the engineering services for rebuilding Bob Hall Pier. This group has some quite extensive experience in building piers. They're currently working on Cole Park. They've done 3 piers in Port Lavaca. They have a thorough understanding of the environmental permitting requirements. They have extensive experience in coordinating with public input, which this project will have. We've already begun work in getting public input, and they have a good knowledge of working with the county on our processes. They also include some specialized coastal engineering experience, including a study of storm waves and wave forces on waterfront structures and development of details to counteract those wave forces. And so that, along with the conceptual design ideas that they shared in their proposal, led the committee towards recommending Jacobs for this work. So again, we recommend award to Jacobs Engineering Group Incorporated and look forward to getting started on this project.
Yeah, I mean, we are super excited and to get started on this project. And as you know, so is, I would say, Nueces County. Probably Texas, and those that love the Texas coast are excited too. I thought they may be in the courtroom today. Hello, there you are. Good afternoon to you. And so you bring unbelievable experience, intimate knowledge both before and after this storm. We have provided, we think, unbelievable resources to you in the form of an ad hoc committee and also a group that's been working on the public sentiment. And so I know that's going to be part of your scope with the contract, and we hope that you find that very welcoming, that they've already begun to interview stakeholders, and they're putting together portals for the public to participate. You can appreciate that the public really wants to get actively engaged with sharing ideas, and you will bring those ideas and provide levity and engineering, concepts to make, I guess, this incredible new vision for Bob Hall Pier.
That's certainly my vision, Judge and Commissioners. I've been doing this type of design my entire career. I love the beach, love the ocean. In terms of, just to reflect on the previous discussions on insurance.
Yes.
I have also designed several piers for the Navy using performance-based design, which is focused on minimizing damage, not just collapse prevention, which is what the typical codes are. We can certainly bring that to this also, and it typically does reduce your insurance. In this case, it may allow you to get insurance.
Yeah, it would be great. One of the things we're going to ask, of course, we're going to ask for a motion here in just a second, and so let's do that right now.
So moved in discussion.
Okay, motion second. We'll get some more discussion, but one of the things we're going to ask is, as quickly as possible, if you would coordinate, he had to leave, but Scott Cross, Director of Coastal Parks, if you would reach out to him, I know you probably will, but reach out to him. He's got commissioners that's sitting on a Coastal Parks Board that are anxious to visit with you to hear more about the process, as is the committee. And then we would love to have you back for regular updates, so we'll reach out and make sure that we're capturing what's happening in your world. And if there's any other resource that we can provide to you, we hope that you will just ask. This is as important, I guess, as it gets for a generation of beach lovers.
I certainly think so. I think it's a wonderful project, and it's one I'm going to love to do.
That's great. Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to say congratulations, first of all, but second of all, man, is the pressure on you, right? And I'm tongue in cheek, sort of, but no, really, this is a, and, Judge and I have had conversations about this, and I know the court feels the same way. This is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I hope, because I sure don't want to be doing this again in my lifetime. And, what I really am hopeful is that we can come up with a really cool design with the public's input and our input, and that we can come up with a really cool design that will do exactly what you said, which is make it potentially insurable. Now, how much is that? What do we want to pay? So forth and so on, but reasonably insurable, I guess is the word I should use. I know you
Certainly.
can probably get pure insurance, but it's just, it's ridiculously high unless you build it, like, Sydney has said in the past, that, hey, we can build it, right, in a manner that will hold up for 50 or 75 years and will be able to hold up potentially against, unless it's a tidal wave, but, some storm surges like we had. So I'm really interested to make sure, in expressing that because, it's a big deal. At the same time, what I don't want to do is slow down the process, and I know you won't, but I mean, I don't want you to have to spend so much time talking to 37 people, and that, I know nobody's suggesting that, but I want to just say, I want it to be great, I want it to be awesome, I want it to be good, but I don't want it to take forever, because we've got to get that pier going from a revenue standpoint and from a community emotional standpoint. That's just a big part of our community. So again, congrats, I know you'll do a super job, and really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we have a lot of ideas in terms of collecting the public input and discussing it. But at the end, like you say, we've got, one folks that we're working for, the county. And we just need to collect all the input, settle on a design, and go. And we can get it done very quickly.
Just for interrupting, and just so you know, and if you haven't been connected with the Pettis advertising firm, they have been working to collect a lot of public input over the last couple of months. So I definitely want to hook you up with them so that, you can share that, they can share their results with you as well.
And I was with them yesterday, and so I mentioned this was on the agenda. They said they would be watching virtually, so I know that they will be able to reach out to you. Yeah, so just say hello. Yeah. So, okay, great. Well, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Great job purchasing lots and lots of work product goes into this, guys. Lots of work product. It always makes it look so easy when Michael says, here's the here it is, and here's the, assessment on the sheet. But
So special shout out to my assistant for
Please,
bids and
Cynthia.
contracts, Cynthia Creek, and also our bids writer, Cheryl Croxton. They put in a lot of hours
They sure
for the
did.
county in all of the projects that we work on. And they make it look easy when y'all see the finished product. But yes, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears go into each one of
Tons.
those documents, and we were trying to do the best we can for the county.
Tons.
And
Like
just to remind the court, this was the award. I will be coming back later to finalize the
The
contract.
contract.
Yes.
Right. Everything is about steps. Thank you. We'll look forward to visiting with you very soon. It might be a great idea to put some of the projects that you have worked on for the Navy and in piers and, I saw him because I was on the committee, but I'll try to get Michael to help me publish your CV because it's very impressive, and I think that the community would really love, and the Parks Board and the committee would really love to see the quality and the history that you bring to this project.
would be-
We should share that, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'd love to find a way to put it on the website.
Yeah, certainly.
Coastal Parks?
Yeah. On
On ours?
On our website.
Okay, great.
Well, and Coastal Parks, but ours as well, just for anybody who looks and puts something in there, if there's a way to do it, I would love to see that happen.
Yeah, why don't we we'll work on that, Connie, where we build up our Coastal Parks website. So you go to Coastal Parks, and there should be an icon that says Bob Hall Pier, and then we'll just continue to update the public on that. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, because I've done projects all over the world.
I know, I
think
saw, I'm just like
Guam,
excited.
Aircraft carrier piers, they're very impressive projects. But this Bob Hall Pier, just simply because of the location, the fact that I live here, it's such a beautiful place, I think it'll be wonderful.
I do too. I know I'm just one of many voices, but I'm looking for width. I hope we can get some width in our footprint.
I think we can get that.
Okay. By the way, my dream is I sit here on the dais, I'm in the middle, and I look at Bob Hall Pier the way it used to be. And my goal is that I'll move that courthouse picture on this wall, and I'd love to see our new Bob Hall Pier right there photographed in the very near future.
That would be lovely.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Great to have you here. So now we're going to move to the auditor. Dale, you've got a financial report and 2 change orders. One's a budget change order. Let's do the monthly financial first for Feb 2021. We're still a little behind.
Because of the family emergency, we didn't get the report printed, so I'm asking to table this report to the next available Commissioners Court meeting.
Sure, we'll put it on the next one, Dale.
Which one? Sorry.
The one that,
The monthly financial report.
when we come back and do the other one, let's put this one on too.
So, move to table.
Yes, and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now let's do the budget change order number 13.
Budget change order 13 has several departments requesting some funds. Some of them are kind of large, but the funds are there for the medical examiner, $37,000 for temporary services because they're doing a lot more work for other counties that they need some other costs, and plus they're one medical examiner short, so we're having to bring in some costs, and those are kind of expensive costs. The sheriff has some jail costs because of some of the repairs that they had to have done immediately. They need to get some costs recorded. I needed to move some money to cover a temporary service contract that I have to do some auditing services for some overtime. The funds are available to where we're moving the funds from. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to ask them. I submit budget change order number 13 for your approval.
All right. Are there any further questions? I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion for Dale? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then how about your capital change order? That's number 96, item number 3.
Is on this list for our general capital funds of 1901. We're just moving some money to the summer temporary generator. That's what a new project for the 1919, which is our 2015 COs. We're doing a County Road 15 bridge replacement. We're moving some funds from some unallocated funds. For our 1921, which is our 2016 funds, we're also moving some money to the IB McGee Park building through some funds from Commissioner Precinct 4, Commissioner Chesney. With his approval. And also for the 1923, which is our 2019 tax COs, we have a few items that we're doing, reducing the cost for County Roads 77 and 69, and those will be moving back to our county court remediation funds. So these are the transfers we're doing for our capital projects, and I submit this change order number 96 for your approval.
So moved.
Okay. And a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to do a recommendation for Civil Service Commission. I'm so sorry. We're going to do Human Resources. I need to identify. Julie's on the line. And number 1 is to recommend to the Civil Service Commission to ratify the suspension of maximum accrual vacation hours under the rules. And this is obviously due in 100% part to COVID-19. Julie, we've done this in the past. This is an opportunity to help our employees not lose the vacation hours that they have accumulated. It's up for our consideration. Julie, would you like to add anything here?
I have just had several requests from different employees regarding this due to overtime that mainly the sheriff's department's having to work, and then other departments that haven't taken vacation time and they're afraid, they don't want to lose it, but they're not, their hours have just been accumulating due to COVID mainly. So because of this, they're asking that they not lose it again this coming September 30th. And I brought it to court a little bit earlier, just for planning purposes.
But haven't we done this twice already for the sheriff department? Ask them to work on it, you know what I'm saying?
We did it last year because of COVID, and the time before that we did it was due to Hurricane Harvey.
There's always gonna be something with them because, I mean, you know, they're They ain't got nowhere to go. They're stuck.
Well,
They gotta,
Yeah, as
you know.
long as we have federal disasters, I think it's gonna be appropriate to keep bringing up, that's what happened is COVID has been longer than our fiscal year. So that's why we're bringing it up again right now, is it's a new fiscal year to consider.
Yeah, well, I can understand the disaster, but before that, before this last two time, before that, it wasn't a disaster. They just were behind because they were shorthanded.
Right.
So,
I don't know what to do about that.
Well, I think Commissioner Chesney said it best, law enforcement is special.
yeah.
And you have to
work
make
with it.
allowances for that,
Right.
work with
until
it.
we get to a situation where we can pay what they need and we can not have, the overtime and, so it's kind of crazy.
Second. And
Got a
Judge-
motion
There's
in
no
a
fiscal
second.
impact on this. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah, we
employees
know.
are just able to carry over their hours,
Right.
and
Motion.
Yeah.
We've got a
it's just so that the
motion,
employee doesn't lose the benefit. And
Correct.
I hate for employees to have to lose their benefit.
correct.
We agree.
Yeah,
because of this.
we got it. It's good. I mean, it's a good policy. So got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Let's go to the next one. You've got, by the way, in your absence, and this is not your fault, but we took something out of order, so we've already done 3 and 4. And so we just want to make note for the record and for you that we'll need to be posting those positions as the court has already approved and the hospital district has already agreed to fund items number 3 and 4 for the behavioral health programming. And
Yes, ma'am, I follow.
you heard, okay, great. Number 2 is the new position, which is a PA, pathologist assistant examiner's office, since we don't have the medical examiner full-time position filled. This is meant to be a bridge and to assist in a very difficult time. What would you like to add to this?
There's currently a deputy medical examiner position that is vacant, and it's been vacant since October, shortly after October, probably 2 weeks in. So the savings have been there for this position throughout this fiscal year. And so therefore, he needs the assistance of another employee. And so he worked this up and thought this would be the next best employee to a deputy medical examiner. Medical examiners are just hard to come by in the state of Texas. I have reached out nationwide, but it's just a hard position to fill. So therefore, he was creative and he came up with this position. Of course, it's a lot less than what the deputy medical examiner makes. And so therefore, with that cost savings, we would like to fund this new position of a pathologist assistant.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. Got a motion. I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we've tackled the
Thank you.
human resources. We did a lot of jumping, so I'm going to ask court administration, have I completed the call for all items in the regular consent and the department head, along with proclamations agenda items?
I think you have. I think the only things remaining are the
Executive.
Haggerty items that you were going to do it
Right.
for.
Okay, so let's go to Haggerty. It's straight up 4 o'clock, and I do see Kaylin and Andrew on the line. And so we will be able to go back to items, I think it was 19 and 20.
19.
And so Andrew Perry is on with Kaylin Taylor. They are here to give us a report along with help from Maria Bedia, our grants administrator, and also our auditor. They can give us the information with regards to the dollars and cents of Winter Storm Uri, Hurricane Hannah, and COVID-19 and kind of where we are and all that. It changes every time we meet, and so I think we've got good news to report in many, many areas. And so I don't know, Andrew or Kaylin, who wants to lead, but would you start with what we're doing with regards to Winter Storm Uri and the after-action report, and then discuss, just go right into COVID, if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, Court. For Winter Storm Uri, as Kathy touched on earlier this morning, we are still actively working with TDM and FEMA to conduct the preliminary damage assessments to identify additional categories of work. So right now, under the Winter Storm Uri Presidential Disaster Declaration, only Category B emergency protective measures is authorized. And so we are going through the steps right now to identify and substantiate that, yes, the county did incur permanent damages to its facilities and structures, and that was a direct result of Winter Storm Uri. And so we've been engaging the departments and working with FEMA and TDM to ensure that we are reporting the extent of these damages to those entities. Then additionally, we have begun to start to formulate the county's Category B project, which entails the sheltering, water distribution, and other support that the county provided as a response measure to the storm. Because that category is authorized, we have commenced that and have begun to compile the costs and pull the information needed to substantiate that submission. And unless there's any questions regarding Winter Storm Uri, that would be the end of my report for this event.
Any questions? You also get the burn rate from Dale every day, so you get to see kind of where we are. And you'll remember that Kathy told you this morning that we have an extension until June 19th. But, you know, again,
And which funding sources this, I'm just trying to keep my fundings to sources.
well, it will be FEMA when we get Winter Storm Uri and the categories that will open up. So our job right now is document, create our after-action report, and we're in charge of all our jurisdictions. So Andrew helps compile, and his team, everything from everybody. The city's got their own, but we do all the jurisdictions. And
So this is still back, this is not having anything to do with the new 35 million yet?
No, sir.
We're gonna get to that, I know, but,
Yeah, totally different,
Right.
different disaster.
okay, and so, gotcha, all right.
Yep, yep, and once this work is super voluminous, and we'll get you copies of everything once these reports get ready in draft form.
Thank you.
You bet. Let's move on to, you know, you can talk about Hannah, but I know it's not much to say because we're obviously in limbo, but if you wanted to add anything to Hannah before moving to COVID-19 and kind of the finishing up of CRF funding with the state of Texas, please feel free, Andrew, at this time.
Sure. I think as you alluded to, Judge, with Hurricane Hannah, we're in a holding pattern. The state of Texas is preparing their appeal to the determination that a major disaster isn't warranted for the impacts of Hurricane Hannah. And so we've been supporting the state to demonstrate the localized impacts to the county. And so it's now incumbent on the state and FEMA to work through that and hopefully secure a major disaster declaration, which would then release funding for various categories of work, which would hopefully cover the Bob Hall Pier damages from Hurricane Hannah. For COVID-19, there's really three main tranches of funding streams that we're going to talk about today. We have FEMA public assistance. We have the Coronavirus Relief Fund from the CARES Act that was passed through by TDM and what's left of that. And then we have to discuss kind of what's the next steps with the American Rescue Plan Act fiscal recovery funds. So I think the shortest and most succinct is FEMA PA. The county has secured an advance of funds for its vaccination efforts. And so what's left to do now is, as we incur vaccine support costs, we then submit those costs to TDM so that we can begin to offset the amount advanced. And so we are actively working to compile the very first offset amount. And so we're in the final stages of that and are working closely with the grants department and the auditor's office to make sure that the supporting package is complete and comprehensive. Also on FEMA PA, we are actively beginning to look at the COVID clinic costs that were not covered by the coronavirus relief funds, and then the testing costs as well. So certain Luminaire contract costs, force account labor costs, and others we're going to be looking to capture under FEMA public assistance because coronavirus relief fund has been fully exhausted, at least in terms of the county's allocation.
So Andrew, let me just interrupt for clarity for the audience and the court, and that is that we were granted between CESF and CRF approximately $5.2 million and some change, and we have recouped 100% of those dollars. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, we've exhausted and fully recovered the CRF allocation to the county.
Great. So now what we're gonna do is those dollars that, you missed the good part, so I'm gonna repeat it. That's all right. The good part is that Maria's pretty pumped and stoked about it, so I'm gonna pay another homage here. And that is that we have recovered all 5.2 million from the state of Texas. It's a big,
Good job, Maria.
big,
Good job,
it is a
everybody.
great job, Maria. It is. Thank you.
Is that right? Am I clapping right?
Yes.
You verifying it, Dale? So I make sure I can clap? Okay, good, I'm good.
Yeah,
Just teasing.
thank you, Maria. And of course, Maria has a team. And so Natalie's part of that team. She's not in the courtroom, but we'll clap for Natalie one day when she comes and visits us. And then the team that you're looking at, people maybe that you don't recognize here in Nueces County, but they've been living Nueces County with us for over a year now, and we cannot say enough great things. The reason we're getting that 5.2 is pure, total dedication, persistence, and aggressiveness, and we're excited. But the next piece, you walked in perfectly, is that there's more money to recover.
So I was gonna say, is it 5.2, does that leave?
5.3.
Thank you, and that's awesome. And does that,
That's just
that makes us whole on that?
on the Texas
on
side.
that part?
Now we gotta go get the federal side, and that's what Hagerty's starting to do. They've already identified what we call the low-hanging fruit. There's stuff that is kind of a no-brainer.
And this is on the 35 million?
No,
Not
still
yet? Oh,
something
sorry.
else.
You said I walked in at the right time. That was
I
the one
know,
was really
sorry,
wanted to-
it's still.
I'm excited to talk about that
No,
one.
there's more money out there, but what you should know is that the county already has received 2.2 million in advance.
Right.
So if you look at just dollars and cents, that means dollars out versus dollars in, we are whole, 100%. But there's more money to chase, and Andrew's team is in charge of getting us the right buckets of money to go bring back, because that's his job. So he's got some nice spreadsheets to share with us in the upcoming future. They're figuring out what is left and where those go to, bucket-wise. And we meet every week, sometimes 2-3 times a week, and we're making great progress. But I just want you to know, we're not gonna be talking about TDM anymore. We're done there. Now, all our focus is on FEMA reimbursement for two things: for vaccination and also for those COVID costs that we incurred in 2020, and some at the beginning of 2021, okay? So go ahead, Andrew. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanna make sure that we keep it all straight, because everyone's focused on the 35 mil today. Who wouldn't be, right?
Yes, so with the remaining costs from the end of 2020 and early 2021, we are actively reviewing each line item to determine whether FEMA public assistance and its rigorous standards is an appropriate funding source for those costs. And so, some of those include vaccine freezers, certain luminaire testing and vaccine system costs, et cetera. And so we're confident for those larger buckets that we'll be able to push those through FEMA public assistance. And so now we're working through more miscellaneous purchasing card expenses to understand, are we able to capture these costs under FEMA public assistance, or is there another funding source that may be more apt to push those costs towards? All of this to lead up to the American Rescue Plan fiscal recovery funds. I believe Dale had reported out earlier today that the county received its first tranche of American Rescue Plan funding from the Fiscal Recovery Fund. And also with that, last week, the U.S. Treasury published its interim rules for administering those funds. And so a couple highlights that were specific from these rules is that the period of performance begins March 3, 2021, and we can use those funds all the way through December 31st of 2024. And also the rules prescribe different methodologies and and processes for determining lost revenue and certain allowances that you can use those funds towards, including economic recovery, emergency response to COVID-19, and then utility infrastructure projects. And so there's a lot of flexibility that the county is afforded in how to use these funds. And so the next step here is to determine a strategic plan for how the county wants to spend these funds. And so that involves various workshops that we will facilitate with the court, with the county, and with various stakeholders. It will entail us reviewing capital improvement plans and other strategic documentation that the county wants to have for consideration. It'll involve the creation of a spending framework. And really, the intent of all of this is to make sure that the city has the county has a roadmap for which to spend those funds through the entire period of performance, and making sure that we are targeting the areas and priorities of this court and of the community at large. And so we really look forward to working with each of you to move through and work through the rest of this process.
So Andrew, one of the things that we didn't get to touch on, but I think would be of really big interest to the court, is that in the guidance that we received last weekend, or this past weekend, we understand that we can also recoup lost revenues, okay? And there's formulas, and one of the first things that I was hoping that we could do is and Haggerty's already reached out, I think, to the auditor, and if you haven't, if you would do so, you're going to be working with our audit team to come up with what those lost revenues are in those permissible areas, and then bring it to court so that we can say, first and foremost, there's two intents of this bill, okay? One is coronavirus relief. The second is infrastructure as a stimulus. It's very important to understand that there are bifurcated goals that President Biden and Congress gave us. And in those goals, we have completely different objectives. I would like this court to deal with the strategic plan, first and foremost, to bring back those revenues that were lost, that can be ascertained. And Dale's been tracking these guys since day one. But we want to get them all ready for the court, Dale, and in addition to all the other work we have with budget. But there are going to be significant dollars, we predict, to bring back to our county from these funds, and we think we should do that first. And then second, the workshop that you're talking about, we're going to work with Tyner and our budget schedule to create a workshop so that we can at least, and I think you guys should have the guidance that was given to us. If not, we'll make sure it's in your inbox. You should read it. It's about 160 pages, but it's not hard to go through because it's really well chaptered out. And the three subject matters are water, broadband, and stormwater, but there's flexibility in this, there's flexibility in this package. And we have been attending webinars. Maria's been attending webinars. We've just really been working cohesively so that by the time we have that first workshop, this court can consider projects that are transformational for our community. I've been listening to webinars all over the country, and everybody says the same thing. You can spend so easily $70 million and never see anything from it. And what I mean by that is that there's so much infrastructure needs that are so costly. You might, if you target 20 projects, you'll never say you've really made a difference in your community. And the stimulus really didn't do its job. So one of the things that we want to bring to the court is the concept that we're hearing from other best practices, and this goes from the National Association of Counties all the way to former city managers and former county commissioners, and that is choose 2 or 3 transformational projects that you can do collectively. And then, for example, let's say, I'm just going to pick on Commissioner Matos, he's sitting right here. Commissioner Matos, what would be transformational for you, in addition to the big ones, what would be transformational for your community Is it a park that could use $1 million? Is it, sidewalks or lighting, or is it a small drainage project? Because you want 20 years from now to walk away and have your children's children ask, hey, how did that get built? Those were the dollars. There was this horrible pandemic, and out of something horrible, tragic, came something very good, and that's the stimulus. If we use it for the general stuff that we do, you'll never see it. It'll never feel like a real stimulus. It'll never do what the intention is. So I think we need to be very, very deliberate in each of our precincts. What is that one thing in your precinct? And keep it, what I would call mild but strong projects.
Bob Hall Pier's too much, Judge.
That's too much. But then, yeah, that's enough. But then together, what could we do that's transformational? And I just think that we need to think about that. And I also want to throw this out, is that we ought to be asking our partners at the city, at the RTA, at the port, what project could we imagine together where our dollars could be leveraged with their dollars to create this transformational project? This is what ARPA was meant for, and I'm glad we've had the last 30 days to really listen to experts and listen to people who really understand how to do the most with it. And I just want to share that with you because that's where I think we're headed. So maybe you guys can start thinking about it. It can be in the capital improvement plan because you already know it, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? It could be in our hazard mitigation plan. It could be in a variety, well, actually, that's in our CIP. But this is where we've got to think very big here. Don't stay small here. Stay large, go large, so that it makes a difference in our economy. And so I'm going to leave you with that seed and ask you if your pleasure is, the only week I think we cannot squeeze it in is next week. But if we could get your all's feedback with Tyner, I think Andrew is ready when we're ready, okay? How does that sound? What are y'all's thoughts or feedback? It's not every day that you get 35 million in the mail.
Yeah, it would just be, and if you have like a bullet, not that I don't want to read the 150 pages, but if you've got a bullet summary that you could provide that would maybe.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Haggerty, Andrew has the executive summary. And I'm going to encourage you we'll get you that immediately. And I'm going to encourage you to read the 160 because the devil's in the details.
I know.
And I've read it twice, and I'm still going to go back and read it a third time because you catch good stuff in there on how to help your county, and I would like your legal mind to assist me. So I think it's really important.
I appreciate that. And then will we, once we get the real meat of the guidelines on how we can do it and where it goes, and will we then do kind of like the CIP where we'll have a meeting and just kind of start prioritizing?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll have guidance from Dale and
Yeah.
from Haggerty to make sure that we're doing it right, and the county attorney. And that's, I would ask too for the county attorney, and I hate to give you more work, but as Judge said, I'm interested in your legal mind too, and I know you will. I just want to make sure that we do it right and we keep on track and we don't get thrown off. And if there's loopholes, I'm all for loopholes. I'm a lawyer, but at the same time, I don't want to push the envelope to where they come back and say, oh, wait a minute,
Right.
you got to pay that back, right?
Just so you know, we've talked about this, and we're going to talk about it more during budget. Dale's going to need somebody solely on this project. He's going to need, even though it's temporary, Andrew, can you just speak to the admin piece of this? Are we allowed some administration or not with regards to this ARPA funds?
Yes, so recognizing how expansive and flexible the use of these funds are, the Treasury provides an administrative allowance, and so for CRF that was 5%, which 5% of your 72 million would put you right around 3.5 million worth of administrative fees. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program put it at 10%, which would put you at 7 million. So, wherever the ARPA fiscal recovery funds fall, it's going to be within that range most likely. So, regardless of where it does lie, you can see that the Treasury is recognizing that there is substantial need for administrative oversight and implementation. And so the avenues that the county could explore, including, bringing on another force account staff to solely focus on that. There's many different ways that the county could look at that.
And did you say that potentially that could be reimbursable is not the right word because we have the money, but could that come out of those funds?
Right,
Okay.
that's the admin piece of it. So he's saying ERAP was 10%. This one's gonna be about 3.5 million. We don't have to spend all that. What I'm saying to you is that this is a weird one because we've got the money in advance, right?
Very weird.
So you've got the money, and what we need to do as a court is first decide how to get us paid back, in my opinion, right, the lost revenues. And second, to make sure we have the staff to work the compliance piece of it internally. Haggerty is our external, right?
Right.
But we need the internal piece as well.
So it would be
The other
kind of like a grant-funded position that
Yes,
would be there as
that's
long as we
right.
needed.
That's right.
But
Maybe a
so
year.
that would just be kind of like one of those deals where we say, okay, we feel like we need someone for 3 years and
Correct.
it's gonna be X amount per year, and we would do that as like we've done those grant-provided positions to where it doesn't really go into the budget process, right? Because it would just come out of that grant or that money, or how does that work,
I mean,
Dale? I
I'm
can't
not
remember how
sure
you
what
found
Dale would
These
recommend about
funds are
that.
considered as a grant from the Treasury, so it is working as a grant function, yes.
Yeah.
We wouldn't actually have to put that into our upcoming budget. We
No,
would just
It would
do it as.
it'll be function out of the grant, yes.
And remember, these monies can be used through 2024, so you're right on point about the 3 years. But look, I would like to be very serious about how we do this. I'd like to, how we publish our CAFR and how we publish our fiscal, review. I'd like to also publish our intentions once we get there, with the American Relief Plan Act. But just remember, it's got 2 missions, and we need to fulfill both of them. And Dale's gonna need some assistance, and I'm gonna suggest that Maria's gonna need some assistance as well. Again, this is short-lived, because this program is short-lived, but in our world, it feels like an eternity, And I'm also gonna make some suggestions that maybe we have a secondary policy person to help in court administration. There are so many reasons to be able to, when you say sort of comments like, we're gonna do something transformational, it isn't that easy.
Right.
It's just not.
Judge, I think when you're talking about administering, and now I have to believe we're gonna get the other 35 because.
Oh, no, it's coming.
No, right, and so the point is, it's not 35.
70.
Because it's 70, and we have 35 in the bank. That makes you kind of be able to feel like you can, okay, I feel like I can talk about this as real money because it's in the bank, right? So, and does that 70 have to be spent in that same 3-year period?
Yes, it does. And actually, Maria's in the room, so it's 70.2, and we count every penny.
Well, and so.
Sorry, it's 70.371, and we count every penny.
Yeah, I mean, to do what you're talking about makes, again, it makes total sense because I certainly don't want, as a member of this court, to have the sole responsibility of this money because that in itself is transformational and to add what you're talking about makes complete sense to me, especially since we have the money. So it really makes a lot more sense.
It does.
When we don't have to increase the budget, and that's really great. And I mean, yeah, my jaw's still kind of on the floor on this one, so
It's gonna be great.
I've never.
And I
yeah.
wanted double, because we deserve double, because when you think about our capital improvement needs and what it really takes to jumpstart a county, but we are super grateful, it's gonna do what we need it to do if we approach it right. So I think that Haggerty has the right idea, a strategic plan is first. By the way, I don't want to, confuse anybody, so at some point, and we're talking about this, they're gonna start the process, and then, because of the way the federal regulations are, and Maria and I have talked about this, we might wanna bring to our court, an RFP, okay, to actually make certain that we have the right, how can I say this, the boxes checked, so that there's zero risk of fulfillment. When we did the agreement with Haggerty early on, it definitely contemplated a stimulus package, but it was very COVID-related, and so as to the COVID piece, no problem. But as to the other, we think we would be smart to just go ahead and do that RFP process. And so, having said all of those good things, it's a wonderful day. Maybe it was acrimonious earlier, but look, don't leave on a negative note here today. Leave on a super positive note. This is the day that we all wait for in government, to be able to have the funds to do good for our residents. So, let's come back to court next time to discuss, or before court, Tyner, to discuss, see if you can get those dates for the workshop. In the meantime, Haggerty will help us by getting, all the background information, for the commissioners. And Dale, I guess really the burden, starts with your group, so you might want to work with Julie sooner rather than later in contemplating the positions that you believe are necessary for your office. We would ask that of you.
I'm gonna reach out to our external auditors and question them on some certain items. I may even bring to y'all to contract an independent auditor here
Sure.
locally to help this out, because, yeah, we can probably hire someone, but you want someone with advanced knowledge of accounting and advanced knowledge of stuff, so.
Smart.
So
And
it may
county
be a
government.
capability of hiring 1 or 2 accounting firms to do this stuff, so.
I think it's a great idea.
We'll figure out how best to do it, and I'm gonna see what our external auditor says.
Yeah. And again, I mean, it's not like we're in a super big hurry, but I think with all of the discussions we're gonna have with budget, this would be a really smart time to get all this together. Maria, we're gonna ask the same of you. I mean, this is, all that's on our plate. And you know how I am. I don't wanna miss a thing. So we wanna go after every grant that's out there despite the 70 million. How can we make 70 turn into 150, right? We can do it. With your team and Haggerty, the sky's the limit because we have learned how to work so well together. This is, like I said, super exciting, and I would ask that you think about your precincts, think about your capital improvement plan, and also think about 2 or 3 transformational projects that would make our county, it would set it apart for decades to come. Okay, super. So, Andrew, any final closing thoughts? And hi to Kaylin, and thank you. She's soft-spoken, but boy, does she pack a mean Excel spreadsheet.
No, we are just excited to work with the county as we, identify these transformational projects and ensure that all of the right controls are put into place so that there isn't any clawing back of funds. And so we just look forward to the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, super. That is receive the update number 19, and we did 20, and we also did 18 on that as well. We covered a lot of ground. I believe we can now say that we are done with the regular agenda, and I'd like to move on to executive session at this time and read the disclosures that I'm giving at this time, that we elect to go into executive session as authorized by provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Government Code. In the event that the Commissioners Court elects to go into the executive session regarding an agenda item, will do so in accordance with the authority of Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 74, 745, 76, 86, and 87. Commissioner Court will hold an executive session to consult with an attorney, including matters related to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and economic development negotiations, and, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon returning from executive session, will take any action as appropriately deemed necessary on items discussed in the executive session. The time for the clerk is 4:32. I'll gavel us out, ask everyone to clear the room and turn the mics off. We'll stay here for deliberations. Test 1. Okay, we're back from executive session. We're back on the record. It's 5:17 p.m. We have taken our time with executive session. We've got a few items that need to be considered. Is there a motion to table some matters at this time for next court?
Judge, I think we tabled the
Oranges.
earlier, but I can certainly redo that if we didn't, to make it
Yeah,
clear.
and it was just a consult, so there's really no action needed.
Yeah,
I think you're fine
yeah, I
there.
think we are too.
And also, it was just a consult on the other item too. So I don't really think we need to take any action, but they will be brought back. What about any actions regarding settlements of claim? There is a claim that we discussed regarding Mr. Raul Flores. Does anyone have a motion regarding that property damage claim?
I would be happy to move the settlement of the claim of Raul Flores for $209.44. as full and final settlement of the
Second.
property damage claim.
And I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. And then consult with the, I'm sorry, the next one is is there a motion on cause number 2019 DCV-1967B at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
It's Connor versus
So-
Nueces.
Sorry, my bad. I would move to authorize the county judge to enter into negotiations and also in the same motion to sign the settlement agreement.
Okay, great, and I'm looking for a second. Okay, and a second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. And also, is there any motion with regards to allowing the county attorney to work on employee health insurance and related matters regarding workman's comp at this time? And allowing her the authority to, all right, and.
Second.
Second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that concludes the items that we discussed.
Which one did we just?
That was just to give her the authority to work on those matters for us, on our behalf.
Okay.
Just the authority to make those. Okay, and at this time, we'll move to adjournments in memory. And I would ask if if any commissioner has any adjournments in memory. I have one.
I've got one, Judge.
Please proceed.
Yes, I want to announce that Mr. Rene El Cucuy Rodriguez has passed on to better life. If anybody did enough for the youth of this community, Rene was the man that cared a lot for the young people of our community, giving them a study hall over at St. Joseph School when it was still there, but Rene held after classes tutors for the kids there in the neighborhood. So my condolences to the family of Rene Rodriguez.
Commissioner Matas?
My best friend in the whole world, Javier Torres, passed away last week, and so I'm really heartbroken about that. He lived here for several years and then moved off to Dallas. While he was here, he worked in the field of HIV research and also advocacy. He worked state-supported living center and in substance abuse, and he also was a realtor once he moved to Dallas and did that for about 10 years, I believe. So just a very sad time. So my prayers and condolences for his family and his friends.
Thank you so much. Commissioners?
No, I just had also Mr. Rene Rodriguez. I just, what the commissioner said about him. Great guy, civil rights fighter. A lot of good stories he had. So condolences and prayers to the family.
Commissioner Chesney?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I've got the full obituary for Rene Rodriguez. Just recall that his wife was a former justice in our 13th Court of Appeals, and our condolences to their family and to Justice Rodriguez as well.
Gosh, I forgot about that.
I will read this. Relentless jokester, cultural crusader, fierce family man, and ruthless champion of those on the outside, Rene Rodriguez was a natural-born David versus Goliath victor. Rene's larger-than-life leadership forever enriched our local, state, and national landscape. His impact remains immeasurable. Rene Rodriguez negotiated life's terms until the end. At 68 years of age, he drew his final breath on May 16th, following a lengthy battle with cancer. He was born on January 26 in 1953 in Kingsville, Texas. He was the quintessential model of good trouble. His life of public service began early with ambition and an innate gift for turning a phrase. He attended Christ the King Elementary, Tom Brown, Carroll High School, and graduated from Texas A&I University, Kingsville, with a bachelor's degree in accounting before earning his Juris Doctorate at Texas Southern University Thurgood Marshall School of Law in Houston, Texas. He enjoyed 44 robust years as an attorney at law. His legal contributions were widely considered stellar. As a young lawyer safeguarding public interest, he worked with the Federal Trade Commission and U.S. Treasury Department, and later winning hefty criminal defense cases and personal injury claims in private practice. Rene fought for every client as if they were family, representing the poor, the privileged, professional, and the powerful. Legend tells of a state district judge crowning Rene as El Cucuy, the boogeyman, with fearful taunts to opposing attorneys, warning that El Cucuy was a force to be reckoned with, who fought every case as if he had nothing to lose. A social justice warrior and visionary, Rene began charting political wins with his first slate of diverse and progressive Hispanic candidates during his renegade bid for DA in 1992. He has since ushered in stores of historic white hat leaders at every level of elective office, from schoolhouse to courthouse to the state house. Part father, part boot camp drill sergeant, Rene eagerly shared his hard-fought lessons with hundreds of wayward fledglings. Rene founded a rough-and-tumble martial arts program of Karate Kids that birthed his charitable foundation, Fighting to Rid Gangs in America, for at-risk West Side students at Cunningham Medical School and St. Joseph's School. His foundation supported critical programs like the National Hispanic Institute, Chica's Rock, South Texas Women's Shelter, Kids in the Kitchen, and dozens of charitable interests. Rene's barbecuing skills were legendary, topped only by his cooking talents, which he used for the yearly journey to the road to Damascus retreats. He prepared meals for thousands of parishioners on their spiritual pilgrimage. Rene's epic events showcased his incredible Chicano art collection and influenced many of the area's most successful celebrations, including Dia de los Muertos Festival and downtown Loteria Mural. The best decision of Rene's life was marrying his college sweetheart, Nelda Vidraui of Kingsville, Texas. As I mentioned, she was our former 13th Court of Appeal justice. Their legendary love story lasted 47 years, and it was full of romantic adventures and world travels, with the promise of always returning home and spending downtime at Rancho Lolita, which was the family jewel in Duval County. Nelda proved to be Rene's lawyer. I'm sorry, I got a bad copy here. I'm struggling with the phone. Give me 1 second. Nelda proved to be Rene's most worthy and perfect equal in life, breaking barriers as a partner, parent, lawyer, magistrate, and judge. I'm good now. And senior justice on the 13th Court of Appeals. She provided a secure and nurturing home, teaching their children, and embodied people from all walks of life. Family was Rene's most heartfelt pride. His firstborn, Robert, was a brilliant chip off the old block. He shared his dad's sense of humor and charm with his mom's huge heart to match. Robert followed in his parents' footsteps, becoming a lawyer and a prosecutor with Nueces County District Attorney's Office. His precious daughter, Kate the Beautiful, the doctor, who carries the torch of justice and equality. Her thriving counseling practice comforts our community in Rene's Tonkawa building. Without a doubt, Rene's greatest joys in life were his young grandsons, Patrick 4 years and Vincent 2 years. They reignited Rene's zeal for life in the face of cancer. His bittersweet regret was knowing he would not watch his redhead and Mexican grandsons grow up. Rene never knew a stranger. He lived the final chapter of his life surrounded by legions of loved ones from across the globe. His tight-knit circle into a vast army of unconditional friends who showered him with love until his final moments. Rene remained tireless hero to many throughout his life, helping those around him until he couldn't. His legacy of civil rights victories spanned nearly half a century. His courage was captured in a documentary that will be featured on Netflix soon. Rene's fearlessness appears... Did it again to me. It moved. Rene's fearlessness appears in hundreds of news reports and countless untold stories fought and won on behalf of we the people. Rene is preceded in death by his beloved son Robert and his loving parents, and he's survived by his wife Nelda, his dearest daughter Kate Rodriguez-Traber, and his precious grandsons. And a public celebration of his life will be held this Thursday at Seaside, and visitation and funeral is at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. respectively, with interment to follow. I want you to know that at the bottom of the obituary, in perfect Rene form, was the famous Emiliano Zapata line, prefiero morir de pie que vivir de rodillas. I prefer to die on my feet than to live on my knees. And so I think that I wanted to read that whole obituary, not only because he was the beloved husband of one of our justices here in Nueces County, but he was very much a persona to be reckoned with here in Nueces County as a member of the Bar Association. We were asked to please read his obituary. And so I thank you for allowing me to put that as part of the record. And we express our deepest condolences to the entire Rodriguez family. With that, that's the end of our adjournments in memory, and we stand adjourned. The time is 5:30 p.m. for the clerk.
Amen.